Amen. Que l'on ouvre les portes. Let the doors be open. Comme il est 11h04, la Chambre...
It is 11:04 a.m. The House will now proceed to the examination of private members' business in accordance with today's order paper.
Members' business, resuming consideration of the motion for second reading of Bill C-307, an act to amend the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act, Tamper, Resistance and Abuse Deterrence, in the name of Mr. Sorensen.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak to Bill C-307, an act to amend the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act, Tamper, Resistance and Abuse Deterrence. This legislation proposes to allow the Minister of Health to implement regulations to restrict access to non-tamper-resistant controlled substances or classes of controlled substances. This Act also imposes an annual reporting requirement on the Minister of Health if no regulations are made specifying controlled substances or classes of controlled substances that must have tamper-resistant properties or abuse deterrent formulations. As we consider this bill, which is principally aimed at curbing prescription opioid abuse, it's important to remember how we arrived at the current overdose crisis, which has claimed an estimated 20,000 Canadian lives over the last 20 years. For over 2 decades, opioids have been overused and overprescribed by doctors for pain management and other causes, leading to many patients becoming dependent and addicted. Canada has among the highest per capita volume of opioids dispensed in the world, totaling some 19.1 million in Canada in 2015 alone. That's up from 18.7 million the year before. Mr. Speaker, that's about 1 opioid prescription written for every 2 Canadians last year. Even though there are no credible, peer-reviewed studies that demonstrate that opioids afford more benefit than harm for chronic pain, opioid use has been marketed beyond palliative and cancer patients to regular use for people experiencing back pain and other common ailments. Now, manufacturers incorrectly led prescribers to believe that addiction was a rare consequence of using prescription opioids long-term, that less than 1% of patients would become addicted. But in reality, the addiction rate is estimated to be 10%, with 30% suffering from opioid use disorder. In 2012, Purdue Pharma Canada, the manufacturer of the potent prescription opioid OxyContin, pulled OxyContin from the market and replaced it with OxyNeo, a tamper-resistant alternative that is difficult to powderize, snort, or inject. Purdue strongly supports changing legislative and regulatory regimes to mandate that over time, the entire prescription opioid market be tamper-resistant. Now, under the previous Conservative government, Health Canada drafted regulations that would have compelled opioid manufacturers to make their oxycodone products and eventually all opioids tamper-resistant. But the current Liberal government abandoned that plan in April 2016 on the basis that there is insufficient proof to back up claims that tamper-resistant formulations have positive policy benefits. Health Canada concluded that requiring tamper resistance would not have the intended health and safety impact of reducing overall drug abuse. At the time, the Minister of Health told the Standing Committee on Health that, and I quote, "It would be wise if it worked, but the result is that introduction of tamper-resistant products actually only serves to increase the use of other products on the market. You can't take a single approach to a drug," end quote. Now, to be sure, independent expert opinion on tamper resistance ranges from the view that its application has very limited efficacy for addressing opioid abuse to the view that tamper resistance is a counterproductive move aimed in part at extending the drug manufacturer's patent protections. Testifying at the Health Committee's fall 2016 study of the opioid crisis, moved by the New Democrats, Dr. Philip Emberley, Director of Professional Affairs for the Canadian Pharmacists Association, testified that we still support tamper resistance as one solution, but not the only solution. There are some numbers out of the U.S. that say it has had some effect, but we have to be very cautious of the unintended consequences, which may end up being even worse than what we were trying to prevent in the first place. Now, Mr. Speaker, to understand these potential consequences, a U.S. study published in the academic journal JAMA Psychiatry looked at what happened in drug use patterns before and after tamper-resistant OxyContin came on the market. And this is what they found. Abuse of OxyContin dropped significantly from 45 to 26% of all users, but heroin use rose from 25% to 50% and effectively canceled out any drop in OxyContin abuse. Many simply kept using OxyContin, and about 1/3 of them found a way around the tamper-resistant formulation. Another 43% were simply unable to crush the new tamper-resistant pill, so they just swallowed it and got high anyway. Only 3% of those surveyed gave up the drug altogether when the new tamper-resistant formulation came out. Dr. Emberley's caution was also reiterated at the Health Committee by one of Canada's leading drug safety experts, Dr. David Yerlink, who said this: "I think abuse deterrent formulations are a good thing generally. You can crush them and you can chew them, and you can get to a much higher level in your blood than you would by taking them intact. But you can't powderize them, inject them, or snort them. But it is a mistake to think that this is the way out of the problem. These products tend to materialize on the market as the patent on the original product expires, so a cynic might wonder if this is primarily a business decision. The fact is that the primary route by which opioids are abused is oral. I know for a fact that physicians, when they hear about these abuse deterrent formulations, think that these are somehow impervious to abuse. They are totally abusable. If you could snap your fingers and have them all be abuse deterrent, great. It is not a major part of the solution to this problem, in my view. Mr. Speaker, at best, I could say that the impacts of tamper-resistant opioids are presently unclear. But because New Democrats are unwilling to dismiss any potential tool to address the opioid crisis, we believe that this bill should be rigorously studied at the Health Committee, with extreme caution paid to the potential for unintended harm. Let me be clear, we will not hesitate to oppose this legislation if, based on the preponderance of evidence, we determine that tamper resistance is likely to be counterproductive. Ultimately, New Democrats want a much more comprehensive response to the opioid crisis. Our party has been calling on the federal government to declare opioid overdose a national public health emergency since last fall, because such a declaration would empower Canada's chief public health officer with the authority to open temporary clinics and supervise consumption sites on an emergency basis, and allocate emergency funding on the scale needed to comprehensively address the opioid crisis. Now, the Minister of Health has repeatedly dismissed our calls on the basis that the federal government already has the ability to take these measures without an emergency declaration. But here we are today, in April 2017, with no end in sight to the opioid crisis, and legislation to streamline supervised consumption site approvals remains stalled in the upper chamber, and Budget 2017 fails to devote a single dollar in emergency funding to combat the crisis. Somewhat shockingly, Budget 2017 also makes deep cuts to addictions treatment funding when access to publicly funded programs is already appallingly insufficient across the country. As the opioid crisis escalated in 2012, the Conservatives cut funding for addiction treatment by approximately 20%, allocating $150 million over 5 years. But that's still $40 million more than the Liberals' entire allocation for the Canadian Drugs and Substances Strategy just announced in the last budget. The Canadian Drugs and Substances Strategy expands on the now-defunct National Anti-Drug Strategy pillars of prevention, treatment, and enforcement to include harm reduction. In our view, that's a positive change, but it means a broader mandate with only 20% of the anti-drug strategy's funding. Now, with a federal reaction like this, you could be forgiven for believing that the opioid crisis is over. But in my home city of Vancouver, the crisis is getting worse by the day. Vancouver Fire and Rescue Services reported 162 overdose response calls for the week of March 20th, a 56% increase from the previous week when 104 calls were responded to. To date, in 2017, there have been 100 overdose deaths in Vancouver alone. There were 215 in all of 2016. If rates of overdose deaths continue at this pace, Vancouver could see nearly 400 deaths in 2017, double the amount recorded in 2016. In order to reverse this trend, the City of Vancouver is advocating for increased access to treatment-on-demand options. But apparently this request has fallen on deaf ears at the federal level. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister seemed to acknowledge this last month when he visited Vancouver and pledged that, quote, "It's really important for all Canadians to consider that this is something we cannot continue to ignore. We cannot continue to stigmatize. We need to start addressing this as a real societal health problem it actually is." But as former U.S. Vice President Joe Biden used to say, "Don't tell me what you value. Show me your budget, and I'll tell you what you value." Mr. Speaker, Canadians don't need more empty words or broken promises from their federal government. They need real support to end the opioid crisis. I call on the Prime Minister to honour his word by taking emergency action to finally and fully address this immense human tragedy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Lethbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased today to rise in this House in support of Bill C-307, to give the Minister of Health the authority to require tamper-resistant forms of drugs, of those that are being tampered and then used for criminal use. Canada is in the midst of a massive public health crisis related to opioids. Codeine, fentanyl, oxycodone, hydrocodone, and morphine have become household names, it seems, in the Canadian public. And of course, this has a lot to do with the crisis that is at hand. Whether it is diverted pharmaceuticals, fentanyl purchased over the internet from China, or stolen horse tranquilizers, we see the dangerous and lethal opioids are making their way onto the streets of Canada and that the consequences are in fact fatal. The most alarming thing is how quickly opioids are growing, both in use and in the number of overdoses. To put things in perspective, the Chief Coroner for British Columbia told us in the Health Committee the percentage of illicit drug deaths involving fentanyl has increased from 5% in 2012 right up to 60% in 2016. This is not just a crisis that affects those who find themselves without a home. It is also 55,000 Canadian high school students who reported in September 2016 that they had abused some sort of opioid pain reliever within the past year. In Ontario, 1 in 8 of individuals aged 25 to 34 was found to be opioid-related in 2010 in terms of their deaths. Families are being destroyed, lives are being lost, and all Canadians are experiencing reduced access to health and social services because of the resources that are required to look after this crisis. For me, this public emergency hits close to home. Lethbridge is near the epicenter of this epidemic in Canada. Last fall, there were 5 men in my riding who were arrested for possessing just over 1,000 fentanyl pills. They were destined for the streets of Lethbridge. Several subsequent arrests resulted in police recovering hundreds of more fentanyl-laced pills. And what has this meant for Lethbridge? Without being an alarmist, we have seen organized crime in our city increase drastically. And the uses of these drugs have made parts of Lethbridge now have become no-go zones. There is a playground in my community where children used to enjoy playing regularly, and now it is known as Needle Park. This is a place that children no longer play, parents no longer feel safe because of the needles that are left on the ground. Even for those not in direct proximity to drug dealers or opioid users, the effect of this epidemic are still felt. In Lethbridge, our first responders have all had to divert significant resources in order to address this crisis. This means that other crimes that are committed within our community go under or not investigated at all. It also means that EMS responders are increasingly overworked, and they respond to the spike in overdoses. It means that firefighters have to deal with increased risks when they respond to residential fires for fear that they could be dealing with contaminated illicit drug lab or their equipment thereof. This is to say nothing of the increased burden that it has on our social service agencies. Lethbridge has punched far above its weight when it comes to the Syrian refugees that have come into our community. This influx has stretched our resources to the max because of the lack of support from the Liberal government. Many of these organizers have had to punch above their weight and are now starting to reach their breaking point. This on top of the opioid crisis and the mental health crisis that is resulting from the jobs crisis in Alberta. My heart goes out to our mental health workers within my community for the remarkable work that they are doing around the clock and the way that they are trying to divert this issue. This crisis has a human face. Sons, daughters, husbands, wives, cousins, brothers, sisters are all lost to lethal street drugs that are laced with these opioids. I recognize the opioid crisis is multifaceted, but Bill C-307 is one key step to cutting it off at the source. Criminal enterprises have far too easy a time diverting legitimate pharmaceuticals into illicit street drugs. This is because the most common form of opioid-based drugs are easily manipulated. Prescription drugs can be ground down in order to snort, or the active opioid compounds can be extracted and used as building block for different street drugs. Tamper-resistant forms of these pharmaceuticals can take several forms to reduce the ability to manipulate and extract the drug. They can use the physical properties of the pill to make manipulation much more difficult, such as providing a drug that can't be altered without neutralizing the opioid compound. Or they can include a chemical that actually counteracts the euphoric effect of the opioid if the drug is in fact manipulated. They can do this either by grinding it or by heating it, making the drug then useless to street providers. In June 2014, our previous Conservative government provided a notice of intent to industry. We announced that new regulations were coming that would require tamper-resistant formulations of specific controlled substances, such as oxycodone. The intent of the former Conservative government was to reduce the diversion of opioids for illicit purposes, to keep them off the streets. Sadly, the current government chose to overturn this decision, which has now had fatal consequences on Canadians from coast to coast. One youth that I had the chance to talk to in my riding took the opportunity to brag to me that he was taking his prescription drugs and selling them for $25 a pill. Now, his chronic pain allows him a lifetime access to these pills, and it now serves as his main source of income. Diverting these drugs to the illegal markets can be stopped. And if we can stop this illicit secondary market for legal pharmaceuticals, it will decrease one of the sources that make these street drugs so accessible. Now, I will be the first to admit that this is complex, and that this one change will not solve the entire problem. There are a whole host of changes required in order to stop opioids from ending up on our streets. Canada's physicians need to overhaul prescribing practices for opioids. Reducing the number of people with legal access to these drugs will also decrease the number of Canadians using illegal alternatives after their prescription ends. Furthermore, I am pleased to note that the government has taken a recommendation from the Conservative members to now allow Canadian Border Service Agency to check packages smaller than 30 grams. This is a decision that came out of a report that was written from the Health Committee. The fact that this couldn't be done before allowed an abundance or an unlimited supply of fentanyl to be mailed in small packages and enter our country so that it can be sold on the street market. I am also pleased the Liberals listened to the Health Committee on the need to regulate pill press machines. These machines allow the toxic and deadly mishmash of chemicals in these street drugs to be pressed into professional-looking products that can easily be packaged and shipped. And the new import controls on pill press machines is now a very good start, although I do believe that there is more that can be done. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I believe that we need to tackle the source of this problem at the root, which of course is the lack of treatment options for those who suffer from mental health problems, which makes them susceptible to using street drugs in the first place. If the ongoing mental health crisis is allowed to continue in our city cores, on our reserves, in our schools, and in our universities, the drug crisis in our country will only continue to grow. The money in Budget 2017 with regards to this issue was in fact a good start, but I do believe that a national strategy and further initiative is a must when it comes to mental health care in Canada. Whether it is fentanyl, crystal meth, or the next street drug that is easily produced and cheap to buy, at the heart of all of these drug uses, this epidemic that we face, are people who are emotionally hurting. This is why the human face of this epidemic is so heartbreaking to acknowledge. These are vulnerable people who have chosen drugs because they don't have the support and the necessary tools to take on life. This is why I'm asking all members of this House to understand the further pain that opioids are causing to Canadian families and to individuals. And I am asking the members opposite to support this very important piece of legislation, Bill C-307. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Oakville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to speak to private members Bill C-307, an act to amend the Controlled Drugs and Substance Act. But just before I address the issues, Mr. Speaker, let me say it's a very, very special day for me. My son Alexander Oliver and his very good friend Tiana Prince have joined me in Ottawa, and it's great to have them here in our capital city with me for a few days. So, to the bill. The intent of Bill C-307 is to enable the Federal Minister of Health to require prescription medicine, specifically opioids, to have abuse-deterrent formulations or tamper-proof, tamper-resistant properties. By doing so, it would make these drugs more difficult to crush, snort, or inject, reduce their potential for misuse, abuse, and diversion to our streets. I strongly agree with the sponsor of the bill when he said this issue is about public health. It's about saving lives. It's about doing the right thing. Canadians are the second highest consumers of prescription opioids in the world. 15% of Canadians aged 15 years and older report using prescription opioids in 2013. It's estimated about 10% of patients prescribed opioids for chronic pain become addicted. Furthermore, the increased availability of prescription opioids in households has meant that Canadian youth have begun using them for recreational purposes. 6% of youth aged 15 to 19 years indicated they abused opioid pain relievers in the past year. These trends result in significant harms. In Ontario, 1 in 8 deaths of individuals aged 25 to 34 years was found to be opiate-related in 2010. Similarly, a substantial increase in the number of opioid-related deaths in Quebec, reaching almost 3 deaths per 100,000 persons, occurred in 2012. The response to the crisis by the government has been rapid, and I am pleased to see an evidence-based, health-centric focus on harm reduction return to our health policy and legislation. The Minister of Health has already responded to the crisis through a 5-point action plan that includes better informing Canadians about the risks of opioids, supporting better prescribing practices, reducing easy access to unnecessary opioids, supporting better treatment options for patients, and improving the evidence base and improving data collection. The Minister also convened a 2-day pan-Canadian conference on opioid abuse in November 2016, which generated many of the changes that were introduced to the House in Bill C-37. Further, the Standing Committee on Health, which I am proud to be a member of, issued a comprehensive report and recommendations on the opioid crisis on December 12, 2016. Mr. Speaker, in the committee study, the issue of tamper-resistant technologies did not emerge as a preventative strategy. During the course of its study, the committee held 5 meetings where it heard from a range of stakeholders, including federal and provincial government representatives, healthcare professionals, addiction experts, emergency frontline responders, representatives of First Nations communities, and individuals with lived experience in substance abuse and addiction. These witnesses outlined specific ways to address the opioid crisis and implored the committee to make recommendations that would lead to concrete action. The 38 recommendations focused on harm reduction, prevention, including training for physicians in prescribing practices and public education, treatment, including addiction treatment and improved access to mental health services, and law enforcement and border security changes. Tamper-resistant formulations was never documented in witness testimonies as an effective strategy. So let me expand on this point. One of the debate points over the proposed change to the law in Bill C-307 is about whether an explicit legislative authority is needed to require certain drugs to have tamper-resistant formulations. The government's position is that the current regulation-making authorities under the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act are sufficient already to develop regulations should the evidence demonstrate a need for it in the future. From this point of view, Bill C-307 is unnecessary. Further, nothing in Bill C-307 would speed up that regulation-making process. The sponsor of Bill C-307 outlined many tamper-resistant technologies currently under development. The government strongly supports opioid manufacturers who wish to take proactive measures to make their medications harder to abuse. And that's why they recently published guidance to drug manufacturers on what evidence is required to demonstrate tamper-resistant properties for prescription drugs. Mr. Speaker, it is also clearly the sponsor's view that the technology has been sufficiently developed in the area of tamper resistance, and there is enough real-life evidence of positive outcomes to move forward with regulations. I would disagree. First, tamper resistance has not been shown to reduce the rate of addiction, overdose, and death related to opioid misuse. Remember, a tamper-resistant opioid is still an opioid, and based on current evidence, they are no less dangerous and no less addictive. Data from the United States and Ontario shows that opioid-related deaths continue to increase even after the introduction of reformulated OxyContin to the market. Further, as I stated earlier, this strategy was not recommended by the many experts from whom the Health Committee heard testimony. Secondly, only a small number of people who misuse OxyContin pills crush them or dissolve them, most simply swallow them. Roughly a quarter of those who were misusing OxyContin before the tamper-resistant version was marketed continued to do so after its introduction. They did so by moving from inhaling or injecting the drug to, again, simply swallowing them. A sizable population defeated the tamper-resistant properties with information on how to do this available on the internet. And of course, those who misused by swallowing OxyContin continued to swallow reformulated OxyContin. Tamper resistance does not mean tamper-proof. Thirdly, tamper-resistant technology is not sufficiently developed to cover the entire class of opioids, some of which come in the forms of patches, sprays, or injectable liquids. Fourthly, and perhaps most importantly to me, the introduction of tamper-resistant technology seems to only reduce the abuse of one type of drug in exchange for another. The most common response to the introduction of reformulated OxyContin in the United States was migration to other drugs, including heroin and fentanyl. In the case of tamper resistance, it can result in a substitution or balloon effect. Studies have already found that prescriptions for hydromorphine and fentanyl increased in Ontario after the province restricted access to OxyContin, suggesting a substitution effect could already be happening in Canada. Members are, of course, all aware of the deadly impacts of the current surge in fentanyl-related overdose deaths on Canadians. Because of the high demand for this drug, organized crime groups began importing illegal fentanyl and its analogs from China. These are then transformed into tablet forms in clandestine labs in Canada using pill presses and disguised as other opioids such as OxyContin. The unknown potency of illegal fentanyl and other synthetic opioids, coupled with the fact the users are often unaware that they are taking illegally manufactured pills, has resulted in a dramatic increase in illicit drug deaths in Canada. British Columbia has become the epicenter of the crisis. The percentage of drug deaths involving fentanyl increased from 5% in 2012 to 60% in 2016. With the involvement of fentanyl doubling the rates of drug deaths in the province, British Columbia has experienced approximately 60 deaths a month by August 2016 from illicit drug use. We do not want to make uninformed policy decisions that could increase the substitution of OxyContin to illegal fentanyl. The substitution effect can also lead to higher risks of administration, such as injection, which is associated with the spread of hepatitis and increased risk of overdose. Mr. Speaker, I want the residents of my riding of Oakville to be protected from the opioid crisis and illicit fentanyl distribution. I want all Canadians to be protected from misuse of opioids. I have been meeting to discuss addiction and prevention with key agencies in Oakville, including the Medical Officer of Health, service providers at the Halton Alcohol Drug Assessment and Prevention Service, ADAPT, and most recently with the Halton Chief of Police, Steve Tanner. Tamper-proof has not come up. I applaud the sponsor of Bill C-307 for the attempt to help address this crisis, but for the reasons stated above, I do not believe this bill will change the government's ability to respond to the crisis, nor do I believe evidence-based research supports the underlying position taken by the bill. Finally, I don't think the bill will help the vulnerable and at-risk people in Oakville. For these reasons, I will not be supporting Bill C-307. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Oxford.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to participate in the debate with the private member's Bill 307 from my colleague from Battle River, Crowfoot. This is an act to amend the Controlled Substances Act, and it's intended to save lives. The intent of this bill is to enable the Federal Minister of Health to require specific controlled substances or class of controlled substances to have abuse-deterrent formulations and/or tamper-resistance properties. This will make these pharmaceutical substances more difficult to abuse. Bill 307 will make it possible for Canada's Health Minister to take immediate action whenever Canadians are being hurt or killed by a specific drug. We can do something, one thing, to help keep Canadians safe when it becomes apparent that there is a deadly narcotic substance available that we no longer want available in its current form because it is dangerous and can be too easily abused. We can do something by supporting Bill C-307. While this bill can apply to any substance under the two categories of drugs in the health legislation, this bill may in fact only be implemented on rare occasions. And yet it will help Canada's Minister of Health take swift action to save lives and prevent terrible suffering. The government does have opposition to Bill C-307. In the previous hour of debate on November the 17th of 2016, Canadians learned the Liberal government's initial response to Bill C-307, and we are disappointed. However, we hope that following today's second hour debate, the Liberal government will agree to support sending this bill to committee for further study and consideration. I want to address the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health's reasons for opposing Bill C-307. I want to remind everyone that abuse-deterrent and tamper-resistant technologies across the class of opioid medications are one tool among many others to combat prescription opioid abuse. Crushing and snorting of these powerful narcotics is often the gateway to other forms of abuse, including pill popping and the movement to more dangerous illicit substances such as fentanyl, cartinol, W18, and U-4700, especially for young Canadians. I am hopeful that we would do everything in our power to stem this tide. Now, would all drugs be required to be tamper-resistant? No. It will not result in only tamper-resistant drugs being available in the Canadian market. Yet this is precisely the point. The United States is leading the way and moving forward to provide Americans with many drugs in a tamper-resistant form. This movement is supported by the Federal Drug Administration, the DEA, and the Trump administration. 7 medications with tamper resistance or abuse deterrent formulations, with more to come, are now approved in America. The Parliamentary Secretary did not report to this House in her speech during the first hour debate much of the growing body of evidence. The speech she delivered did include references to a selective literature review on the benefits and risk of abuse-deterrent formulation tamper-resistant medication. The recently concluded Health Committee hearings and the opioids conference did not hear from all stakeholders, including actual pain patients taking these ADF-TR medications, representatives from the industrial producers of the ADF-TR medications, nor any international independent experts in the field of abuse deterrence. There is more consultation needed by the government, Mr. Speaker. In fact, the Health Minister's public statements often acknowledge the value of wide consultation, and is one of the orders in her own mandate letter from the Prime Minister. The government's opposition to Bill C-307, expressed by the Parliamentary Secretary, did not follow another instruction to the Minister of Health in her mandate from the Prime Minister. That directive asks the Minister to provide Canadians with science and evidence-based approaches to inform public policy. There is strong scientific confirmation of tamper resistance technology and abuse deterrent formulations. There are no maybe or guesswork about these technologies. They do work. Tamper resistance and abuse deterrence formulation technology is here to stay. It is sound science, and it is the future. Increasingly powerful medications will be available in the protected forms contained in Bill C-307. Someday, all powerful medications will be released to the public in these forms. These technologies are a product of the scientific advances of the Western pharmaceutical technology. Doctors want to prescribe to their patients medications that will not harm them. Doctors want to prescribe to their patients medications that patients cannot hurt themselves with, even if they do try. Patients want their doctors to prescribe them medications that will not hurt them, even if they make a mistake while trying to follow the instructions on the prescription. Everyone wants prescriptive medications that cannot be cut up, crushed, and sold as drugs to be abused. We can, in fact, do this now. The technology does exist. We can protect ourselves and others right now. Someday our society will be able to protect our population from the risks posed and the harmful effects of strong medications being abused. This technology will be widespread and used on virtually all potentially harmful medications. But right now, Mr. Speaker, Bill C-307 proposes to provide our Minister of Health with the power to name a single substance and declare it unavailable to Canadians, unless and until it is in a tamper-resistant or abuse-deterrent formulation. This would save lives every time we find that a particular substance is being abused with deadly results. The Health Minister could invoke this tool immediately and stop the loss of lives and terrible suffering at any time. We have seen numerous drugs, one at a time it seems, being the latest drug of choice to abuse. Some of them are producing deadly results in large numbers. With the passage of Bill C-307, we could stop any of the newest drugs being abused from being available for abuse. We could demand that they are only made available in a tamper-resistant or abuse-deterrent formulation. Now, there is a question of cost, and the concerns expressed about possible increase in costs for public and private payers of medications with abuse-deterrent and tamper-resistant formulations have been addressed. The introduction of these products in the United States and Canada has been shown to drive down actual prescription volumes for these medicines. The result is that the costs remain the same, not higher. Again, the parliamentary secretary did not provide us with the evidence of this fact. She actually reported that her government continues to be concerned about costs, and yet the cost issue has been addressed with evidence. There needs to be more up-to-date research on the facts and figures concerning the deployment of medications with both abuse-deterrent and/or tamper-resistant properties. The federal government and the provinces have every cost containment tool at their disposal today to rein in drug costs. The highly successful Pan-Canadian Pharmaceutical Alliance is a very effective alliance that operates to set the best prices for public pharmaceutical plans. In turn, the work of the alliance also affects, sometimes dictates, the prices in private plans. This system ensures patients are getting medicines at affordable levels. Now, the provinces and territories have the power of bulk buying. There are numerous examples of medications available at reasonable and even lower costs following negotiations between governments and producers. The pharmaceutical firms can employ scale pricing if they know they will realize specific large number of sales over specific time frames. This common market price practice accommodates the cost of the consumer and makes deterrent and tamper-resistant medications available and affordable. I remind all members of this House that every single opioid molecule known to medicine science is already off patent, and regulations designed in the previous Parliament makes it clear that any company can bring in a competing technology to any abuse-deterrent medication. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'm reminded frequently of the frequent use of the term that we don't need 99 reasons why we can't do something. We only need one reason why we can, and this is one reason why we can work to save lives across this country by adopting Bill C-307. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Red Deer Mountain View.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it's an honor for me to be able to speak today to Bill C-307 and the great work that's been done by my colleague from the Battle River Crowfoot. As someone that has spent a great deal of time with young people as an educator for 34 years, I've seen the effects and the terrible things that happen because of drugs. And I don't think there's probably anybody in this House that isn't affected by that same type of damage. And so when you know that there's something out there that is possible to be able to help, I think that's one of the things that is so critical. And sometimes opportunities that young people have when they get a hold of drugs and the partying and all this other kind of stuff that ties into it, you realize that there's this damage is hurting so many families. The intent of Bill C-307 is to enable the Federal Minister of Health to require specific controlled substances or classes of controlled substances to have either abuse-deterrent formulations, ADFs, and or tamper-resistance, TR, properties. And this will make these pharmaceutical substances more difficult to abuse. And it makes it possible, this bill makes it possible for Canada's health minister to take immediate action whenever Canadians are being hurt or killed by a specific drug. Bill C-307 will help keep Canadians safe when it is determined that a particularly deadly narcotic substance available in its current form is too dangerous and can too easily be abused. While Bill C-307 can apply to any substances under the two categories of drugs in the health legislation, the provisions of this bill may in fact be implemented on rare occasions. Now, we're led to believe that the Liberals will someday announce a package of measures that they think will help combat the scourge of drug abuse in Canada. And we also know that the Liberals are supporting legalized marijuana, and I will have a lot to say about that in the future, again, as someone that has seen the serious damage that has taken place to families and to young people, and especially the developing brains. So we can only hope that adopting this measure in Bill C-307 at a time in the future when the Liberals announce their further policies on drug abuse, well, maybe they'll have something that they can tie in. I heard one of the speakers earlier talking about discussions where there were a number of recommendations. Well, you have to look at some of the other damages that exist as well and to find out exactly what is taking place. So again, abuse deterrent, tamper-resistant technologies across the class of opioid medication. It's only but one tool among any others that are there to combat prescription drug abuse. Bill C-307 will do something to prevent the ability to crush or snort or ingest powerful narcotics that have been taken from pills, patches, or sprays prescribed by our doctors. And we hear disturbing things about some of the prescriptions and how they manage to get into the hands of young people, how they get into the hands of older people as well, and sometimes that they are being sold because they would sooner go through the pain but to have the money for the drugs that they have, and they know that there's problems down the line. So these are the kinds of abuses, Mr. Speaker, that we constantly see. Now, this type of drug abuse, again, becomes this gateway to other forms of abuse, including pill popping and taking too many pills in order to get high, the parties that have all the pills around, and it becomes like a Russian roulette as to what they're going to have. So abusing these drugs that are available from doctors or pharmacies also leads to abuse of the more dangerous illicit substances, as has been mentioned before, fentanyl, carfentanil, W18, and U4700, especially, as I mentioned, for young Canadians. So passing Bill C-307 into law will not only result in tamper-resistant drugs being available in the Canadian market, but only drugs that we discover are being easily and widely abused could be identified by the Minister of Health and taken off the shelves and made unavailable until they are manufactured with tamper-resistant or abuse-deterrent properties. And I can only believe that those people that are in the business of making sure that drugs are safely presented to Canadians would be able to deal with this and would be more than pleased to be able to help in the protection of young people and all people that seem to have gone off the rails in this particular area. So we've heard a great deal of rhetoric, the slogans, and the review of newspaper clippings by the Liberal MPs that are speaking against Bill C-307. But we haven't heard any better ideas of what's proposed in Bill C-307. So we haven't heard support for this research into tamper resistance. We haven't heard the Liberals pursue Bill C-307 as part of their innovation strategy. Imagine the current Liberal government is searching for ways to spend billions of taxpayers' dollars or borrowed money on innovation, so here certainly would be an opportunity. And at the same time, in very few laboratories in Canada and the United States, there are teams of scientists working to make these pills and patches and sprays tamper-proof, and they are succeeding. Now, they're all going to tell you that you're going to need more money and more funding, that the research can be accelerated and expanded, and they want to go faster and someday have to have many of the more powerful medications that a doctor would prescribe very difficult to abuse or impossible to be abused. So Canada could be leading the way on the conversion of some of these drugs to a complete safe state. They need this government to get to work. Canadians want to hear from acute pain patients taking these ADF and TR medications, from representatives from the industrial producers of ADF and TR medications, and of course international and independent experts in the field of abuse deterrence. And I think this becomes one of the critical and important things that we have to be aware of. So there is more consultation needed by this government. Instead, they seem bent on simply voting down Bill C-307 and abandoning the wealth of opportunities that this field of medicine can provide. And Canadians are being hurt and killed by drugs that are available that can be broken into and abused in such a way as to cause overdoses. And we could prevent that. But the Liberals, they don't want this. All of this anti-recreational drug talk is boring to the Liberals. They have better things to do with billions of borrowed dollars than to help prevent death and serious injury from abusing drugs. They're more concerned about legalizing marijuana. We hear terrible stories of house parties and handfuls of young people. Someone hands out crystals that they say are crushed from pill, and everyone tries it. And someone, or maybe more than one, gets really sick or goes into trauma, and hopefully someone calls 911. Most often, though, we hear about these deaths the next morning. And having seen this and recognizing how serious this can be, you realize that something has to be done. In the Health Minister's own mandate letter from the Prime Minister, she's told to consult with Canadians. That directive asks the Minister to provide Canadians with science and evidence-based approaches to inform public policy. Now, there is strong scientific confirmation of tamper-resistant technology and abuse-deterrent formulations, and this Minister should get to work and put Canadians to work developing this field of science and protecting our medicine cabinets and our children from the powerful medications that our doctors prescribe. So whether this government agrees to help or not, increasingly powerful medication will be available in the protected forms contained in Bill C-307. Someday, all powerful medications will be released to the public in these forms. And I hope that enough Liberal backbenchers will show backbone and vote in support of Bill 307 so that it can be sent to committee for further study. And I hope enough Liberal MPs don't listen to the dictates from the PM and the Health Minister and will vote in support of Bill 307. These brief MPs will go home and tell their constituents that they at least tried. They tried to save the lives of young folks who are getting hurt or killed by abusing drugs that are already at home and in the family medicine cabinet. The supporters of Bill C-307 will be able to hold their heads high when they go home because they will have tried to help and to convince their government to do the right thing. Everyone should get behind this effort. It is just one thing, but these things add up. They save lives and they prevent suffering. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. Seeing none, and accordingly, we invite the honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot for his right of reply. The honourable member has up to 5 minutes. The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it's again a pleasure to stand in the House and the final say in debate on my private member's Bill 307. Mr. Speaker, the creating a private member's bill came out, as I said in my first speech, of having a wife who's a registered nurse and a daughter who's a registered nurse, and especially my daughter coming and saying, "Dad, something has to be done." I live in a rural riding, a small rural riding, where we typically don't believe we have the same problems and difficulties and issues that are faced, for example, in Vancouver, where we heard the Member of Parliament talk this morning. But, Mr. Speaker, the issue of prescription drug and illicit drug abuse has touched every riding in our country. This is an issue that, as honourable members of Parliament, we all face in the communities that we represent, and it is an issue that has ravaged some communities, destroyed families, and it's taken far too many lives. Most tragically, it has taken a disproportionate number of lives of our young and Indigenous Canadians from us. Mr. Speaker, I listened as the Member of Parliament from Vancouver, from the New Democratic Party, stated that 20,000 people in Canada have died from opioid abuse over the years. and 156 call-outs in that one community in Vancouver by the fire department and 911, dealing predominantly with fentanyl and opioid abuse. Mr. Speaker, Canadians expect that we would respond to numbers and to issues like that. Does any member of this House forget the headline on September 17, 2016 in the National Post? It read this, and I quote, 8 overdoses in 13 minutes and 1 devastated suburb. That article stated that they didn't have enough responders to get out to the various 8 overdoses in that span of 13 or 15 minutes. It was one small-time drug dealer who contaminated a batch of cocaine he made with fentanyl that caused the tragedy. The alleged dealer said he had, and I quote, no idea what he had done. Mr. Speaker, just right now, and I don't even have it printed out, but right now on the CBC, they are carrying a story, and let me quote from that. This individual's former physician, and they name the individual again. This is in New Brunswick, and it's just on the line right now. Who is charged with drug trafficking. It's a physician who, quote, is charged with drug trafficking. It's alleged the 35-year-old doctor wrote prescriptions for 50,000 Oxycontin and Oxyneil pills, picked them up herself, and did not give them to the patient. Mr. Speaker, we have a crisis in this country. Emergency responders know that when there is a fentanyl overdose, they use naloxone to save lives of victims. But in this case, Mr. Speaker, we don't know where those 50,000 pills were going. Tragically, as we've already heard this morning, far too often we open the papers in the morning, especially in British Columbia and the West, but more and more it's coming across into the East, and papers are reporting deaths of those who have used a drug not knowing that it has been laced with something like fentanyl. Bill C-307 would help prevent so-called dealers from breaking into medications that are available to Canadians from pharmacies. 307 would prevent these clandestine drug manufacturers from adding the active ingredients from prescription drugs to another drug and causing them to be deadly. 307 will give the health minister the power to quickly act and remove some of these from the avail of people who would abuse them. No one should be using drugs, yet we live in a society where peer pressure, life stress, and many other factors cause people to abuse drugs. These people don't factor the possibility of dying when they try those drugs. Mr. Speaker, it's time that this Parliament responds, and I see that you're already telling me that my time is up. Let me just end by saying this. The Liberal government has said that they are, in the last budget, going to have an innovation budget. These are exactly the things that happen when research and development goes out with innovation money, taking a look at a problem and saying, can we make it abuse deterrent? Can we make a formulation where it cannot be misused by those who get their hands on it? And so I would encourage the governing party to allow this to go to committee. This is not to make it law today, but at least allow this bill to go to committee where it can be studied and the benefits of this can be seen. And Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the time. I thank every member of Parliament for the consideration of this bill. And I would encourage you to support it Wednesday evening and allow the committee to do some work on this and to bring it back. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Accordingly, the question is as follows. Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mrs. MacLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou, moved that Bill C-307, an act to amend the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act, Tamper Resistance and Abuse Deterrence, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Health. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes. All those in favor of the motion will please say yea. Yea. All those opposed will please say nay. Nay. In my opinion, the nays have it. Pursuant to Standing Order 93, the recorded division stands deferred until Wednesday, April 5th, 2017, immediately before the time provided for private members' business. And since we're just before noon, the House will stand suspended until 12 noon. Orders of the day. Ordre du jour.
Government orders, Ways and Means.
Ways and Means motion number 10, budgetary policy of the government, and on the sub-amendment of M. Boulris, Rosemont La Petite Patrie.
Now, when the House last took up debate on the question, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader had used 3 minutes of his time, and so we'll go to that in resuming debate. The Honourable Member, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Point of order, if I may first, Mr. Speaker. There have been some discussions among the parties, and if you seek it, I think you'll find unanimous consent for the following motion, that notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, A, the recorded division on the amendment to the motion for third reading of Bill C-22, an act to establish the National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians and to make consequential amendments to the certain acts scheduled to take place today at the ordinary hour of daily adjournment, be further deferred to Tuesday, April the 4th, 2017, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions, provided that all questions necessary for the disposal of the third reading stage of Bill be put forthwith and successfully without further debate or amendment pursuant to order made Monday, March 20th, 2017, under the provisions of Standing Order 78(3). B, that the sub-amendment and the amendment in relation to the Ways and Means motion number 10 be disposed of as follows. On Tuesday, April the 4th, 2017, at 1:59 p.m., the Speaker shall interrupt the proceedings. The question to dispose of the sub-amendment shall be deemed put and a recorded division deemed requested and deferred until the expiry of the time provided for oral questions that day. on Tuesday, April the 4th, 2017. At the expiry of the time provided for government orders, the Speaker shall interrupt the proceedings. The question to dispose of the amendment shall be deemed put and recorded division deemed requested and deferred until the expiry of the time provided for oral questions on Wednesday, April 5, 2017.
Parliamentary Secretary. Does the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary have unanimous consent to move the motion? Yes. The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes? Yes. So ordered.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to be able to rise today and add some thoughts on what is a very important day. It is yet another day in which we recognize what I believe to be a budget that further advances what it is that Canadians voted for 18 or just under 18 months ago, Mr. Speaker. In fact, what I'd like to be able to do is do a bit of a reflection. When I think of 2 years ago and where we were at, people at that time were wanting to see change. In fact, Mr. Speaker, what they recognized in the canvassing and the talking with the people that I held is that the Conservative Party under Stephen Harper had lost touch with what Canadians were really wanting to see happen. At the end of the day, when they were looking at the New Democratic Party, I believe that the NDP got it wrong. And we saw that in their policy pronunciation of having a balanced budget. At the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, what Canadians wanted to hear and wanted to see coming from a political entity is what it is that the Liberal Party was talking about. We wanted to see an investment in Canada, an investment in Canadians to deal with the issue of Canada's middle class, Mr. Speaker, and those that are aspiring to be a part of it. I know time and time again where I was talking with individuals and what they wanted to receive is a sense of hope. To see a leader that would speak to them, listen to what they have to say, and I believe that the Prime Minister today, who continues to ask his members of Parliament and even suggest to all members of Parliament that they reach into their constituencies and represent their constituencies here in Ottawa as opposed to representing Ottawa into their constituents. I know that my colleagues within the Liberal caucus take that to heart, believing at the end of the day that we are here to represent the interests of our constituents, and it is something in which we take very seriously, and we continuously bring those ideas and concerns, whether it's in our standing committees, on the floor of the House, within our caucus, or the many numerous committees that are established through our caucus, subcommittees, or even the evening events that we attend, Mr. Speaker, because we genuinely and truly believe that the way in which we can continue to build a healthier, stronger Canada is to be able to reflect the interest and the will of the constituents in which we represent. Mr. Speaker, it did not take long after we were elected into government, and I wanted to be able to provide an oversight of this for the simple reason that I believe that if you take a look at everything that has occurred over the last 18 months, that you will find in comparison to the previous Stephen Harper government a significant amount of progress on a series of different files. And it is very clearly demonstrated. Canadians wanted real change, Mr. Speaker, and they got real change. And we have seen that change implemented in many different ways, highlighted through our budgets, Mr. Speaker. You know, it was literally weeks after the election where we heard about the importance of giving that middle-class tax break. And that is one of the first pieces of legislation that was actually brought into the House, the tax break to Canada's middle class. We understood that there needed to be a sense of fairness, and that's why we saw a 1% of Canada's wealthiest being taxed a little more, and Canada's middle class being given a substantial tax break, Mr. Speaker. We understood that there are many individuals that are aspiring to be a part of that middle class, many individuals that I represent that needed that helping hand. And we saw that, Mr. Speaker, in the first budget, where we saw increases in things such as the guaranteed annual income supplement. A substantial increase, Mr. Speaker, in the tune of hundreds of dollars. I believe it's just in excess of $900 for some of the very poorest of Canada's seniors, many of which actually call and live within the riding in which I represent, Mr. Speaker. And as I have talked about on many occasions, that particular initiative lifted literally tens of thousands, many of those from Winnipeg North, out of poverty situation, Mr. Speaker. We've talked a great deal about the Canada Child Benefit Program, a program that, again, lifted tens of thousands. And I'm being conservative in those numbers, Mr. Speaker. We could argue hundreds of thousands of children that were actually lifted out of poverty because of that particular initiative, Mr. Speaker. Those are the types of things that had taken place in the budget that we are reinforcing and building upon in this particular budget, Mr. Speaker. And I can tell you, in a very real and tangible way, those are the types of initiatives that have allowed for Canadians to have more money in their pockets, increasing the disposable income. We understand that if you have a healthy middle class, that is good for all Canadians, Mr. Speaker, because it is the middle class and those aspiring to be a part of it that cultivate the economy to the degree in which it feeds job growth. A healthy middle class, and the more you build on a middle class, the more you have a more robust economy, Mr. Speaker. And the two, I believe, have been moving forward quite significantly. In fact, you know, the last week or just prior, it's about 2 weeks ago, we heard some of the numbers and some of the trends. And I'm always a little cautious in regards to the number, but there was one that really stuck out to me. Almost 220,000 jobs created in a 6-month period of time. Mr. Speaker, that is an incredible amount of growth in jobs. And most of those jobs, Mr. Speaker, were full-time jobs. That's an incredible number of jobs. In fact, Mr. Speaker, you will likely find that it is higher than any other amount in that sort of a time frame of 6 months in the previous decade, Mr. Speaker. And I believe that that is, at least in good part, proof that things are, in fact, moving forward. Canadians understood that we needed to see a tangible investment in our economy. And what better than to invest in Canada's infrastructure? This budget continues to reinforce what we presented last year in records amounts of money, historical amounts of money being invested in our infrastructure, Mr. Speaker. You know, just the other day, I'm reading a release in which the province of Ontario, through infrastructure and transit, is literally receiving, I believe it's around 200 different projects that were moving forward, just dealing with transit types of issues. We understood last year in terms of the desire to move quicker because of the Fort McMurray fire and the economy of Alberta, some of those infrastructure programs. I applaud the Minister of Infrastructure, who has really done a fantastic job in reaching out to our provinces, our municipalities, and identifying the types of projects that are there that we can actually start acting on, Mr. Speaker, all of which are important. Whether it's the transits, whether it's the social infrastructure, it's absolutely critical that we start investing as soon as we can in terms of building the Canadian infrastructure, because we all benefit, Mr. Speaker, when that takes place. I am very proud of the fact that we have a Prime Minister that has recognized the importance of Canada's infrastructure, and by recognizing it, he has also added in the dollars that are necessary in order to make a difference. This is one of the things in which I would suggest to you is a part of listening. If you were listening to the different stakeholders, in particular the different levels of government, Mr. Speaker, municipalities were crying for resources. They need the dollars in order to improve our infrastructure. And I am glad and very proud of the fact that this government is responding like no other government to the need of infrastructure dollars. I see that, Mr. Speaker, as a very strong positive thing. You know, we talk a lot about budgets and how we're using tax dollars, but it goes even beyond that in the last 18 months. I'm very proud of the fact that we have a government for the first time in many years that understands that it has a strong national leadership role on important files, files that Canadians want us to act on, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to give a few examples of that. We can talk about the CPP agreement. You know, the CPP is one of those social fundamental pension programs that Canadians have grown to love and understand and want to be there for them, whether it's for today or in the years ahead. We have a government that has actually moved forward in meeting with the different provinces and territories and came into an agreement with our partners, which ultimately saw substantial increases in CPP. Mr. Speaker, to me, that is about working with other governments, but it's also recognizing that decisions that we are making today impact people for tomorrow. And there won't be any immediate, per se, benefit, but there is in the long term for many of those workers that are in the workforce today that are going to receive substantial increases when it comes to retirement, because this government made it a priority in changing the CPP program and worked with the provinces. In opposition, I sat for years calling upon the Harper government to work with the province to try to get an agreement, and ultimately, Mr. Speaker, they didn't even demonstrate any interest in it, but they were not able to ultimately deliver what I believe Canadians wanted to see. We can talk about the price on pollution. And, you know, the price on carbon is a really interesting issue. If you backdate it a little bit in terms of when we had the, thank you, Mr. Speaker, when we had the Paris Conference on the Environment in Paris, Prime Minister and others attended that particular conference. The Prime Minister came back indicating that, you know, Canada can and needs to play a leadership role. Shortly thereafter, we had provinces coming on side, agreeing with the need to have a price on carbon. And it was what I thought was really interesting. As you had premiers of all political stripes, Conservatives, New Democrats, and Liberals, as you had countries around the world agreeing that we needed to have a price on carbon, there only seemed to be one real voice that was coming out against it, and that was the Conservative Party. And it speaks to, you know, I made reference at the beginning of my speech about how it seemed that the Conservatives lost touch with Canadians. This is a good example, Mr. Speaker, that really highlights how it is that the Conservatives are, again, out of touch with what Canadians really and truly want to see happen. The price on pollution is something that's needed. And the misinformation that they might try to convey is most unfortunate. One that upsets me to a certain degree is when they try to give the impression that Ottawa generates any revenue out of this. This is indeed for the national government revenue neutral. Ottawa is not getting a dime from the price on carbon, Mr. Speaker. In fact, all it really demonstrates is that Ottawa and this Prime Minister recognizes the need to be able to demonstrate leadership on this file, and that is the reason why we have that universal pan-Canada approach at this particular issue. I've made reference in the past to the importance of health care and how critically important health care is to all Canadians. It's one of those issues in which Canadians identify themselves as being a Canadian, that sense of pride that they have in our healthcare system. Trust me, as a former healthcare critic in the province of Manitoba, there's a great deal of room for improvement, especially dealing with the management of healthcare. But what I recognize, and I recognized even back then, Mr. Speaker, is that Ottawa has to play a role. And that role goes beyond just handing over dollars. And I am so proud of the fact that we have a Minister of Health that recognizes that. And for us and for all Canadians, we now have a healthcare accord, with the exception of one province. Unfortunately, it's my home province that hasn't quite signed on, Mr. Speaker. But I applaud all of those involved in making that happen, because I know it's important not only to this government, it's important to Canadians, Mr. Speaker, and that's why it's important to this government. Mr. Speaker, we have ministers dealing with trade that is doing a phenomenal job working with the counterparts, and we're very optimistic that hopefully we will see some sort of an agreement on trade. But the trade file has been something that has been really important to this government. We saw it in legislation when we had the World Trade Organization legislation brought forward affecting dozens of countries around the world, making trade that much better for Canada. We saw it in terms of the trade agreement with Ukraine, Mr. Speaker, which was signed off by this Prime Minister, in the incredible work that the former minister responsible for international trade did in terms of signing up and getting the CETA trade agreement across the line, Mr. Speaker, which was so critically important. Bottom line is that this government has recognized how important trade is to Canada. Canada is a trading nation, Mr. Speaker. We are very dependent on going outside of our borders. And what you'll find in 2017 is initiatives, much like the 2016 budget, initiatives that promote and encourage our companies to look at exportation, to expand opportunities. Because the more we can get engaged in trade, the more opportunities there will be for Canada's middle class and those that are aspiring to be a part of it, Mr. Speaker. Trade equals jobs. This government understands that and is working progressively to deal and to deliver. And we have seen many announcements in all different regions of our country that will further advance, I believe, all Canadians, Mr. Speaker. And it was with pride that I had the opportunity to represent the constituents of Winnipeg North in representing what I believe they would say is a budget that delivers in a very tangible way, and I appreciate the opportunity to be able to share a few thoughts. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, there's a lot of flowery words there and a lot of flowery words in this budget as well. But it's quite painful to actually go through and think about what the implications of this government's budgetary policy are. More high deficits, no control on spending, no recognition of the reality that ultimately we have to pay for all the things that they're talking about. But I want to ask a specific question because we heard a lot of generalities. On page 64 of the budget, this is one of the weirder things about this budget. It's getting tough on volunteers, trying to combat this scourge of people volunteering in the form of so-called unpaid internships. This budget talks about trying to eliminate unpaid internship unless they're part of a formal education program. I want to ask this member if he's ever had unpaid volunteers in his office, and if he has, if he'll repent of that right away.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And first, let me address the member's comments in regards to just the whole fiscal aspect of governance. I like to believe that history, which is fairly factual, will demonstrate that the Liberal Party of Canada, while in government, has demonstrated more fiscal capabilities than the Progressive Conservative Party and today's Conservative Party. And it can be best illustrated by indicating that when Prime Minister Harper actually became Prime Minister, he inherited a multi-billion-dollar surplus. and even before the world recession kicked in, turned that surplus into a deficit situation, and he never returned Canada to a balanced budget, Mr. Speaker, contrary to what many of the Conservatives would like to tell you. In regards to internship programs, Mr. Speaker, I think whenever and wherever we can look at having interns being in a paid position, that is a positive thing, and I'm sure the member would agree with that.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, in July of 2015, the Liberal Party was campaigning on balancing the budget. In September 2015, the leader of the Liberal Party then changed, telling Canadians, if elected, they would run 3 modest $10 billion deficits and then balance the budget in year 4. In 2016, Liberals get in power, and we see 6 straight deficits, starting with about $30 billion in the first year alone. And now the Finance Department is saying that at this rate, we may never balance the budget until 2050. Of course, we Canadians know that the Liberals promised Canadians last election would be the last election under first past the post, and of course now they've abandoned that position. They also told Canadians that we needed to borrow money to build infrastructure. They get into office, and now they're telling Canadians we're going to have to sell public infrastructure like ports and airports, etc. They attacked the New Democrats' childcare plan in the election for being not ambitious enough, and then get into power and are going to spend a fraction of what the New Democrats were proposing to spend. Mr. Speaker, my question is this. When the honourable member says that the Liberals campaigned on real change, did he really mean that what he meant was that the Liberals were going to change all of their positions once they got into government, which is what they've done?
Honourable Parliament Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm a little bit surprised that the member would ask a question, anything related to the balancing of books, given what the NDP's commitment to Canadians was. And I'm not too sure in terms of where they stand today on the issue of balanced budgets. What I do know is that Canadians understood that government needed to be able to invest in the economy. They needed to invest in Canadians. And that is what the Prime Minister said and reflected during the last election campaign. And we made a commitment, Mr. Speaker, to do just that, to invest in Canada. Now, the NDP, on the other hand, they said something to the effect of that no matter what the circumstances is, they were going to balance the budget. Imagine, Mr. Speaker, had they actually prevailed, heaven forbid, and formed government, what would they have had to have cut? Where would the billions and billions and billions of dollars had to be saved? Day after day, I hear about New Democrats saying, spend more, 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 more. I never hear them say, cut from here or cut from there, Mr. Speaker. They're inconsistent with what it is that they said during the last election when they pledged that they would actually have a balanced budget, which was highly irresponsible. I don't think there would be a credible economic professor out in our land that would say that that was a responsible commitment that they made.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think it was Andrew Coyne of the National Post who appropriately coined this budget as buzzwords and bafflegab. And ironically, he wrote that before he heard the honourable member speak today. And I find it kind of humorous, as does the NDP, that they are actually questioning the need to balance budgets. But I want to remind the member again that when the Liberal Party ran on balanced budgets, they said that they were going to run modest budget deficits. But they also said that the budget was going to be balanced by 2019. As it stands today, Mr. Speaker, my 13-year-old will be 52 by the time the Liberals balance their budget. And hopefully they won't be in power by that time. But I also want to remind the honourable member that he's going to be incurring, his party is going to be incurring $1.5 trillion in debt, additional debt, Mr. Speaker. So how can they justify that?
Honourable Parliament Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The cumulative debt that Stephen Harper put on Canadians was in excess of $150 billion. That's with a capital B, Mr. Speaker. When Stephen Harper had taken office, as I indicated earlier, he inherited a Liberal surplus of billions of dollars. I find it very difficult to appreciate advice on balancing budgets coming from the Conservative Party, given their track record on the issue, Mr. Speaker, because the only governments that have ever balanced an actual budget in the last 30, 40 years has actually been Liberal governments, Mr. Speaker, consecutively. And that is the truth, Mr. Speaker. So it's difficult to answer a question that's asking about the need to balance budgets when the Conservatives, in particular Stephen Harper, never really experienced a balance.
Questions and comments. Question and comment. The honourable member for Foothills.
Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for his speech, and he did mention the importance of parliamentarians speaking up for their constituents, and it's not Ottawa to constituents, it's constituents to Ottawa. So I'd like to give my honourable member a message from the resident of Foothills, and I would guess many residents in Alberta. The Canadian exploration expense, to eliminate that, you're basically destroying the energy sector in Alberta. Eliminating the tax deferral for grain farmers, you're destroying the agriculture industry in Alberta. The carbon tax, the residents in my constituency of Foothills were very clear. 95% of those who responded to a household that I put out did not support a Liberal carbon tax. I want this message to be very clear to the Liberal government. But he also mentioned that the Liberal government is not going to be making a dime off the carbon tax. I would like to say they're charging GST on the carbon tax. They're making money off it. Is that right?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, again, I will just reinforce what it is that we have been able to accomplish. If you take a look at it, and I posed the question to the members across the way, in terms of pipelines, which is so critically important to the prairies, how many inches of pipeline did the Conservative Party actually produce, made, Mr. Speaker, that actually took it to tidewaters? None, Mr. Speaker. There was 0 pipelines. Within 18 months, we have a government that has been able to get some pipelines approved going through the process, Mr. Speaker, which is going to guarantee tens of thousands of jobs to prairies. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, all of Canada, many jobs will actually be created in the province of Ontario and other jurisdictions as a direct result of a government that was able to get the job done because the Conservatives were not able to get the job done. The member makes reference to the wheat board. Think in terms, or the issue on wheat. Ask yourself the question, what did the wheat farmer have to say when the Conservative Party decided to attack the Canadian Wheat Board? I know what the prairie residents were saying. I'm not too sure if the member across the way did.
And we're going now to resuming debate. And the honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be splitting my time with the member for Salisbury-Surtois. Fundamentally, budgets are about priorities, and what our priorities are speak a lot about who we are, what we stand for, and what we value. This Liberal government was elected on an ambitious platform that promised, quote, real change. And it's been almost a year and a half, and what have we seen? It's post-election, and the rhetoric is still in full flight. But when it comes to matching the action to the rhetoric, unfortunately for many hardworking Canadians, and especially those struggling to make ends meet, Budget 2017 falls short, way short. After studying the budget documents, I would venture to say is that what Budget 2017 really offers to Canadians is a healthy dose of cynicism. Why do I say that, Mr. Speaker? Well, because while the government is making grand statements about promising X millions for the next 5 years for this and Y million for the next 10 years for that, when we look at the details of the budget, you will often see these announcements have no funding attached to them in this fiscal year of 2017-18. In many instances, the money doesn't even flow until the pre-election period for 2019. Most glaringly, Budget 2017 offers many zeros for this budget fiscal year under program spending that would help low-income and middle-class Canadians, while leaving expensive and regressive tax breaks for wealthy CEOs and giveaways to large corporations untouched. Here's a short list of zeros in Budget 2017 for this fiscal year. Working together to tackle homelessness, 0. Improving air quality for Canadians, 0. Targeting housing support for Indigenous peoples not living on reserve, 0. Supporting families through early learning and childcare, 0. Improving Indigenous communities, 0. Accelerating the replacement of coal-generated electricity, 0. Veteran Emergency Fund, 0. Veteran and Family Well-Being Fund, 0. And instead of going after tax loopholes taking advantage of only by the few wealthiest Canadians, the government chose to eliminate the public transit tax credit. From my constituents, Caleb wrote to me saying, I am a constituent in your riding, renting a house with my partner and 3 friends, all of whom work or go to school full-time. I also work full-time as a lawyer. We gave birth to our son in late September, and it has been a wonderful, if challenging, experience. We've been fortunate to have the support of my partner's mother, who is able to assist 2 days a week to give my partner a break and a chance to catch up on the precious little sleep available to new parents. However, come summer, my partner's mother will be leaving the country to spend time with her own ailing father, and my partner will need to get back to her graduate studies. To do this, we anticipate needing at least part-time childcare assistance, and let me tell you, the availability of these services is scant to non-existent. Further to the lack of availability, the cost of even part-time care is likely to reach $1,000 a month, and I'm astounded, given that most of our lawmakers are parents themselves, that such a thin and insufficient system is in place to provide families with young children the support they need to get back to work, contributing to the tax base and to their own well-being. The Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, was just out self-promoting what a great job he's doing in childcare. Let us be clear. Even though the situation is urgent for families like Caleb, Budget 2017 provides exactly $0 in new funding for childcare spaces. And what's more, future funding for childcare over the next decade is nowhere near adequate to fill the need for childcare spaces. Never mind that childcare costs have raised by more than 8% in the last 2 years and could reach as high as $1,600 a month per child in some cities. Real change, you say? Not. Let's turn to another area. Did you know that Canada is one of the only developed nations with a universal healthcare system that has no farmer care plan, Mr. Speaker? Despite promises of real change, the Liberal government has stuck to Harper's health budget plans, and the meager investment of over 5 years to lower drug costs is completely inadequate. Recent studies have shown that over 8% of Canadian seniors aren't filling prescriptions because of the cost. And it's important to know that this is not a phenomenon only experienced by older Canadians. I have met some of those individuals. Some are cutting their pills in half so that they could, quote, stretch their medication. Others are taking their pills on alternate days. I've met people with diabetes who are not using the strips to regularly check their blood sugar. Why, you may ask? It's because the strips are not covered by pharmacare and they cannot afford to buy them. The lack of universal drug coverage puts the costs of many prescription drugs out of reach for too many Canadians. Marian wrote to me about someone with Parkinson's who's spending $6,000 a year on drugs. Marian tells me that, quote, he is now 70 years old and is still working full-time because he feels the cost of the drugs prevents him from being able to retire. At the same time, the stresses from work is contributing to the progress of his disease. It is heartbreaking to watch this, and it's difficult to believe this is happening in Canada, end quote. Mr. Speaker, this is the reality on the ground for people who can't afford their medication. But it doesn't have to be this way. If we ended these tax giveaways to the ultra-rich, we can invest in a national farmer care program. A national farmer care program is better for patients, and it keeps people out of the emergency room and long-term care beds. And by the way, the cost of one night in the hospital in BC is approximately $1,500. It's estimated that a national farmer care program costs $6 billion annually. Can we afford it? You bet. If we choose to reduce the corporate welfare to big corporations with the corporate income tax, we can more than pay for a national farmer care program. Turning to another key issue, Despite grand pronouncements of a new nation-to-nation relationship, the Liberal government has utterly failed to deliver for Canada's Indigenous peoples in Budget 2017. Most pressing are the needs for Indigenous youth. Despite the fact that the House unanimously voted for the NDP motion on child welfare that called for an immediate injection of $155 million to ensure the government complies with a ruling by the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal, just like the Harper administration, this Liberal government continues to discriminate against Indigenous children. Budget 2017 does not provide a dime to address this unacceptable injustice. Dr. Cindy Blackstock made it very clear when she said, quote, "There's nothing new in the budget for First Nations children and their families in child welfare or their implementation of Jordan's principle, even though they have been found out of compliance with legal orders to stop that inequality. It's a moral issue. Is Canada so broke that the Finance Minister and the Prime Minister have made a deliberate choice to discriminate against little kids?" End quote. Vancouver East is the third largest urban Aboriginal populations in Canada, and we care deeply about the plight of Indigenous, Métis, and Inuit peoples on and off reserves. This comment from Christine in my riding is not atypical. My heart breaks when I think of Aboriginal people who are so desperate that they feel that their only option is to end their own life. As a representative of East Van, I hope you will speak up and urge the governments to send the assistance that is needed now and continue the long overdue work at stabilizing long neglected Aboriginal communities, end quote. On behalf of my constituents, I'm asking this Liberal government why big corporations are allowed to stash almost $40 billion in offshore tax havens so they don't have to pay their fair share of taxes, which results in a loss of $7 billion in taxes each year, and we can't find $155 million so that Indigenous children have the same access to education as non-Indigenous children. What kind of people are we, and what kind of world do we live in? And Mr. Speaker, I'd be remiss if I, as the representative of Van East, didn't touch on the missed opportunity to start a national housing strategy. While the Parliamentary Secretary for Housing promised $20 billion for housing over 10 years during the election campaign, let me point out that the government actually only plans to spend $8.3 billion over the same period, less than half of what they promised. To make matters worse, 90% of that funding won't actually be spent until after the next election. Thousands of Canadians across this country are struggling to find affordable housing, and this is a real problem in my riding. Yet the Liberal government continues to kick the can down the road, making grand promises that are actually contingent on them winning another election. Casey from my riding wrote, "If you don't want to build enough good, safe, community-oriented, integrated, subsidized housing, then why do you keep the CPP and welfare rates so low that we can't afford to live?" A good question, if you ask me, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Seeing as no one else was getting up, I will. I listened to the remarks, and having listened to some of the debate today, it is interesting that earlier a member of the NDP got up and talked about the deficits that we're running. The Conservative Party talked about the deficits, and yes, we don't want to run a deficit forever. But this member got up and all she talked about was spend, 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 and I would say that do we not have to recognize in this House that everything isn't done in the budget? The point she made on health care. In fact, we are making progress on the health care issue in terms of the discussions and the agreements that we've developed with the provinces. On seniors' housing, that is part of that agreement where the federal government has targeted money for the housing sector, and where the federal government, rather than giving the money to the provinces for them to spend, has actually targeted that spending must go to mental health. And the last point I would make, Mr. Speaker, on national housing strategy, as chair of the Finance Committee, that is something, and I agree with her, there's a huge concern there that we do need a national housing strategy in this country. But the budget goes some distance. Yes, it's not going to get there in a day, but we lay out a long-term plan in the budget to actually get there in terms of reaching a national housing strategy. Would the member not agree that there has been progress made in this budget for Canadians?
Honourable member for Vancouver East.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The member, of course, misses the point entirely when my colleague, the member from Vancouver Kingsway, raised the issue around the broken promises. That is the point, that this government continually breaks promises. They make these grand promises during the election. They said this is real change, and after the election is like as though it's all forgotten. Election promise after election promise, they break it. That is the reality. Electoral reform comes to mind, and even on the issue around spending, around the deficit, the government, the Liberals promised during the election that they would balance the budget third year running into after the election. But of course, we now know that is not the case. That is the point. Now, in my speech, Mr. Speaker, I raised yes on the issue around spending, urgent spending that is needed now by Canadians. Right now, people who are homeless. If you look at the budget document, page 151, it lists all the many, many zeros, some of which I cited. And why do I say that we need to do the spending now? Because people are desperate. That is the reality. And it wasn't just about spending that I talked about. I talked about where we can find the monies to fund these programs as well that this government refuses to acknowledge. And that is to take the money from the ultra-rich, from the tax breaks and the tax havens, the big corporations that they've been reaping and getting these corporate welfares from this government and the previous government. That's how we can fund these programs.
We have time for one more short question and response. The Honourable Member, l'Honourable Député de Salaberry.
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-Surwa. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech, which was very clear and very passionate, and she spoke about areas where we need to invest, and I'd also like to hear her thoughts on why we should invest in young people and on how the budget is not investing in the future of young people in our country. We don't really see any investments either for prevention programs, addiction prevention, for example, or anything to deal with preventing sexual violence against women and young girls. So how is it that these young people are being left behind? Also, First Nations young people. These are people who are suffering, and we need to give them every opportunity to succeed and be involved.
Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for the question. Indeed, it's rather shocking if you look at budget 2017 and 18 that with the opioid crisis that's going on right now in our communities, right now in my riding, people are dying. This government refuses to acknowledge it by declaring a national health emergency. The Prime Minister came and did his photo op in the riding, to be sure. He came to Vancouver East and did the photo op, and then he left. He left, and then we now see budget 2017 and 18. Where is the emergency funding for this year in this fiscal budget? Zero. There is no money attached to it, Mr. Speaker. I find that absolutely shocking. And why aren't we calling shame on this government? I ask the Liberal members that when you have overdoses in your own riding, what are you doing? Are you calling for your government to put the money where it's needed? And in addition to that, not only about the emergency programs that's needed in place, the government is actually reducing funding for treatment. How is that possible? How is that real? How is that real change?
Good thought. Before we go to resuming debate, I bring to the attention of honourable members a long-held practice that we have in the chamber of trying to avoid the use of the word you or yours, and that members direct their comments and questions to the chair. That keeps the debate in the House less personal and frankly directed in a way that supports good comportment across the House. Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Salaberry-Surwa. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And first of all, I'd like to say that I am really very disappointed in the 2017 Liberal budget. It's a budget that does not reduce inequality between the most vulnerable, the poorest members of our society, and the richest banks and multinationals, which just keep getting richer. And this is something that we bring up every day. It's a question of choices of investment in sectors that really are determinant for Canadians, and particularly for young people. And as we've been repeating for years now, we need to start going after tax havens. There are billions of dollars that are disappearing and that we can't get back. And that's money that could be invested in, for example, social programs here. Today I'm going to focus on a few major issues: young people, the environment, and rural infrastructure investment. Youth is a subject that the government loves talking about, and they're very proud of how they listen to and help young people. Unfortunately, precarious jobs remain a major issue, and the government has just suggested some half measures in the 2017 budget. There is an increase in bursaries, and more part-time students with families or adults who are going back to school will have access to that program, and that's a good thing. However, for students, current students, it doesn't help them very much, particularly when it comes to their debt. Canadians have accumulated about $28 billion in debt. What measures are there to reduce that debt? Well, I can already hear my Liberal colleagues practicing their media lines, saying that no graduate will have to pay debt before earning $25,000. However, there's a problem. This just increases debt because interest continues to accrue after the 6-month grace period. So the government needs to stop putting its head in the sand and making money off the backs of students. Now, turning to post-secondary studies for Indigenous people, there is an increase of about $90 million a year. Now, that is good, but there are a couple of things that are missing. First of all, the federal government already gave more than $5 million to Inspire in 2016, so this is not new spending. And the 2% ceiling for post-secondary education investment increases is still there for Indigenous students. It's absurd that the government is still limiting access to post-secondary education for young Indigenous people. It's unfair and it's immoral, Mr. Speaker. The government's basically taking one step forward and 2 steps back, and it's the same when it comes to AI and the future, the robotic future. Why is the government not investing to study the impacts of robotization when 40% of industrial jobs might disappear over the next 10 years? 40% to automation. What job prospects do young people from my generation and the following generations have to look forward to? What will be the ethical impacts of artificial intelligence? What will be the social impacts? Do we need to amend our laws consequently? Well, there's nothing about that in this budget. Precarious work is a major problem, and it needs to be addressed by the government. The 2017 budget strengthens this precarious nature of work, and it's not helping those who need it most. Finally, I'd like to talk about youth organizations. The government once again promised a new youth service, and now with a date, fall of 2017, but there's no budget. Last year there was no date, but there was a budget. So what's the plan? How does that work? What's going to be in this youth service? We have no details. Well, maybe in 2018 we'll get both a budget and a date. Who knows? So, well, the job strategy has seen increased funding. Youth organizations are still having a very difficult time getting federal funding. Katimavik is a perfect example. The while the federal budget has no new short-term help for youth organizations, Katimavik was saved 2 days before the budget, but just for a year. Now, they're in the media a lot, so they get a lot of attention, but how many youth organizations have had to close because of a lack of federal funding? And Budget 2017 is once again forgetting those who are most vulnerable, our most vulnerable youth. Those who are, for example, running away from home for whatever reason, there's no help for them. All those who are working in mental health to prevent addictions, to prevent crime. These youth organizations that are right at the front lines aren't getting any additional help in this budget. And they've had to deal with cuts from the previous Conservative government, and now they're being strangled out of existence. But the federal government is giving more money by investing, for example, in privatization. This is something that we're seeing in the environment. At the beginning of March, the Senate published a report noting that it would be impossible to respect the Paris Agreement without a massive shift in our means of production and our energy consumption habits. And last week, Environment Canada confirmed that Canada would not meet the minimum targets set by the Harper government. That's a drop of 30% in greenhouse gas emissions by 2030. The worst is these emissions are going to go up. The report reveals that greenhouse gas emissions from the fossil fuel sector are too major to be compensated by an increase in the production of clean energy. What's the government doing? Well, they've approved 3 new oil pipelines, no reform for the National Energy Board, and no new environmental evaluations. Even worse, Canada continues to give over $4 billion in money to the oil and gas sector, while the UK is drastically reducing emissions by making efforts to deal with its carbon or its coal power plants. The federal government here is closing its eyes once again on our most polluting sector. And I share the concerns raised by Equiterre, which has some concerns about a lack of investment criteria, green investment criteria in Budget 2017. Sydney Ribault, the General Director of Equiterre, reaffirmed the need to invest in a real change of our way of living. We need to finance long-term mobility solutions which will lead to real greenhouse gas reductions, for example, promoting electric transport. And I'd like to congratulate my colleague from Longueuil, Pierre Boucher, who's doing a lot of work on that file, a lot of very good work. And a sector that the government barely mentioned in the 2017 budget is agriculture. The agri-food sector is yet an essential sector, and it represents 1 job out of 8 in Canada. Producers want to be able to produce to improve production while respecting the environment. So I salute the investments in innovation and science in the agriculture field. However, one of my constituents who works in the field wants to know more about the $70 million that are being invested. Who will benefit? Who's going to get that money? And I'd like to see more details on that investment. Farmers in my region of Salaberry-sur-Loire are also concerned about international agreements that could impact their income. The government committed to compensating dairy producers, but 10 times less than what the Conservatives announced. And those compensations, that compensation is not included in this budget. Mr. Speaker, has the government forgotten its promises to our farmers? The government needs to confirm that the compensation will be there for our farmers, deal with the diafiltered milk issue, and make sure that the supply-managed sector remains strong. Agriculture is an important sector in my riding and across Canada. Another issue in our area is high-speed internet in rural areas. I'm very happy to see that the federal government is working in this direction. Internet is essential, and we all need to have access to it for many reasons. Unfortunately, the Connected Canada program is directly linked to the development of major networks like Bell or Videotron. But what's being done to help my riding or the North? Those areas that aren't connected to the major networks aren't being helped. Huntingdon is 2 hours from Montreal, and it doesn't have high-speed internet. And that needs to be fixed. Another issue that isn't being helped is food banks. Food bank use is up 300% in my riding. And there's nothing in the budget for food banks for making sure that Canadians have food. Organizations in my riding are at risk of closing due to a lack of funding. Where are families going to be able to go to get the food they need, Mr. Speaker? Will they not show some heart and invest where money is needed and stop filling the pockets of those who are already ultra-rich and who don't need help from the state? Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
Thank you very much. I listened to the presentation from my colleague opposite and heard that there were concerns that this budget did nothing for young people who find themselves in the vulnerable situation of having left home and having no supports and find themselves, if not in emergency shelters, in a very precarious situation with regards to housing. The member opposite seemed to suggest this budget does nothing to specifically address that. And while I agree that there is no specific allotment or carve-out for youth shelters or youth housing, would the member opposite not agree that the $11.2 billion on top of a base of $14.8 billion, which constitutes close to $16 billion over the next 10 years for housing, constitutes a significant investment in housing, a substantial portion of that, a doubling of it, even the last year alone, dedicated strictly to shelter services, to provide emergency shelter, combined with a health accord that also has dollars for shelter use and for vulnerable youth, in particular facing addiction or mental health issues, as well as mental health services that will be provided to all youth under the age of 25 in this country to eliminate wait times. All of these measures are directly aimed at that particular group of vulnerable youth. Would they not say that that is actually measures that addresses the concerns that she raised?
La députée de Salaberry.
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-Sur-Loire. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, there have been investment in affordable housing, but 90% of that investment, when's that going to come? Well, after the 2019 election. 50% of the investment in affordable housing after 2024. So it doesn't make any sense. And just to quote Cindy Blackstock, when it comes to investment for Indigenous youth who need health services, I quote, "There is nothing new in this budget for First Nations children and families for the well-being of children or to apply Jordan's principle, even if that has been, even the government has been recognized as violating legal orders to deal with this inequality. It's immoral." Is Canada at a point where the Prime Minister and Finance Minister have deliberately chosen to discriminate against these children?
Questions and comments? Question commentaire? La députée de Longueuil.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, it's a writing name that leads to some confusion. I'd like to congratulate my colleague from Sur-Loire for her speech because, first of all, we see that she has a clearly and sincere commitment to young people and the young people in her riding. And clearly, it's a region that has a lot of issues. It's rural, but not rural enough. But, for example, they don't have access to high-speed internet in some places. And given that she is our critic for youth, is it not particularly dangerous to see this government say whatever it wants in the election campaign, and then we have these budgets full of broken promises? Does that not lead to increased cynicism among the young people that she meets in her work? The Honourable Member for Salaberry-Sur-Loire. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Indeed, people are more and more disillusioned every time that there's a broken promise. People just don't want to get involved in politics anymore. It's very hard to get people interested in anything political because, they see all these broken promises. For example, we were talking about help for food banks. People are really interested in the environment right now. My colleague is working hard to promote electric transport. But here, the tax credit for public transit has been taken away. Investments in climate change, $1.2 billion, have been cut to fight climate change over the next couple of years. Why? Why are they doing this? When they say that climate change is one of the government's priorities, well, it's not a priority in this budget. There's nothing. So what's the plan for the transition to clean energy? Concretely, what are they going to invest in? What kind of energy? Will they cut subsidies to the oil and gas sector? No. What's going on? The National Energy Board is incredibly important. We keep asking questions about it. The Honourable Member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges tabled a document today to find out what their intentions are with Energy East. But there's no answers to these questions in the budget. It's really very worrying, and it leads to people being increasingly cynical.
The honourable member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
I will be sharing my time with the member from Brassard, St. Lambert, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our government believes in helping those who need it most. We believe that Canada is strong because of our differences, not in spite of them. We are proudly moving forward on a progressive platform, and we believe in laying the groundwork for sustained, inclusive economic growth. And that includes rural Canada, which contains more than 4,500 rural communities, more than 1/4 of the country's population, and about 80% of Canada's territory. Mr. Speaker, Budget 2017 hits it out of the park for rural Canada. For starters, I know Canada can be an agricultural powerhouse. We've got the fertile land, hardworking people, the know-how, and the world trusts the safety of our food. A couple of weeks ago, I had the chance to visit the Rayner Dairy Research Centre in Saskatoon. I got to talk to the barn manager, Morgan Hoban, and several faculty members, and I have to say I was really impressed. With talent like we have in Saskatchewan, Hastings, Lennox, and Addington, and across the country, I'm very happy to see Innovation and Skills Agenda sets an ambitious target to grow Canada's agri-food exports to at least $75 billion annually by 2025. Plus, there are $70 million over 6 years starting in 2017 for agricultural discovery science and innovation to support the sustainability of Canada's agricultural sector. In addition to the $30 million announced last year for genomics research. We're also continuing our commitment from last year's budget with the investment of $500 million to expand high-speed internet access in rural and remote communities, the largest ever federal investment in broadband infrastructure. For me, the issue of broadband internet is not so different from that of the railroad. The national dream that was the national sea-to-sea railroad built in the late 19th and early 20th centuries made Canada as we know it possible. It linked our country together, expanded the settlement of our rural communities, and drove our economy forward by opening up our markets and fostering opportunities for entrepreneurs from around the world. Fast forward to the 21st century, and you find a new national dream with equally great possibilities for linking people, retaining and even expanding rural populations, and driving economic growth. Call it the broadband revolution. Both of these periods in time have seen a great transformation where technology and globalization have revolutionized the workforce. We can ensure that rural Canada can not only survive this transformation, but thrive in this globally connected economy. This is helped in part by a transformation in the Canadian entrepreneurial spirit, facilitated by equal access to high-speed internet in rural communities. Rural Canadians have the ideas and a vast under-tapped capacity for driving economic growth in this country. Our government gets it. My rural colleagues and I have all experienced shortfalls in high-speed internet in our own rural communities. We bring that experience to government. As chair of a strong 50-member rural caucus, I was truly blessed with the chance to raise these issues of connectivity and economic potential with our colleagues in government. And you know what? They listened. We have $500 million in funding for broadband in rural and remote communities across Canada. I'm very proud to be a part of a government so willing to listen and to look forward not to the next general election, but to the next generation. By delivering increased broadband coverage to underserved areas across Canada, we are enabling rural Canadians to unleash their entrepreneurial spirit, to push on employment and business opportunities up and grow the middle class. It's all about connection. When we talk about high-speed internet connection, of course, what we're really talking about is a human connection. Connecting a child to the online tools they need for school. Connecting a small-scale entrepreneur to online markets for their products. And connecting rural Canadians to each other and to the world. There have been a wealth of success stories that have emerged from communities across the country when they truly become digitally engaged. We can learn from their success and not just replicate, but expand upon their economic potential, not just for the near future, but for generations to come. I also want to talk about something that every municipal politician in this country knows very well, and that's infrastructure. Taking into account existing infrastructure programs and new investments, the Governor of Canada will be investing more than $180 billion in infrastructure over 12 years. We know that municipalities, particularly very small rural ones, shoulder a heavy burden and they need help. Small rural communities like I have in my riding, like Carlo Mayo or Tudor and Cashel, can find it very difficult to compete with communities of 100,000 people or more for existing infrastructure funds. They lack the necessary human resources relative to larger communities to successfully brand their need and to complete the complicated application process. Small communities also lack the financial resources needed to be able to hire grant writers or even to be able to pay for the necessary reports to include with those applications. For example, a community of 2,000 people cannot afford $40,000 to generate a report for an application, particularly if that application is turned down and then just sits on a shelf and collects dust. These small communities also usually cover large areas, making a proportion of roadways that they have to maintain even larger and more burdensome relative to their population. This is why I'm so happy to see $2 billion set aside for infrastructure specifically for rural and remote communities, in addition to access to other funding programs. I've pushed for it to be used on what rural communities truly need: roads, bridges, and high-speed internet. And since we have a government that consults, that's what our government has done. This funding will also be flexible according to the unique needs of each province. To me, ensuring that these funds address the unique needs of small communities requires a separate definition for what a truly small community is. And the size should vary in population from province to province, since municipalities in each province are structured differently. That's exactly what I've been hearing from municipal politicians across my riding and from Alberta and Saskatchewan and others. One thing is very clear. A small rural community definitely is not a community that has 100,000 people in it. Not even close. Getting these things right is going a long way to leveling the infrastructure playing field for small rural communities across the country, and I'm so proud to be part of a government that is not taking rural Canada for granted. My riding also has higher than average levels of child poverty, so improving this needs to be a top priority. Last year, we put the Canada Child Benefit into action, which has had a huge impact in my riding through the distribution of $5.9 million every single month to almost 9,300 low and middle income families in my riding, which has had a positive impact for almost 17,000 children. That is $5.9 million each month in the pockets of families in Hastings, Lennox, and Addington, which is spent on local businesses every single month. This year, we have promised $7 billion over 10 years, starting in 2018, to support and create more high-quality, affordable childcare spaces across the country. It's what families need and have been asking for, so we are responding with action. Healthcare is also a top priority for rural communities. We are strengthening Canada's publicly funded universal healthcare system to meet the needs of Canadian families. I'm very happy to see Budget 2017 confirms the government's historic health agreements with 12 provinces and territories by investing in better home care and mental health initiatives that will help the families who need it most. Investment in home care helps to distribute health and wellness further out into our communities, which is a huge benefit to rural Canadians in rural communities. We are ensuring that all Canadians benefit from and play an active role in their communities. Whether it's roads and bridges, agriculture, high-speed internet, health care, or child care, These are the tools that our small rural communities need to attract and retain young families and businesses and foster their economic development for years to come. And Budget 2017 is delivering on them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Dauphin, Swan River, Neepawa.
Appreciated the speech from my colleague. He talks about his love for rural Canada, but one thing I didn't catch in the speech was the value of the hunting, angling, and outfitting industry in rural Canada. And in fact, the member for Long Range Mountains, the Liberal member for Long Range Mountains, was president of owned a number of fishing and hunting lodges in Newfoundland. The reason I asked this question, start with this preamble, is that the recently announced Firearms Advisory Committee by the Minister of Public Safety had not a single representative from the tourism, hunting, and outfitting industry in it, one of the most significant industries in rural Canada. I think it's a travesty, Mr. Speaker, that the Firearms Advisory Committee, there are a number of anti-firearms representatives on it, and not a single representative from, let's say, as I said, the outfitting industry, the hunting and angling community. Could the member comment on the apparent or the real discrepancy in the creation and the makeup of the Firearms Advisory Committee, which obviously is designed to further restrict hunters, anglers, and hunters, farmers, and sports shooters, and especially the outfitting industry in rural Canada?
The honourable member for Hastings, Lennox, and Addington.
Well, I'd like to thank the member for his question, and you know, our government is very much focused on rural the rural sector, and as well as on the tourism sector. And you know, we're making investments into tourism through the marketing board of tourism. The minister continues to consult with a multitude of different groups on firearms legislation and on the hunting and angling industry, as is the Minister of Environment around conservation. I know my own, the committee that I sit on for environment and climate change just completed a report on protected areas, and we met with a number of different hunting and angling organizations in order to protect and conserve the areas that hunters are most interested in. So our government is taking a number of different actions to benefit the hunting and angling sector, to protect and conserve the lands that they require the most. And the Minister of Public Safety, I'm sure, is going to consider to consult all organizations when it comes to any regulations around that issue. So thank you very much.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. Honorable député de Longueuil.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his speech. I'm scratching my head here. I don't understand. This man sits on the Climate Change Committee, and yet his government claimed to have wanted a new economy of the future and all that trendy gobbledygook. And now here we are with a government that has cut almost $1.6 billion from the fight against climate change, approved 3 pipelines, and in addition to that, something very concrete, they cut the tax credit for public transit. So how can a guy who works on the Climate Change Committee stand up and defend a budget like this?
For Hastings, Lennox, and Addington.
Well, I'd like to thank the member for his question. I very proudly stand behind our government's record when it comes to climate change actions. We're taking a multitude of different actions by establishing a price on pollution, by investing in innovation that is going to help us not only, you know, through the price on pollution, we take one tack to dealing with climate change. By investing in innovation and in green technology, we hollow out the need for fossil fuels in the future so that we can actually deal with climate change from that respect as well. We are making the investments today that are going to help us evolve out of our dependence upon fossil fuels, and I am very proud of the actions that our government has taken so far, and I'm very proud of the work that we have done on our Environment Committee around the Federal Sustainable Development Act that really addresses some of the issues around the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, and the work that we've done on protected spaces, and the report that we're just about to complete on the Canadian Environmental Protection Act. So we're taking a lot of the measures necessary to make a cleaner environment, cleaner water, cleaner air for future generations. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for l'honorable député de Brossard.
The honourable member for Brossard-Saint-Lambert. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank you very much for giving me an opportunity to say a few words about our budget. 18 months ago, our government announced that we intended to make Canada a World Centre for Innovation. We knew that this was an ambitious project and that everyone would have to work hard and put shoulder to the wheel to come up with the way forward. So we asked Canadians for their help. The response was enthusiastic. Over 100,000 Canadians decided to express their views. Canadians told us that our plan had to create jobs and support services that improve living conditions. They said that the plan had to help us adapt and prosper in a slow growth and rapid change period. They said that any plan, above all, had to make sure that all Canadians, and not just a few, could benefit from a growing economy. Mr. Speaker, the 2017 budget takes measures such as so that this vision by Canadians can be made concrete. The innovation plan in the budget will make Canada a world-class innovation centre and help create a larger number of well-paid good jobs and contribute to strengthening and growing the middle class. It will mean that the advantage of an innovative society will be well shared by both sexes and all the regions. It is individuals who are the source of innovation. Innovation is what happens when intelligent and creative people find new solutions, be it zippers for winter coats, stimulators for people with heart disease, or what have you. Technology is changing our world, economies are changing, automation's increasing, and the nature of work is being redefined. In order for Canadian workers to prosper in this innovative economy, they have to have the skills they need to succeed. Canada already has one of the most educated workforces in the world. However, in an increasingly competitive global market, we have to do more so that Canadians can learn, adapt, and get the good jobs throughout their careers. To ensure that training and hiring programs help Canadians effectively when they are unemployed or underemployed, so that they can get good jobs and get the skills they need in our new economy, the 2017 budget proposes increasing by $2.7 billion over 6 years federal aid for labor force transfers that are assigned with the provinces and territories. For Canadians looking for a job, this measure means that they will have more opportunities to improve their skills, acquire experience, or obtain help to start their own company. It will also increase the support provided for professional counseling to help them plan their careers. To help a larger number of unemployed Canadians get the training they need to find a better, well-paid job, the budget proposes greater flexibility in the EI program that allow applicants to get training that they'll fund themselves without losing their status under EI. Thus, unemployed Canadians who get EI benefits can more easily go back to school to get the training they need for a new job,
without fearing that they will lose, in fact, the benefits they're entitled to. In order to help more workers to go back to school, Budget 2017 enhances eligibility to students who are in school part-time and students with children. This will lead to an increase of non-refundable assistance to help them cover costs. This will also reconcile the costs of dealing with families at the same time. Following this change, some 10,000 part-time students will become eligible to student loans and grants each year, and many other students with dependents will become eligible as well. These measures will be beneficial, especially for women who are often looking to improve their employment opportunities while caring for their families. Mr. Speaker, no program would be complete without focusing on the future. Youth employment is a government program which will help students and young people with their careers. Budget 27 has many $million in additional funding over 3 years for the youth employment strategy starting in 2017-2018. As a complement to measures in 2016, this will help some 32,000 young people to enhance their skills and therefore help them to find a job or to go back to school. It will also make it possible to create 15,000 new jobs for Canadians and offer many more job opportunities to young people. In addition, we'll move forward with initiatives for young people, which will help young Canadians to gain precious work experience while supporting communities across the country. This initiative, which will be launched in the fall of 2017, will call for proposals to allow young people to provide their services. Fundamentally, what we're putting forth in Budget 2017, Mr. Speaker, is a plan for innovation, skills. It's a comprehensive plan. It will help us to improve our lives and the lives of our children. There are a host of measures to help adults to improve and to upgrade their skills in order to adapt to an ever-changing workplace. This plan also includes a concrete action to help young people acquire work experience that they need in order to start their careers. In short, with these comprehensive steps, ongoing learning for all Canadians and helping young people to succeed, Budget 2017 will be one of the greatest resources for our population. I can see no better reason than that for members to support this budget based on these significant measures for innovation. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her speech. Mr. Speaker, one of the features of this budget that has raised a lot of concern in my province of British Columbia, and I'm sure across this country, has to do with the budget's removal of the public transit tax credit, which many Canadians who rely on public transit every month have been able to take advantage of. Many people are telling me that, first of all, this is a tax credit that benefits a lot of low-income people. It benefits a lot of seniors. It benefits a lot of working people who rely on public transit. It's good for the environment because it encourages people to get out of their cars and take public transit. This budget leaves intact the stock option credit tax loophole, which gives a preference to CEOs and other very wealthy executives to transfer money to themselves in the form of stock options. I'm just wondering if this member has any opinion on whether that was a wise policy choice to keep the CEO stock option tax credit but remove the public transit user tax credit that benefits many Canadians. What's your opinion of that?
The Honourable Member for Brossard, Saint-Lambert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to my colleague for the question. I won't make comments on the last part because I honestly have very little to tell you on that. I don't know enough about it. But on the tax credit, on the non-refundable tax credit on the transit passes, it has been proven that it wasn't helping in any way, both to encourage more Canadians to take transit, and actually people in lower income brackets were not benefiting from it at all because they don't pay tax anyway. So you have to actually pay tax to benefit from it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Yes, and come on, the Honourable Member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just to follow up on the last question, the very least it could have done was made it a non-refundable tax credit, so it would actually help those who need to use public transit. But, Mr. Speaker, my greater concern is found on page 251 of the budget, where we see an incredible rise in the total debt that this government is incurring. In fact, Mr. Speaker, from this year, $24.7 billion paid in interest, to 2021, $33.3 billion paid in interest. I wonder if my colleague shares my concern that we're simply pushing our purchases today, borrowing money on the backs of future generations. Is she concerned that we're simply pushing this cost onto our children and grandchildren? Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Brossard-Saint-Lambert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. No, I'm not concerned in the sense that I believe we are right now paying interest on debt that the previous government left us.
Exactly.
So we are not exactly, we haven't even started paying interest on the debt that we are incurring ourselves. But Liberal governments have, through history, proven that they are very fiscally responsible, and I'm very, very confident that our government will be as fiscally responsible as those before us.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I wanted to put this question earlier to the member for Hastings, Lennox, and Addington, but to the Honourable Member. The budget has, and I have to say, the rhetoric and the language is so encouraging. Wonderful commitments on childcare, and there is language on climate change. The concern I have is that 9/10 of the spending, it's roughly 9/10, is for after the next election. So $20 million in public transit, about $1 billion to be spent before 2019. Child care spaces don't begin to be funded till 2018. So I don't know why we don't have the kind of fiscal responsibility to have a budget for a year. This is what we're spending this year, clearly, so people can understand it. Because I find that much of the good spending that is promised for after the next election. And on climate change, it's urgent. We need to be doing the work now.
The Honourable Member for Brossard-Saint-Lambert.
Mr. Speaker, I think we did start last year in the budget of 2016. I think, we're often accused as politicians of only thinking of the electoral cycle that we're in, and we don't care about the vision for the future. I think right now our government is proving exactly the contrary. We want to see how, as a government, we can provide leadership for the next 10 and 20 years in where we need to go, both in climate change, but in also the changes in our economy, the innovation we need to bring to all sectors of the economy to face the challenges of the next 10 and 20 years. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure to rise to speak to the Liberal government's second budget. And, Mr. Speaker, I'll be splitting my time with the Honourable Member from Renfrew-Nipissing, Pembroke. Mr. Speaker, one of the primary lessons that we're taught in life starting at a very young age is that we are to learn from our past mistakes. This lesson is clearly lost on the Liberals. It seems that instead of learning from their mistakes, they've decided to double down on them and hedge all bets on their plan that is already clearly failing. As the voice for taxpayers from the great riding of Kitchener-Conestoga, I cannot let this Liberal government continue on with their reckless spending and failed economic plan for Canada without pointing out some of the major pitfalls and dangers ahead. This budget, like their first budget, has completely forgotten middle-class Canadians and those working hard to join it, Mr. Speaker. They will need to work even harder now. With these past two budgets, the Liberal government has made life more expensive for Canadians while simultaneously shrinking their take-home pay. Mr. Speaker, this has to stop. The good people of Kitchener-Conestoga needed a break, and that is what they were hoping for in this last budget, but they certainly did not get one. Canadians are not looking for bigger, shinier promises that will cost millions but never produce jobs or economic growth. They're looking for common-sense solutions to our most pressing problems. They want their paychecks to increase, which means lower payroll taxes. They want their children to grow up with good job prospects. That means growing the economy and lowering taxes on small business. They want Canada to remain a safe country. That means investing in our military. They want their communities to work, their commutes to work to be shorter so they can spend more time with their families. That means getting shovels in the ground and infrastructure projects built, not just announced over and over again. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, Budget 2016 and Budget 2017 did none of these things. This budget is proof that the Prime Minister is out of touch with the needs of working people. Despite the Prime Minister's promise to return the budget to balance, he admitted on Budget Day that he has no intention whatsoever of returning our books to balance. Not only did the Prime Minister break his campaign promise to spend only $10 billion in deficit financing, but the upcoming deficit for the year ahead is $29 billion. This government, in 4 years, will add a whopping $100 billion to Canada's federal debt. The interest charges alone, just for this year, will be $24.3 billion, and that number increases every year for the foreseeable future under this Liberal government. And by 2021, our interest costs alone will be $33.3 billion each and every year. Think about what good that $33 billion could be doing. Increases to health care transfers, investments in palliative care, hospices, and home care, more money invested in infrastructure, or how about simply reducing our tax burden? Mr. Speaker, as I've already noted, this budget fails in many areas, and I will focus on 3 of them: Canada's infrastructure, our troops, and our farmers. This government often pats themselves on the back for what they say is historic infrastructure funding. Well, the truth, Mr. Speaker, is the only part of this funding that is historic is how far after the next election cycle this money is budgeted for. Very little of the funding that's promised has gone to roads and highways. We need shovels in the ground. We want people working. We want roads, bridges, and water treatment facilities built. 94% of the announced infrastructure projects have not even started. This means that jobs are not being created and the economy is not being stimulated. Instead of coming up with a new plan that actually builds infrastructure and creates jobs, Budget 2017 doubled down on the existing infrastructure plan and contained no new infrastructure spending beyond what was already announced in the 2016 fall economic update. By allocating public transit funding based on ridership, the Liberal government is disadvantaging Canada's growing communities in favor of already developed large urban centres. Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'm thinking of the Waterloo region. Too often, our medium-sized communities are left to fend for themselves. Of course, a bridge in Wellesley Township will never have the traffic volume crossing it that an inner-city bridge does. But does that mean it's not important to the growth and health of our local economy? Municipalities need good and safe infrastructure, but they also need programs that are easy to access without miles and miles of red tape. Programs that provide predictable funding and do not leave small and rural communities behind. But even if this government is bent on favoring the large urban centres and funding major public transit projects, then why in the world would they take measures to decrease ridership on public transit? Should we be increasing the public transit tax credit rather than cancelling it? This makes no sense. We should be increasing this tax credit, not eliminating it. An adult monthly pass holder in my riding will be losing out on about $150 per year, or the equivalent of almost 2 months' worth of bus passes. Talk about encouraging people to take transit, Mr. Speaker. Getting 12 months of public transit for the cost of 10, that's a fantastic incentive. Great idea. I haven't heard not even one of my colleagues on the other side of the House defend this policy decision. Well, Mr. Speaker, I think I know why, because it's totally indefensible. All this while the Liberal government has introduced their plan for a carbon tax. So let me get this straight, Mr. Speaker. The Liberals are raising the price of gasoline and raising the cost of taking a bus. Do they think all Canadians can just work from home? This makes absolutely no sense, Mr. Speaker. Conservatives will continue to hold the Liberals to account and push for open, transparent, and accountable infrastructure funding for our communities and plans to increase ridership on public transit, not decrease it. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, like I said, this budget turns its back on our men and women in uniform who stand up to defend our values and our democratic freedoms. For the second year in a row, the budget contained nothing for our men and women in uniform. Instead, the Liberals cut $8.48 billion, which had been earmarked for military equipment purchases. Coupled with last year's cuts, the Department of National Defence now faces a $12 billion shortfall. National defence is clearly not a priority for this Liberal government. In an era of reckless Liberal spending, it's appalling that the largest cuts are consistently at the expense of our Canadian armed forces. Recent examples, including the Liberals' decision to pull our CF-18s out of the fight against ISIS, their preference for fourth-generation fighter jets, their lack of increased support for our Ukrainian allies, and their failure to advance the important procurement projects. All of these suggest that the current Prime Minister does not have our national defense as a high priority and expects other countries to do the heavy lifting. While Canada's allies have committed to modernizing their military capabilities and spending 2% of GDP on defense, the Prime Minister is being dangerously naive. Despite the clear need for investments in Canada's national defense, the Finance Minister stated recently the government believes the military is, quote, appropriately provisioned, end quote. I will continue to stand up and point out that we need to provide the resources that our Canadian Armed Forces deserve. We want them to be able to carry out the tasks that we give them, and more importantly, Mr. Speaker, to return home safe to their communities and their families. And Mr. Speaker, I'd be remiss if I didn't talk about our farmers. As a farmer myself and an MP for a riding that has a strong farming community, these hard-working Canadians are always a priority for me. Unfortunately, they don't seem to be much of a priority for this Liberal government. Budget 2017 does nothing to support this hard-working Canadian farmer class. So much for standing up for the middle class. In fact, farmers and fishermen may face higher insurance premiums resulting from the Liberals' decision to scrap the income tax exemption for insurers of farming and fishing property. In addition, the Liberals have indicated they plan to eliminate the income tax deferral for grain producers. By failing to provide any details regarding the next agricultural policy framework, the Liberals have left Canadian farmers in the dark. What support programs will they have in the future, if any? New money for science and innovation is focused on climate change, soil and water conservation, but fails to provide support for new business risk management approaches for farmers. The Liberals are promising to launch a full review of rail service in Western Canada, but farmers are getting tired of waiting. They need dependable rail service to get their crops to market. Mr. Speaker, it's clear the government has turned its back on middle class in favor of their rich friends. We saw this in the beginning with their so-called middle class tax cut that benefited people making over $160,000 and did absolutely nothing for Canadians who make the average income in Canada of $50,000. Now we're seeing the middle class left behind again by increasing payroll taxes, eliminating the public transit tax credit. Mr. Speaker, I'm afraid to even think about what they have in mind for the middle class next year. Hold on to your wallets. For the sake of my constituents in Kitchener-Conestoga and with their best interest in mind, I will be voting against this budget. Good. It's heading in the wrong direction, and it's pushing our debt to our children and our grandchildren. We owe it to them to do better, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
I listened with interest to the member opposite. He said this budget did nothing for the Kitchener-Waterloo region. Let me quote what Kitchener Mayor Barry Verbanovic called. He called this budget transformational. He said that this budget is transformational because it empowers local governments to deliver outcomes for Canadians, shorter commutes, more affordable housing, and a better quality of life. And in particular, it will focus on talent development, attraction, and retention, make Canada a global leader in the world of infrastructure and technology. Critical issues for Kitchener-Waterloo. But the member opposite said that he had heard no criticism from this side of the House on the tax changes around monthly users charges for transit passes. Is he aware that the tax that the Harper government brought in did not change one travel pattern according to the data, but that in fact the non-refundable tax credit meant that the 40% lowest group of transit riders didn't qualify for the tax credit, only affluent riders did, and further to that, the lowest of the lowest income, the poorest of the poor who pay cash or single ticket because they can't afford a monthly pass, couldn't even qualify for the tax credit. That's why we removed it. We don't believe in taxing the poor to pay for the rich. We believe in investing in services. The $22 billion for transit is exactly why Kitchener-Waterloo is benefiting. Above and beyond that, the GO investment is even higher and will create all-day service to Kitchener-Waterloo in a way that's never been there before. Is that not good news for his region, and why won't he support the budget because of it?
The Honourable Member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for the question, but I'd like to remind him as well, Mr. Speaker, that it was our Conservative government that invested over $250 million in the light rapid transit system in the region of Waterloo. We saw the advantages of that, and the reasons we did, Mr. Speaker, there are many facets to it. First of all, it helps to intensify the development in the downtown area, rather than having continual urban sprawl, which eats up more and more agricultural land. And, Mr. Speaker, the other thing that this government champions is trying to protect our environment. Well, by adding more people to the roads and highways of our communities, we are not protecting our environment. And so it's very important that we encourage more public transit riders. And the way you do that, Mr. Speaker, is to incentivize it through tax credits. And if it wasn't working for the lowest of the low, why not make it non-refundable, Mr. Speaker, rather than cancel it when we're trying to invest all this money in public transit? It makes no sense.
Yeah, that's right.
Comments. The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to pick up on that last comment about the Liberal government's cancelling of the public transit tax credit. Actually, there's a lot of rhetoric being thrown here that doesn't make any sense whatsoever. The Liberals are claiming that this didn't help low-income users. Mr. Speaker, the only tax-exempt limit in this country is about $12,000. If you make under $12,000 of income, then of course you don't pay any taxes. But anybody who makes income above $12,000 has to pay taxes. And it's those people, the people that make $14,000 or $16,000 or $20,000 or $24,000, which I don't know if the Liberals view those people as low income, but I certainly do. They're the ones who use that public transit non-refundable tax credit to reduce their income, to reduce the income that gets taxed. That's how the tax system works, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to ask my honourable colleague if he shares that analysis of the tax system, because I've had people come up to me in Vancouver who said that the public transit tax credit is the only tax credit that they could actually utilize, and these are people making $18,000 a year, low-income Canadians. What does he think about Liberals cancelling that?
For Kitchener-Conestoga.
Well, I thank my colleague for his question, and he's right on, Mr. Speaker, in terms of the people that use this public transit tax credit. Very shortly after the budget was delivered, I heard from someone who uses this, and it saves him up to around $150 a month. In my riding of Kitchener-Conestoga, the average person would save up to $150 a month. But, Mr. Speaker, in Toronto, or in some of our more urban areas, the cost of a transit pass is much higher, saving up to $260 a month for one rider. So in a family, Mr. Speaker, you're looking at $500. And again, my Liberal colleagues might not think that $500 is very much, but Mr. Speaker, for the middle-class people that I represent, $500 is a huge amount, and it's a big incentive to help them with their taxes, but also, Mr. Speaker, more importantly, to increase ridership on the investment that we're borrowing money to build, and it's going to be less than half full, Mr. Speaker. Why wouldn't we try to get more people into public transit?
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, the reviews are in and the critics have spoken. Full of bafflegab, devoid of substance, Budget 2017 was a bust, which comes as no surprise. This is a buzzword budget from a BuzzFeed Prime Minister, all sizzle and no substance. Unfortunately, no list of the Prime Minister's 17 best selfies will get Canadians to take this government seriously. If this government was serious about national security, it wouldn't be cutting the defense budget. If this government was serious about lifting up our economy, it wouldn't be weighing it down with carbon taxes. If this government was serious about passing legislation, it wouldn't need to change the rules around Parliament. The Liberals are not serious, not competent, and obviously not up to the job. Sadly, Canadians have no recourse until the next election. Our only chances to correct the disastrous course the Liberals have taken is to convince them in words they understand. So, Mr. Speaker, let's BuzzFeed this budget. Let's start with an easy one. Here are 5 ways Liberal budgets are helping the rich or hurting the poor. Number 1, wealthy developers can now claim the eco-gift tax credit loophole for up to 10 years. 2, while developers get their their credits doubled, hardworking Canadians lose their transit pass credits. 3, excise taxes on alcohol and tobacco hit the poor hardest, and this regressive government raised them. 4, their upper-class tax cut shifted the tax burden to the poor. If you cut taxes on the top 50% more than you raise them on the top 1%, the burden of taxes fall on the Canadians this government thinks aren't middle class enough to deserve a tax cut. And number 5, as we learned last week from the example of Bombardier's executives, the people who benefit from this government's corporate welfare are the well-connected Liberal insiders. Now, speaking of corporate welfare, I asked constituents to tell me what 3 things in the budget most likely to lead to another sponsorship scandal. And they voted, the result was a tie for second place between the Eco Gift tax credit and the Liberal Infrastructure Bank. Many found the doubling of the Eco Gifts tax credit suspicious. Others had concerns about the blending of public and private interests in the infrastructure bank. But the number one item in the budget my constituents think is the most likely to lead to the next Liberal sponsorship scandal is the Supercluster Fund. The budget promises to spend nearly $1 billion on superclusters, but doesn't say how the money will be spent. That's because no government can spend a cluster into existence. That's why they failed to establish the cluster program in last year's budget. Clearly, this government is not stopped by its failure. Instead, it doubled down with a supercluster fund. There's no metric to measure success, which I'm sure the Auditor General will have some questions about. And it's no wonder so many think these Liberal cluster funders will leave us with another sponsorship scandal. According to the usual fake news, are promises of more innovation, more infrastructure, and more tax fairness. As noted in newspaper headlines, empty buzzwords. Like the number of times the Prime Minister invokes the words middle class, spinners repeat the words on the theory that repetition somehow makes them come true. Going into higher and higher spending debt moves Canada backwards and lands the spending bill on our children. Here's what the government promises for 2019, the election year when Canadians can finally pass judgment on its policies. The economy will grow more slowly and be smaller by some $47 billion. Massive cuts to Canada's defense budget have this country relying on the USA to defend our borders like never before. Unemployment will be higher, losing almost 60,000 anticipated jobs. The Canadian dollar will be down almost 4 cents, lowering every Canadian's net worth. Tax revenues will be lower and program spending will be higher, reflecting a weaker fiscal position. And there will be $102 billion in new debt from huge annual deficits, leaving the mess to be paid for by our children and grandchildren. This budget is truly outrageous. Canadians who were shocked by the actual size of the federal deficit last year are numb with this latest figures in the budget. The excuse for piling up huge deficits in last year's budget was the manufacturers' need to kickstart an already growing economy. Thanks to the prudent financial measures practiced by the previous Conservative government, the economy was growing and real full-time employment was being enjoyed by Canadians. Canada had a balanced budget. The finance minister brought in his huge deficit budget anyway, with the fake promise of the need to massively tax and borrow to spend on infrastructure. In fact, infrastructure spending was held out as the excuse by this government for the huge rise in the deficit. Today, the Parliamentary Budget Officer is asking, where is the infrastructure spending? Municipalities in my riding are asking the same question. On page 89 of Budget 2016, municipalities were promised $837 million were left over from the Conservative infrastructure programs. Those were funds that were available and would have seen shovels in the ground almost immediately. The construction season in 2016 was missed, and it looks like the 2017 construction season will be missed also. Shameful. More importantly, the budget promised to distribute the borrowed funds through the gas tax method of distribution. And this is an important distinction in my riding because federal tax funds are distributed in a fair, transparent manner by a third party on a per capita basis. By distributing funds on a per capita basis, all municipalities can count on receiving some fundings. Municipalities do not have to rely on the application-based Wheel of Fortune method receiving funding favored by the Toronto Liberal Party. In my riding, the County of Renfrew has felt it necessary to spend tax dollars to hire a lobbyist in Ottawa to get an infrastructure project funded. And we know, to paraphrase the media, it's raining lobbyists in Ottawa with the change of government. You've got to pay to play in Gerald Butt's Ottawa. This is taxpayers' dollars that would be better used on the actual project than spent on government lobbyists. So if infrastructure dollars are not being spent on infrastructure, where is the money going? It's been suggested that an elaborate shell game is going on, with certain Liberal-friendly provinces redirecting infrastructure funds into general funds as a slush account to help them get re-elected. That same shell game applies to other announcements in Budget 2017. The decision to reallocate, which is Liberal speak for cut, $8.5 billion out of the defence budget marks the beginning of a double decade of darkness for Canada's women and men in the armed forces. The only way to cut short decades of darkness for Canada's military will be a change of government in 2019. Canada's veterans are being spun that there might be something for them in this budget. However, proof is in the actual results. All veterans have seen so far is money from their budget being spent on empty offices in government ridings with more bureaucrats to sit in those offices. The question veterans need to ask is, are they seeing any material financial improvement in the recognition for their sacrifices? Veterans like Warrant Officer Roger Perot tell me it's not the lack of programs, it's the arcane process of qualifying for the program where multiple appeals are common. Gerald Butts needs to instruct the Prime Minister to implement a policy of getting the decision right the first time when it comes to health and well-being of our veterans. If this government is looking for a way to streamline the process for soldiers transitioning out of the military, focus on making the decision before the soldier is released from the military without the need for costly appeals that tie up departmental resources in the courts. It's upon false economy to plan on denying veterans benefits with the expectation that the veteran will eventually give up to receive what they're entitled to. Soldiers who were expecting the clawback of their danger pay to not only stop but be reversed are deeply disappointed with no mention of this bafflegab in budget. The pay clawback shows what this government really thinks about our women and men in uniform. Family-owned campgrounds expecting some tax fairness in this budget were shocked by the decision to double the budget for hiring tax collectors to put them out of business. Not every Canadian can afford to own a villa in the south of France like the finance minister, or have a wealthy buddy who just happens to own an island in the Caribbean like the Prime Minister, or have your trips to the private island getaway subsidized by Canadian taxpayers at $127,000 for the latest trip that we know of. This from a Prime Minister who wants to force changes to the rules of Parliament so that he only has to show up one day a week. If he wants to reduce his salary to be paid for one day a week, then maybe Canadians would consider his outrageous request. The government is out of touch with middle-class working Canadians, and their dream to own a home has been shattered.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's always a treat listening to the member across the way. And one of the things that comes to my mind is as she talks about the veterans and that sacred trust, I think it's important to recognize that we have a Minister of Veterans Affairs that has actually done so much more for Canada's vets than what the previous administration did for years. In fact, Mr. Speaker, one of the things that this particular minister did is he rectified a wrong. The member across the way will recall when the Stephen Harper government closed down veterans' offices across this country, Mr. Speaker. And the vets were done a great disservice by that shutdown by the Harper government. This government, this Prime Minister and this Minister of Veterans Affairs recognized that, and we reestablished those offices because we believe in our veterans. My question to the member, does she believe that Stephen Harper was wrong in closing those veterans' offices in the first place?
Honourable Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And all these offices that were reopened are great for the landlords, but terrible for the veterans because there's nobody in there to begin with. More bureaucrats, more salaries. But what we should be focusing on are the people. And the savings were going back into new programs so that veterans would have better care.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for her remarks. And Also, thank her for great representation of a rural community. Mr. Speaker, this budget did very little for rural communities. And if you look at page 111, Mr. Speaker, they champion a lot of the investments they're making in agriculture. But the reality, most of the investments that are promised in this budget are funded well beyond the next election cycle. In fact, just to give you an example, advancing agricultural science and innovation. Mr. Speaker, a total of $60 million. It sounds great until you look at the fact that only $4 million of that is budgeted for next year, and another $9 billion the following year. The rest of it is all beyond the next election cycle. Mr. Speaker, I wonder if my colleague has concerns about these promises that go well beyond the election cycle, but really do almost nothing for the current farmers and small businesses in our ridings.
For Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Speaker, I think my colleague, the dream of every Canadian is to own their own home. But that dream has been shattered. Canadians don't want to live in social housing, but Liberal policy making home ownership beyond the reach of ordinary Canadians, and they're never going to own their home. This budget, by pouring billions of dollars into social housing, is an admission of failure. And like my colleague says, there's nothing in the budget for seniors. Liberal carbon taxes on energy is forcing seniors to sell their own home, which they've worked a lifetime to enjoy. And with the price of electricity already out of control, this budget does nothing to address the electricity rate crisis in Ontario. So being forced to move into social housing because you can't afford your own home is not the retirement most seniors had in mind.
No. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for her speech that she made, but I'd like to take a step back once again to veterans. As my previous member had stated, the previous government not just closed those offices, but they really did absolutely nothing for veterans in their time there. We've been in power for 18 months, and in this budget alone, we are adding $725 million in funding. In fact, the Veterans Ombudsman was pleased about three specific aspects of what we're doing in this budget. That is the elimination of time limit for spouses and survivors to access vocational rehabilitation, expanding access to the Military Family Resource Center, the providing a benefit for caregivers, including spouses and family members. We're also adding a center of excellence for PTSD, and a pension decision has been promised by the end of this year. The member, does she not feel that is actions that are going to benefit our veterans?
For Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When the Conservatives were in power, we opened 650 access points for veterans. Yep. So they were more able to enjoy and have the qualifications for benefits. And as far as the military ombudsman goes, the government over there has to stop bullying him while he's trying to do his job. He's trying to get the streamlining of benefits for people who have to medically release from the military, and all they're doing is trying to strangle his financial budget to get the job done.
Statements by members. Déclaration de député. L'honorable député.
Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Mr. Speaker, for the week of action against tax havens, the Bloc Québécois joins its voice to groups of citizens, unions, and civil society mobilizing in front of the Prime Minister's offices in Montreal and elsewhere in the world. From Paul Martin's ships to the Irving schemes to tax regulations that favor Barbados and other tax havens, the Bloc Québécois has always been in the front line against this scourge. In Ottawa, this is a week in favor of tax havens because this works very well for them. From Barbados to Grenada to the Bahamas, the three major Canadian banks represent 80% of bank assets. The government is announcing millions to combat fraud, but it legalizes all these schemes. We see this with austerity. The Canadian complicitness in tax havens has been going on too long.
Monsieur le Président, on March
Mr. Speaker,
time Winnipeg City Councillor Harvey Smith passed away. I had the distinct honor to work with Harvey for 14 years while we were both city councillors. Harvey was outspoken. He was larger than life, but most of all, he was a tireless advocate for social justice, for the ward of Daniel McIntyre, and for the city of Winnipeg. Harvey fought for those less fortunate. You could never doubt his love and his commitment for his community and our city. From his steadfast support to save Sherbrooke Pool, to his creative advocacy to improve back lanes, to, of course, the rehabilitation of Central Park, Harvey was a true community champion, as it was proven by the tributes that poured in from the people and organizations he touched. Rest in peace, Harvey, and thank you so much for leaving such a lasting legacy for Winnipeg.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton-Griesbach.
Mr. Speaker, last week I hosted a standing room only town hall meeting. The town hall was about 4 supervised injection sites proposed for north central Edmonton. One of those will be in my riding of Edmonton-Griesbach. I'd like to thank the expert panelists who were there. Thanks to Shelley Williams, Deputy Police Chief Brian Simpson, Heather Stanchfield, Chris Boiswaldo, Ratan Lawrence, and Dr. Oluseyi Oladele. Now, everyone wants a healthy and safe community, and we all want to help people struggling with addictions. At the meeting, though, opinions differed on these controversial facilities. But one thing is clear. The people whose houses are a stone's throw away are not too pleased, and they don't feel that they are sufficiently consulted about the locations. And the Liberal government promised thorough consultations about these injection sites nationwide. So, Mr. Speaker, people living near these sites deserve more say.
The Honourable Member for West Nova.
Monsieur le Président, je suis fier de...
Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to represent a region that has huge historic importance for Canada.
Samuel de Champlain, amongst others, was welcomed by Member 2 at Port-Royal, extending an enduring hand of peace and friendship between the Mi'kmaq and Acadian peoples. Port-Royal was the first permanent European settlement in Canada. Unfortunately, in the CBC miniseries The Story of Us, which purports to tell the story of our nation, Port-Royal was not even mentioned. Nor was the history of the Acadians, their settlement, their deportation, or their development into a people who have added so much to the rich culture of Atlantic Canada. I urge the CBC to review these serious omissions and correct the historical record. The story of Western Nova Scotia is an important part of Canada's story. I invite all Canadians to visit our beautiful area this year on Canada's 150th anniversary and learn about the region's essential contribution to the foundation of our country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Abitibi, Baie James, Nunavik, AU.
A teacher in my riding, Maggie McDonald, was awarded Glover Teacher Prize. As children, we are fortunate if we have a strong network of support, encouragement, and inspiration. Sometimes in northern remote communities, teachers come and then leave after only a few months, shocked by isolation, limited resources, and different culture. Maggie McDonald came to Salouet 6 years ago, and in her words, has built programs that cultivate resilience, hope, and build self-belief in the youth in the community. Students have gained confidence, self-esteem, self-worth. Her students say that she is more than a teacher for the whole community. She is a coach, a refuge, an advocate, a role model, and family. With the prize, Maggie plans to start an organization promoting environmental stewardship with Inuit youth. Maggie is a northern light who illuminates possibilities and hope into the lives of her students. Maggie, miigwech nakurmik.
Bravo. The Honourable Member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
Mr. Speaker, 150 years gives you plenty of time to mature, to ripen, to age to perfection. After 150 years, a celebration is definitely in order. I am, of course, speaking about the 150th anniversary of the Wilton Cheese Factory in historic Loyalist Township. Founded as a farmers' collective in the same year as the birth of our great country, Wilton Cheese continues to serve our community under the family-run ownership of the Jensens, beginning with a handshake deal with master cheesemaker Arne Jensen, who came to Canada as an immigrant in 1925. Through hard work and a rural entrepreneurial spirit, he, his son and grandson, and everyone who has worked at the Wilton Cheese have made important contributions to the fabric of our community. Eastern Ontario has a long, proud history of cheese production, and Wilton still operates today in the best of this tradition. So please join me in extending a congratulations to everyone at the Wilton Cheese Factory for aging so well.
The honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Mr. Speaker, today I recognize 5 communities in my riding of Yorkton Melville. Wadena, Calvington, Churchbridge, Langenburg, and the village of Buchanan competed against 20 other Saskatchewan communities in the Go Out and Play Challenge powered by Saskatchewan Blue Cross, a fun way to inspire parents and children to live healthier lifestyles through outdoor active play every day by logging in their activity minutes with the goal to win $10,000 for their community. Buchanan would upgrade their community playground. Churchbridge eyed phase 2 of their sports park. Calvington sought to upgrade their outdoor pool. Wadena wanted to create a walking path, and Langenburg would kickstart funding for an outdoor pool. Great communities and great projects. First of all, congratulations to Churchbridge, community runner-up prize winner of $5,000 for clocking 370,056 minutes. And I'm pleased to congratulate Langenburg, community grand prize winner of $10,000 with 506,204 minutes of family physical activity. Thank you.
Hear, hear.
Honourable member for Avalon.
Mr. Speaker, every spring since 1992, the community of Portagrave gathers together prior to the start of the fishing season to celebrate our fishery and all it has done to provide for our people. They call it the Fisherman's Weekend, and I was pleased to attend and celebrate with them again this year. The weekend is jam-packed with events, a community breakfast, church service, and of course the honoured tradition, Blessing of the Fleet. The community takes pride in this ceremony as they wish the fishermen a prosperous season on the open seas, and that they all return home safely to family and friends once the fishing is done. I would like to thank Pastor White and the Pentecostal Church of Portagrave for honouring this long-standing tradition, and join the community of Portagrave in wishing all seafarers a safe and successful season on the waters of Newfoundland and Labrador. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Hear, hear. The honourable member for Dartmouth-Cole Harbour.
Mr. Speaker, as you know, it's SEDMA season in Dartmouth. I rise to commend the incredible volunteers who organize the premier minor hockey tournament in Eastern Canada, SEDMA. As a hockey dad in Dartmouth-Cole Harbour, SEDMA has always been bittersweet. You see, it represents the end of the minor hockey season, so no more practices or games, and a long wait until next season. But, Mr. Speaker, where else can you watch a minor hockey team from Serbia play kids from Bedford, Nova Scotia? It's come a long way since the beginnings in the 70s. It's hosted superstars like Sidney Crosby, Brad Marchand, and Nathan McKinnon. SEDMA is an economic driver in our community, filling the hotels, retail stores, and restaurants. It truly deserves our support. Huge thanks to all the volunteers who work hard to make SEDMA happen. You are providing an amazing experience for our kids and families to remember for years to come.
The honourable member for Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner.
Mr. Speaker, it is my privilege to acknowledge the incredible efforts of food banks across this nation and the positive impact these not-for-profit organizations have on the thousands of individuals they serve. Certainly do. The Medicine Hat and District Food Bank works collaboratively in community, with community, for community to ensure an adequate and accessible food support system is available to families and individuals in desperate need. I want to highlight the leadership of our food bank's co-executive directors, Tammy Vanderloo and Selena Simmons. As a team, these two community leaders continually seek to implement programs which will not only meet immediate community food security needs, but also endeavor to free families from chronic food insecurity through various programs, along with the development and operation of an innovative Food First program and community garden. All these efforts are part of a larger community plan to address poverty reduction strategies. My wife Sue and I are honored to be hosting Mrs. Tammy Vanderloo as she visits Parliament Hill today, Mr. Speaker. Well done, Tammy, Selena, and the Medicine Hat District Food Bank.
The honourable member for St. Catharines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. While today may be the first day of the Blue Jays season, a glorious day indeed, I'm rising today to speak of another important sporting event. On Thursday, I gathered with many supporters in St. Catharines, anxiously waiting for an announcement. A loud cheer was heard in the Performing Arts Centre when we learned Niagara won the bid over 3 other communities to host the 2021 Canada Summer Games. The Canada Summer Games is the largest multi-sport event in the country, and Niagara is excited and honoured to be only the third region in Ontario to host the Games. Having heard from our Olympic athletes, they never forget the first time they were able to put on a jacket with the team name on their back or their first opening ceremony. And the Canada Summer Games provides those opportunities and a venue for our young athletes to develop and succeed. The bid committee and Niagara area mayors and councils chose to go all in bidding on the Canada Summer Games, and were successful. The Games will help generate significant economic activity, and I'm proud to have this opportunity to congratulate them and the residents of St. Catharines on this great success. Thank you.
The honourable member for Avignon, Lamitis Matane Matapédia. Mr. Speaker, as the snowmobile season is waning in my riding, today there are still exceptional snow conditions in the lower St. Lawrence Valley and the Gaspé. I want to take this opportunity to underscore the importance of the snowmobile industry in my region. With 4,800 kilometers of trails in my region, offering thrills and spills for thousands of tourists, whether from Canada, the U.S., or abroad, snowmobilers are charmed by exceptional winter conditions and the mountain and sea panoramas of eastern Quebec. Being myself a snowmobiler, I want to congratulate all the volunteers in the snowmobile clubs, as well as those who work in our hotels, motels, restaurants, gas stations, and other businesses. Thanks to your professionalism, you allow our region to benefit from significant spin-offs. That's $100 million in the lower St. Lawrence and the Gaspé. Your commitment and dedication allows our territory to be one of the best places for snowmobiling in Canada.
Peace River Westlaw.
Mr. Speaker, there is sad news today out of Russia. An explosion has rocked the St. Petersburg metro system, with reports indicating that at least 10 people have died and 39 more have been injured, 6 of whom have critical injuries. We know that these people were going around their normal, everyday routine. They were fathers, mothers, brothers, and sisters, all of whom have had their lives changed forever. In the strongest possible terms, we denounce this act of terror, and we stand in solidarity with the people of Russia. While the motivation for these cowardly acts of violence is unknown, they showcase the very worst in humanity. Despite their evil intentions, the Western world will not be intimidated or frightened by these acts of violence. Our resolve is to seek justice and to promote human thriving. We will not be moved. Today, we condemn the violence on innocent individuals and offer our prayers and condolences to the families in Russia. Thank you.
The honourable member for Brampton North.
Mr. Speaker, April 2nd marked World Autism Awareness Day. Autism continues to be a major health crisis here in Canada and across the world. Through the raising of awareness, more resources have been dedicated towards research, treatment, and diagnosis. But, Mr. Speaker, even with the added awareness and resources towards autism, I have met many families who are struggling to access resources and help for their children with autism. Nina Jane, a mother of an autistic child, faced the same challenge and took it upon herself to create an online resource that can be found at abletolearn.com. It has over 30,000 pages of material and over 900 products that provide free, inclusive educational material with a special focus on autism and learning disabilities for anyone. I would like to commend her hard work and dedication on this important day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Mr. Speaker, on March 28th, I had the honour of visiting the Chateauguay Valley Vocational Training Centre in the New Frontiers School Board in Ormstown. After 6 years of hard work, they finally come up with the Our House project. In cooperation with Habitat for Humanity, the project will offer a LEED-certified 2-family home for needy families in the region. The house was built largely by students and volunteers in the centre. The teachers trusted their students to give back to the community.
To help one another in our region. I'm really proud of this project established in the Haut-Saint-Laurent. Congratulations to the team behind the Our House project. You are showing how important it is on a daily basis to get involved as citizens. You are leading by example. Thank you so much. Merci à toute l'équipe du centre et
to thank the whole team at the centre as well as the volunteers and partners.
Central Okanagan, Similkameen, Nicollet.
Mr. Speaker, Sean Webb came to Ottawa as a legislative assistant in 2008 and will later serve as the Regional Affairs Advisor for British Columbia and the North for the Right Honourable Stephen Harper, which he considered one of his greatest honours. Sean described Canada as the fairest society in the world and was well known for his intellect, his willingness to help others, and his dedication to help make Canada a better country. One of his legacies will no doubt be the fight to claim the North Pole for Canada, the true North, strong and free. Sean took on Yukon and Northern files as though they were his home and the people there his greatest companions. He had a brilliant intellect with an encyclopedic memory. But he will most be remembered as a kind, caring soul with a heart of gold taken far too soon. Our thoughts and prayers are with Sean's mother, Felicity, whom we collectively grieve over this immense loss. Mr. Speaker, we are truly blessed to have known Sean Webb. Rest well, my friend. Your work may be done here, but your example inspires us to do all we can to preserve the blessings of this great country. Thank you, Sean. God bless Canada.
Honourable member for Charlottetown.
Mr. Speaker, this weekend, Canadian music took centre stage as our nation's capital welcomed and celebrated some of Canada's most prolific musical talent at the 2017 Juno Awards. Canada is
privileged to have such a large number of artists whose talent is disseminated internationally and across the country. I want to recognize the hard work and dedication of these artists and an industry that contributes to this vital Canadian music industry.
Canada's commitment to support this wealth of musical talent, notably through the Canada Music Fund, which also contributes to making landmark events such as the Juno Awards possible. On
behalf of the Government of Canada, I wish to congratulate all the recipients and all the nominees during the Juno Award celebrations.
Oral questions, questions orales. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, following revelations about employees at the Montreal airport were sympathizers with ISIL, the Prime Minister was surprising. He said we needed a conversation. What kind of a conversation? Any employee who has any link with the Islamic State must be fired immediately. Does the Prime Minister think that it's normal for supporters for ISIL work in our airports? Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, Canadians must be assured that the government is doing everything that it can and must to keep them safe, at home, in the city, and in airports. That is why we are working so diligently to ensure that there are no problems with security at our airports, and that's why we ensure that traveling Canadians will be safe. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The Minister is being dangerously naive when it comes to airport security. He was asked about 4 ISIS sympathizers working at the Montreal airport. And do you know what he said about it? He said we need to have a conversation about whether or not ISIS supporters should be able to still work in our airports. There's nothing to discuss here. They should all be fired. No terrorist sympathizers should be anywhere near our airports. Now, Canadian law enforcement agencies have done their job to keep us safe. When's the Prime Minister going to do his?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, it's very clear that we support the Canadian law enforcement agencies in their important work in keeping Canadians safe. We know that we have to keep Canadians safe from threats of terror. That's why, whether we're talking about Canadians in their homes, in their cities, or in airports and air travel, we will do everything to make sure that Canadians are safe. That is one of the fundamental responsibilities of any Canadian government.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, I doubt that Canadians appreciated seeing executives at Bombardier give themselves salary increases. And this is not taking into account that Bombardier eliminated some 14,000 good quality jobs. Canadians are also surprised to see the government's or the Prime Minister's silence. Is the Prime Minister embarrassed after having given money to Bombardier? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we know just how important the aeronautic industry is for economic growth across the country, for good middle-class jobs, for economic growth that the Conservative government couldn't deliver for Canadians. As regards Bombardier, we granted them a loan for them to succeed with the C-Series and the Global 7000. That will create jobs for Canadians. As regards Bombardier's choices, I'm happy to see they have taken action. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Bombardier executives are giving themselves a 50% raise and bigger bonuses with tax dollars. And this is a company and a CEO who said he didn't even need the money that the Prime Minister gave him. And it's a company that's firing 14,000 workers in a year. This isn't helping the middle class. This is lining the pockets of the 1% of the 1% with tax dollars. Isn't the Prime Minister embarrassed? How is this helping the middle class?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to correct the member opposite. We made a loan to Bombardier, a repayable loan that will ensure good jobs in the C-Series and in the Global 7000 and assure the long-term viability of the aerospace industry in Canada, which leads to good jobs and economic growth that that previous government wasn't able to deliver. We're obviously not pleased with the decision that Bombardier made around its remuneration for its executives, but we're happy to see them make decisions that are fixing that for Quebecers and Canadians' confidence.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians work hard for their money. They feel nickel and dimed while the Prime Minister is taking away tax credits for their kids' sports, arts and music lessons. He's even taking away their tax break for bus passes. Meanwhile, he's handing millions of dollars that's being used for bonuses to Bombardier executives, all while they fire 14,000 middle-class workers. Is this the Prime Minister's way of standing up for the middle class? Because if it is, he should sit back down.
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I can understand the member opposite's attachment to the public transit tax credit. It's the only thing that previous government did for transit. Instead, we're investing $25 billion over the next 10 years in public transit. And we're also, Mr. Speaker, committed to evidence-based policy. And when what that member had promised would happen didn't happen, that is, it wasn't an incentive that led to more public transit ridership, we looked for other ways to invest in public transit that will help everyone, including and especially low-income transit users.
Excellent.
The Honourable Member for Outremont.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians were shocked last week to find out that after receiving hundreds of millions in government funding, Bombardier executives were ready to pocket $32.6 million in bonuses, $32.6 million US. What was the Prime Minister's reaction to all this? Well, he said he, quote, respects the free market and the choices companies make. So much for the Prime Minister of the little class and the middle class, Mr. Speaker. So why did the Liberal government commit to a $400 million loan without getting any clear commitments on keeping jobs in Canada while allowing that money to be funneled into their pockets?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we made a long-term loan to Bombardier that will be repayable, that was focused on creating jobs and securing the C-Series and the Global 7000, which will lead to economic growth and positive job creation for the middle class in communities across this country. We know that the aeronautic industry is important for future growth in this country, and that's why we were happy to extend this loan to Bombardier. We are, however, also pleased to see that they're moving forward on responding to legitimate preoccupations that Canadians had about their compensation structures.
The Honourable Member for Outremont.
Preoccupations of Canadians that obviously the Prime Minister doesn't share, Mr. Speaker. Les Canadiens doivent-ils comprendre que le Premier...
So does that mean that the Canadians are to understand that the Prime Minister signed an agreement that didn't guarantee any jobs would be maintained, but that it would enable the company's wealthy executives to pocket $32.6 million US from public funds. Canadians want a government that acts in their interest, not a government that lines the pockets of wealthy executives. Why is the Prime Minister continuing to defend Bombardier executives? The Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we're defending jobs created by Bombardier thanks to the loan that we provided, which will create jobs for the C-Series and the Global 7000. We know that we need to support the aeronautic industry across the country because it's a source of good jobs and economic growth. We're also happy to see that Bombardier has rectified its situation when it comes to their compensation structure for executives.
The Liberal platform complained that Stephen Harper's climate plan included, quote, arbitrary targets. The Liberals then adopted exactly those targets. And in this year's budget, they announced a cut of $1.25 billion from their promised climate change investments. Environment Canada has now admitted that the Liberal government will not even meet Stephen Harper's targets. So, the Prime Minister is keeping the same targets, but just failing to meet them. Is that what he meant by real change?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
On the contrary, Mr. Speaker, with our pan-Canadian framework, a historic accord negotiated with all provinces, we have for the first time in Canadian history presented a concrete plan to deliver on climate change targets. We are going to make concrete emissions reductions while at the same time making steps to export our resources to markets. Building both a strong economy and a protected environment is the commitment we made to Canadians. That's a commitment we're keeping.
The Honourable Member for Outremont.
Ms. Environment Canada has just confirmed that it's a commitment they're not keeping, Mr. Speaker.
Once in power, the Prime Minister adopted exactly the same climate change targets as Stephen Harper. And last week, Environment Canada confirmed that the government would not meet those dismal targets. Since the Prime Minister himself adopted the targets of the former Conservative government, who's he going to blame now? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the member is confusing facts. The analysis conducted by the department was based on non-action by the previous government. Since then, we have put in place a pan-Canadian framework that will accomplish our greenhouse gas reduction targets while creating jobs and building a stronger and better future for all Canadians. We can protect the environment and build a prosperous economy. That is what we're doing both at the same time. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean.
I want to reaffirm that we have invested in public transit. I've made an announcement in Edmonton, in Vancouver, in Toronto, more than this government has made. We're proud of that. We have invested a lot.
Now, Mr. Speaker, public safety is extremely important, and the response by the government is a weak reply with respect to airports, and it requires us to reaffirm the importance of security. Why is the government not taking seriously this issue? Because these employees had access to the tarmac. They have a soft response to that. The Honourable Minister of Transport. Mr. Speaker, as Minister of Transport, I want to ensure that our airports are safe, secure, and I want our traveling public to feel safe as well. That is why we put in place a robust system. People who work in other secure zones of our airports are verified on a daily basis. We have removed people because we didn't think that they were reliable. We will continue to be vigilant. Our safety system is extremely important. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, since we learned that these employees had access to zones, safety zones, secure zones, well, what was done? Were they fired? What steps were taken? Today, again, we see that there are attacks across the world, but here, well, we need to know what the measures are that are going to be taken. The Honourable Minister of Transport. Mr. Speaker, we have people on site. We have robust sites. People who have access to secure zones have read access codes. They have been subjected to very strict, detailed assessments by our security services before they were even hired. Every day, every 24 hours, we verify that nothing has changed, and if something has changed, we take steps immediately. Our safety system is in good hands.
Parry Sound Muskoka.
Mr. Speaker, after learning that there are radicalized employees at the Trudeau International Airport, the Prime Minister of our country said in his response that we should have a conversation. Really, Mr. Speaker, a conversation when there is security issues at risk. This is no time for conversations. This is time for actual action. When will these Liberals fire these radicalized employees and assure the travelling public has safe airports to go to?
Honourable Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, as Minister of Transport, I take security at our airports extremely seriously. Not only do we have a system in place that is secure, we also want to make sure that Canadian travellers feel that they are in security. And I want to say that we have a very robust system that is in place. In the last 2 years, we have prevented 1,100 people from either being hired to work in secure areas or we have removed their security clearance. We are vigilant on a daily basis so that Canadians can feel that they are in security, and we will continue to be vigilant about it.
Honourable Member for Parry Sound Muskoka.
Robust, Mr. Speaker, robust. Mr. Speaker, let's review the evidence. They are visiting pro-ISIS websites. They are publishing radicalized propaganda. They are reviewing online sites about homemade explosives, Mr. Speaker. This Prime Minister is dangerously naive, and so is his Transport Minister. They want to have a conversation. Well, Mr. Speaker, on this side, we say fire these employees, stamp out any remaining culture of radicalization, and keep people of Canada safe.
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
And Mr. Speaker, what I want my honourable colleague to understand is that we are vigilant. We watch all of the employees who are in the secure areas, and when we discover that they may be going to websites or becoming radicalized, we take action. We immediately remove their security clearance. That is what has to be done to ensure that the people working in the secure areas of the airport for passengers and on the tarmac are people that we can rely upon. That's why we're vigilant on a daily basis.
The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals have approved China's acquisition of a Montreal high-tech company.
Shameful.
The company's fiber laser technology has several applications, including military development of directed energy weapons. Our Conservative government had blocked the deal on the national security advice of National Defence and CSIS. Now, the Liberals claim they've attached unexplained conditions to the sale, but do the Liberals realize in their rush to please China, they are putting the security of Canada and our allies at risk?
The Honourable Minister of Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, let me be clear. We never have and we never will compromise on national security. I also want to take this opportunity to highlight that we did not overturn a cabinet order. The previous government managed the process so poorly that it ended up in court. We followed a rigorous process. We examined all the facts by our national security agencies, and the law was followed, Mr. Speaker. We acted on the full record and advice given to us by our national security experts. And like I said, Mr. Speaker, we never have and we never will compromise on national security.
Member for Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, for years, federal government departments have been hacked by a network of Chinese hackers. Recently released documents reveal China's hack of the National Research Council in 2014 alone cost hundreds of millions of dollars. Now the Liberals approve the sale of this Montreal company and its sensitive defence-related technology. Mr. Speaker, why are the Liberals spending many millions of dollars to protect our secrets from the Chinese? At the same time, they're selling our secrets to the Chinese.
Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, at the beginning of our government, the Prime Minister
asked me and a number of other ministers to fully re-examine Canada's cybersecurity capacity. That review has been ongoing now for a number of months and is leading to a much more vigorous and robust posture on the part of Canada in collaboration with our allies to deal with all cybersecurity issues. And might I just repeat with respect to the transaction that's been referred to in the question, all national security advice has been followed.
The honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Mr. Speaker, it's been 2 years since the Liberals made a promise to regulate and legalize marijuana, and in that time, tens of thousands of Canadians have been subjected to arrests, charges, and convictions for simple possession. This has done real harm to future employment prospects and is burdening an already strained justice system. Meanwhile, the Liberals continue to refuse any thought of decriminalization as an interim measure. Why is this supposedly progressive Liberal government continuing to hand out criminal records to Canadians for simple cannabis possession?
Hear, hear. Honourable Minister of Justice.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government, as we have said all along, is committed to legalization of cannabis, strict regulation, and restricting access. We are going to be moving forward and are moving forward in a comprehensive and responsible way. Simply decriminalizing will not achieve the objectives of keeping it out of the hands of children and the proceeds out of the hands of criminals. We will be moving forward, as I said, in a responsible way, and simply decriminalizing, to use the words of the member of Outremont, would be a mistake.
Honourable member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Legalization of marijuana has been announced for July 1st, 2018. Guess how many lines have been dedicated to that in the budget? 2. How much money for prevention education for young people? None. Decriminalization? No. But thousands of criminal records have been given to young people for simple possession since 2015. How many professional careers will the Minister of Youth and the Prime Minister sacrifice in order to move ahead with this improvised announcement?
Honourable Minister of Justice.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, our government is committed to moving forward with the legalization of cannabis, strictly regulating and restricting access to it. Simply decriminalizing would not achieve the objectives that we have put forward in a concrete way in terms of keeping it out of the hands of children and the proceeds out of the hands of criminals. We have brought together experts in the area of public health, safety, and justice to ensure that we're proceeding on a comprehensive and responsible basis when we are going to be moving forward with the introduction of legislation.
Honourable member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the House Leader says that the Liberal election promise to change the standing orders trumps the traditional practice of seeking agreement with the opposition parties when it comes to the rules that run this place. So I took a look at the Liberal platform, something that the House Leader might want to consider doing when she finds the time. It says, quote, "We will work with all parties to recommend changes to House of Commons rules," end quote. Now, I'd say that this promise trumps the government's claim that it has a mandate to impose changes to the standing orders unilaterally. Is this going to be simply another broken promise?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, during the election campaign, we committed to modernizing the way Parliament works to make it a 21st century workplace. It's important that we have this conversation and this discussion. It's exactly what I've said from the beginning. I look forward to working with all members in this place to have a meaningful conversation so that we can bring this workplace into the 21st century. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. They say one thing and they do the opposite, Mr. Speaker. The Liberal government wants to change the standing orders unilaterally. Parliamentary reform take 2. Last year, the Prime Minister attempted cavalierly to muzzle the opposition to achieve his own ends. He was given a penalty for unparliamentary behaviour and had to back down. But that's not new. In 1969, Pierre Elliott Trudeau, the father of the current Prime Minister, said that members on opposition benches were nobodies. Does the current Prime Minister think as well that all members who aren't ministers or who don't think the same way he does are nobodies? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, during the election campaign, we committed to modernising Parliament and to making it a 21st century workplace. Our objective has always been to ensure that Parliament would be pertinent in the eyes of Canadians and that the Houses would be transparent and to better serve Canadians. We are eager to hear the discussions that unfold at committee and from other members and Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, in a year and a half, the Prime Minister has shown that he doesn't know how to govern. His out-of-control spending, skyrocketing deficit, and ethical lapses have frankly been an embarrassment. But instead of owning up to his mistakes, he and his House Leader are trying to take away the rights of opposition members to hold them to account. Well, Canadians are on to what the Liberals are trying to do. So I'm going to ask the Prime Minister, has he seen the light? And will he commit that no changes will be made without the consent of all opposition parties?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I always appreciate the opportunity to reply to the opposition House Leader and to work with her. We have had meaningful conversations, and I know we can continue to build upon them. We will continue to do the important work that Canadians elected us to do. I know that we need to bring this place into the 21st century. We committed to modernizing the way Parliament works. We will continue to do this important work, hopefully together. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Well, Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, in an effort to shield the Prime Minister from the mess that he's created, the Liberal chair of the committee has just suspended meetings, clearly under the instructions of PMO. This hard-handed and this type of tactic is making this place toxic, Mr. Speaker. It's hard to know why the Prime Minister is being so irrational on this. What opposition parties are asking for is reasonable, and it is with precedent. So will the Prime Minister show some good judgment on all of our behalves and commit that no changes will be made unless we all agree?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Paper, an important conversation for all members to have. I look forward to engaging in that conversation so that we can bring this workplace into the 21st century exactly as we committed to Canadians. Our objective has always been to ensure that Parliament is relevant to Canadians, to ensure that their voices are also heard in this place. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Excellent. Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
The Liberals continue to show just how out of touch they are with Canadian families. They say they're helping by making parental leave longer, but families won't receive any additional money, meaning families with new babies have to live on just 1/3 of their normal income. And the government's defense on why they fail to help low-income families? Wealthy parents need more support. Unacceptable. When will this government finally deliver on real change for everyday people and not just those at the top?
Bravo. Honourable Minister of Social Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm delighted to remind all members of this House that this government was elected to grow the economy in order to grow the middle class and make sure that no one feels excluded out of development and economic growth. And for that purpose, Mr. Speaker, we have put into place last year and in last week's budget important measures that will increase the flexibility and the inclusiveness of all programs, including the EI program, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, an Angus Reid survey shows that about half of Canadians are concerned about new powers being given to American customs agents in C-23, even if they're in favor of pre-clearance. American agents on Canadian soil will be armed, will be able to undertake strip searches in the absence of Canadian agents, and will be able to detain and interrogate Canadians. C-23 will hurt human and privacy rights.
The Minister again, Mr. Speaker. If the current system works so well, which we agree, why do they insist on forging ahead with giving Americans all these new powers on Canadian soil?
Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, it's interesting to note what the New Democratic Party said when the existing system was introduced a number of years ago. They said it was no good and should be rejected, and now they're using the same line with respect to Bill C-23. The fact of the matter is, Mr. Speaker, under this improved pre-clearance arrangement, more Canadians will be able to clear American customs, but do so in Canada, on Canadian soil, under the protection of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms.
Honourable Member for Oakville.
Mr. Speaker, Canada's automotive sector produces a vehicle every 14 seconds. That's 2.3 million vehicles a year. It contributes $18 billion to our GDP and creates employment for over 500,000 Canadians. My question is to the Minister of Innovation, Science and Economic Development. Minister, Can you please expand on how the government plans to ensure Canada's automotive sector will continue to be at the forefront of innovation and create those good-paying jobs for Canadians?
Before the Minister speaks, I'll remind the Honourable Member from Oakville to direct his comments to the Chair, the Honourable Minister of Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to actually thank the member for Oakville. He's done a great job as the Auto Caucus Chair, and he is correct. We are supporting the automotive sector. We extended the Automotive Innovation Fund. We changed the terms for more investments, which resulted in a $500 million investment by Honda in Alliston, which will help secure 4,000 jobs. Last Thursday, along with the Prime Minister, Ford invested $1.2 billion in the Windsor Essex plant and to create a new connectivity centre, which will help create and secure 800 jobs, Mr. Speaker. We're growing the economy, we're growing the automotive sector and creating good quality.
The Honourable Member for Carleton.
Liberals have forced middle-class taxpayers to loan $400 million to Bombardier, which then axed 14,000 middle-class jobs and gave a 50% pay hike to executives. Now, these billionaires have generously offered to defer these pay hikes, which means they'll still get their millions before taxpayers get repaid. Will the government force Bombardier to cancel all pay hikes and bonuses until middle-class taxpayers get their money back?
Honourable Minister of Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, we actually reduced the tax rate for middle-class Canadians by asking the wealthiest 1% to pay a little bit more. But I do understand the concerns raised by the member and Canadians with regards to compensation. As you know, Mr. Speaker, the company is taking actions in this regard. But more importantly, the investment that we made was to support the aerospace sector. The $372.5 million repayable contribution was going to help create more R&D jobs, 1,300 research and development jobs. This is going to create more opportunities going forward, Mr. Speaker. We're going to continue to support the sector. We're going to continue to support good quality jobs.
Member for Foothills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. They aren't lowering taxes, they're raising them. They've heard of this carbon tax. The Liberals are covering up the cost of their carbon tax because they know it's a disaster. A secret briefing has said a $300 per ton carbon tax is needed to meet their climate change targets. But let's recap the Liberal carbon tax so far. More than 100,000 Albertans out of work, 4,000 Calgary businesses have already shut their doors, and 3 international global energy companies have left Alberta. The Liberal carbon tax is costing Canadians their jobs and thousands of dollars a year. The Liberals need to stop the carbon tax cover-up and tell Canadians exactly how much the Liberal carbon tax is going to cost.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment.
Mr. Speaker, our government is very much committed to creating a more innovative economy that reduces emissions, protects the environment while creating good middle-class jobs. The pricing of carbon pollution will actually incent innovation in Canada. It will provide predictability and stability to businesses as they plan going forward. After 10 years of nothing being done in this country, on the part of the previous government, our focus is on lasting action to reduce climate change, to provide a good future for our kids, and to boost innovation and create good middle-class jobs for Canadians.
Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Mr. Speaker, Canadian families are struggling to make ends meet. The cost of heating their homes, feeding their families, and transportation have skyrocketed, and the Liberals' carbon tax is making the bad situation even worse. We already knew the Liberals' plan was going to cost thousands of dollars, and now we learn that it's going to be 5 times that. Why won't the Liberals release the secret data we have been demanding for months? Is it because they know that most Canadian families and seniors will not be able to afford this?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I would remind the honourable member that 80% of Canadians already live in jurisdictions that have implemented a price on carbon pollution. The provinces have moved forward in a thoughtful manner in order to address greenhouse gas emissions and also boost innovation in this country. I would also ask the honourable member to perhaps refer to where she actually got the number. This is an external review that looks at carbon pricing as the only mechanism that's utilized to address greenhouse gas emissions. This government has put together a comprehensive plan that includes regulatory measures, pricing of carbon pollution, and investments in clean technology in order to address carbon emissions and to promote innovation in Canada.
The Honourable Member for Portneuf, Jacques Cartier. Mr. Speaker, we'll try again in French. The Liberals are once again hiding behind smoke and mirrors. The National Post has revealed that when Environment Canada informed the Minister of the Environment that the carbon tax will not meet its stated objectives. And what's more, we've learned that this tax will cost Canadian families thousands of dollars. What rank Liberal hypocrisy, Mr. Speaker? The Minister needs to take decisions to protect our environment and table a real, effective plan to meet the Paris Accord targets and do it without paying for it by nickel and diming Canadians, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary
has presented a plan to reduce carbon emissions and meet our Paris Agreement targets. It's called the Pan-Canadian Framework, and I would ask the honourable member perhaps to take a look at that document.
The Honourable Member. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. In Quebec, a number of professional orders, from lawyers to doctors and nurses, have called for a clarification to define the notion of reasonably foreseeable natural death included in the Medical Assistance in Dying Act. Not only is this act too restrictive, it's too vague. So much so, Mr. Speaker, that right now there are people who are suffering, who are choosing to end their own lives. The government of Quebec has understood that those who are suffering, those who are most vulnerable, need for their situation to be taken into account. Will this government finally do the same? The Honourable Minister of Health. Mr. Speaker, our government has adopted a law that provides a legislative framework for medical assistance in dying which protects most vulnerable Canadians while giving safe and consistent access to medical assistance in dying across the country. We will launch independent studies to ensure that the various issues which are outside the law are taken into account, and we will continue to work with the provinces and territories on this issue.
For Windsor West.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals have failed to conduct crucial national security reviews of two sensitive takeovers by foreign companies. Now the Liberals have approved a Chinese takeover of a Montreal firm specializing in sensitive laser technology that is used to produce weaponry, Mr. Speaker. The Conservatives blocked this same deal in 2015 after being warned it jeopardized national security. Why have the Liberals refused the previous government's decision and allowed this dubious idea to take over and to proceed? What has changed, and how can they explain that to the Canadian public right now?
Honourable Minister of Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, as I've said before, we never have and we never will compromise on national security. Let me be clear again, we did not overturn a cabinet order. The previous government mismanaged the process, which is the reason why it ended up in court. We pursued a rigorous process. We did our due diligence. We did our homework, Mr. Speaker, and we examined all the facts by our national security agencies. Again, I'd like to remind the member opposite, we made a decision that was in our national interest, and we stand by our decision.
Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
What a coincidence, Mr. Speaker, that Trudeau Foundation donations have gone up 600% since the Liberals got elected. The rules are clear. Parliamentary secretaries are banned from accepting travel, yet that didn't matter because we've learned that the former Parliamentary Secretary for Immigration took a trip paid for by, wait for it, the Trudeau Foundation. How many investigations, Mr. Speaker, will it take before Liberals understand they're not above the rules or the law?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Multiculturalism.
Mr. Speaker, I came to this country as a refugee and have spent my career as a constitutional and human rights lawyer promoting social justice, diversity, pluralism and inclusion. Prior to agreeing to speak at this conference on diversity and pluralism, I proactively contacted the Conflict of Interest Commissioner, who approved the travel. Upon my return, I submitted the proper declaration, and that information has been publicly posted for over 1 year. I'm proud to be part of a government, Mr. Speaker, that continues to advance social justice, diversity and pluralism and inclusion, not only in this country, but around the world.
Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Speaker, now that the Liberal members of Parliament see that the Prime Minister doesn't follow the rules, it's monkey see, monkey do. The member for Brampton West has accepted...
I think the member knows that there are certain words that aren't helpful in the House of Commons, and I'd ask her not to use that phrase. We don't refer to other members in terms of animals. So I'll let the honourable member finish her question. Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, the point of it is, Mr. Speaker, that the member for Brampton West accepted over $5,000 for a trip to Tanzania from a group that lobbies the government, contrary to specific rules forbidding exactly this. Obviously, the Prime Minister is not going to make her follow the rules because he doesn't follow the rules. But when are the Liberals going to start following the rules?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Revenue.
Mr. Speaker, I was proud to travel to Tanzania with some of my colleagues in this chamber to see first-hand challenges faced by the local population. Before I left, I proactively contacted the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner who approved the travel. Upon my return, I submitted the proper declaration, and that information has been public since June of 2016. Mr. Speaker, I think all members on that trip, including the member for Edmonton, Vitkasavan, will agree that it was important to see firsthand the challenges faced by local residents and how Canadian aid can be and was a game changer locally. Thank you, Mr.
The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is setting an example by not following any ethics rules, and it's rubbing off on his parliamentary secretaries. 2 parliamentary secretaries have greased their palms, like in the good old days, by accepting paid trips that go against the rules put in place by the Prime Minister in his own guidelines for a responsible government. Whether the money comes from a lobby group or the Trudeau Foundation, any parliamentary secretary who follows the rules knows that they should not accept that kind of trip. Mr. Speaker, will the Prime Minister set the example once again and explain why he's not respecting his own rules? The Honourable Government House Leader. The 2 parliamentary secretaries worked proactively with the Commissioner and received approval for the travel. What's more, public declarations were made at the appropriate time. It is not unusual for parliamentary secretaries to travel in this manner. Just ask the government, or the opposition House Leader, rather, who in July 2011 was parliamentary secretary to the Minister for Public Safety and accepted travel to London in this fashion.
Member for Calgary Skyview.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Canada has no closer friend, partner and ally than the United States. Our government has been working closely with the new administration to ensure that our shared values, deep cultural ties and strong integrated economies will continue to provide the basis for advancing our cause, our strong and prosperous relationship. The Minister of Natural Resources was in Washington last week meeting with the members of the new administration. Could the Honourable Member please update the House on the outcomes of that visit? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Natural Resources.
The member from Calgary Skyview for his question. During my trip to Washington, I met with cabinet secretaries, legislators, industry leaders, and unions to deliver the message that natural resources are at the heart of a strong and lasting relationship. We talked about the Keystone XL pipeline decision, which is a good example of how energy infrastructure creates thousands of good middle-class jobs in both countries. Our government has said from the beginning that strong working relationships are important, and this trip focused on building understanding with American counterparts for the important work to come.
The honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke. Order.
Mr. Speaker, the minister is allowing his officials to bully the military ombudsman. 6 months ago, the ombudsman recommended that medically releasing soldiers have their incomes and medical treatments in place prior to leaving the military rather than waiting months for an income and struggling for years for their health benefits. The attack on the military ombudsman is really an attack on the people the minister was appointed to serve. Why won't he implement the recommendation?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Defence. The Ombudsman's Office was created to act as a mediator, undertake investigations, and produce objective reports on subjects concerning the Canadian Armed Forces and the Department of National Defence. A report has been submitted on governance, calling for greater independence. The department has committed to having a good working relationship with the Ombudsman, and the Ombudsman must be allowed to do his work. The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Mr. Speaker, just as the Transport Committee is starting a study on the many issues surrounding air security, well, there's some news that's come out that's concerning security issues at Montreal's airport. The minister claims that security is his priority, but how can he claim that there's no problem when he's not giving any answer to the recommendations of the Transportation Safety Board concerning delays in security investigations, random staff searches, the lack of policing staff in airports, and I'll stop my list there because I only have 30 seconds to ask the question. The Honourable Minister of Transport. Mr. Speaker, as I said, as Minister of Transport, not only is it essential that air transport be safe, but that it be perceived by the public as being safe. We have put in place a strong system to ensure that security. It's something that we review every day. And those who are working in the secure area of the airport are checked every day to ensure that they are reliable, that they can continue to work there. No, Mr. Speaker, that we have put in place mechanisms to ensure the safety of our airports. The Honourable Member for Pontiac. Mr. Speaker, Canadians agree that developing a strong economy and protecting the economy must go hand in hand. As you probably know, the transport sector is the source of about 23% of greenhouse gas emissions in Canada. Can the Minister of Transport please inform Canadians about his previous actions and the clear commitments that our government has taken in Budget 2017, which will ensure that every effort is taken to reduce emissions in the transport sector? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague from Pontiac for his excellent question. Our government is working very hard to reduce greenhouse gases in the transport sector. And we're also very proud of the role that we played in the aerospace sector last fall. Know that in this year's budget, there's $57 million to work on clear regulations on greenhouse gas emissions in the aerospace, maritime, rail, and auto sectors. Mr. Speaker, we are heading in the right direction. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, during the recent election campaign, funding for the Quebec Nordic Institute was a priority for the Conservatives. 4 months after the election, the member for Louis-Hébert said that all the stars were aligned for federal funding. 18 months later, the province, Mayor Lebaume, and Laval University are still waiting for confirmation of that funding. Patience has its limits, and this is another Liberal promise that's disappeared. Will the Liberals wake up and fund the Quebec Nordic Institute? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Health. Mr. Speaker, we have been very clear. We have been very good partners with Laval University, and we are working on the Quebec Bridge right now, for example, and over 10 years of Conservative government, nothing was done for the Quebec Bridge. We are a good partner for the region of Quebec City. The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Mr. Speaker, we now know when the new softwood lumber crisis will begin, on April 24th. Countervailing duty rates will be revealed and will be imposed on Canadian wood sold in the United States. The UMQ, like all stakeholders in the forestry sector, expects a long legal battle which once again will cost the regions of Quebec. Will Ottawa commit here and now to providing loan guarantees to forestry enterprises to help them face the new softwood crisis they're leading us into? The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources. Mr. Speaker, our government is taking the challenges facing the forestry sector very seriously, and we're working with our provincial partners to ensure the prosperity, the continued prosperity of the sector. The federal provincial group met recently to discuss operations and collaboration and ways to protect jobs. We will continue to work with the provinces to find agreement with the United States and to protect jobs and the families who depend from this important sector. The Honourable Member from Manicouagan. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to hear that, but we need a yes or no. There's just 3 weeks left for this government to decide to help Quebec's regions get through the next softwood lumber crisis. Last time, Ottawa did such a bad job of negotiating that we lost 24,000 jobs in Quebec alone. Families went jobless, and people were forced to leave our regions in the Côte-Nord, and that's serious. Will the government give a loan guarantee to the forestry sector, yes or no? Or will it once again abandon Quebec's regions? the Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Takes very seriously the challenges ahead for the forestry sector, and we're working hard with our provincial partners, including from the province of Quebec, to protect jobs and ensure the long-term prosperity of this important industry. The Federal Provincial Task Force met recently, and we discussed ways in which we can work collaboratively and creatively. Our government, working with the provinces, continues to work hard to reach a deal with the United States to protect these vital jobs and the families that depend on them.
The Honourable Member for La Pointe-de-l'Île. Mr. Speaker, Canada had a really nice little gala evening last night, but Francophone Quebec was not invited. Quebec's French music was not welcome, and the Heritage Minister did not say a single word in French. Over here, we know that Quebec and Canada are two different countries. We're just waiting for that to be made official. But does the Heritage Minister think that it's acceptable that French language music is completely excluded from the Juno's Gala? The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. Mr. Speaker, we are very proud to play a leadership role when it comes to official languages, and bilingualism is obviously very important for our Prime Minister and for our government. I'm very proud to have participated, along with the Prime Minister, in this important gala, which promotes talents from across the country, musical talent from across Canada. Many of those talents were able to celebrate the wealth of our culture, and we can always do better when it comes to bilingualism. We can always do better to promote French and English as official languages across our creative sector, and that's what our government is doing.
I would like to draw to the attention of honourable members the presence in the gallery of the Honourable Bridget Anisette George, Speaker of the House of Representatives of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. Tabling of documents.
Point of order. The Honourable Member for Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré. Mr. Speaker, I'd like my friend from Louis-Hébert to apologize when he's saying that we did nothing in the Quebec City region when we were in power. That's completely false. You could look at the journals. We did far more than they did. That is a question for debate.
Sorry, White Rock is rising on a point of order. Order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to rise on a point of personal privilege. Mr. Speaker, I know that there have been times in all of our lives where we have done things we wish we hadn't, where we've said things that we wish we didn't. And there have been times when we wish we could take back the words or the actions that have caused pain or hurt in others. But there have also been times which have actually affected change. And Mr. Speaker, I believe today is that day. And I hope that through the process over the past number of days that we learn and that we have a deeper understanding and that we move forward in a way that teaches us all. Moments like these are moments of opportunity, moments of teaching and moments of learning. And if we can all learn lessons, then we are well served. So I thank my colleague for his apology and his teaching. And I would also ask that he apologize to the committee members and staff, and then I ask that we move on. This is a teaching moment for all of us, so I thank the member for providing the opportunity for growth, for understanding, and for learning. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Léonard Saint-Michel. Mr. Speaker, more than once, I assured the member for South Surrey, White Rock, that the words I used were not meant to offend her or embarrass her, and if that was the case, I was profoundly sorry. I offered her my deepest apologies. Today, in this House, I wish to reassure the member once again that none of my words sought to embarrass or offend her. Despite this, Mr. Speaker, Before all my colleagues here in the House of Commons, I wish to reiterate my most sincere apologies to the member for South Surrey White Rock. And I hope that we can continue our work as I've done throughout my career with great respect and collegiality. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the honourable member for South Surrey White Rock for raising this question of privilege. Et je remercie l'honorable député.
I thank the honourable member for Saint-Léonard-Saint-Michel for having apologized.
Tabling of documents. The honourable leader of the government in the House.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 111.1, I have the honour to table in both official languages a certificate of nomination with biographical notes for the proposed appointment of Patrick Borbet as President of the Public Service Commission. I request that the nomination and biographical notes be referred to the Standing Committee on Government Operations and Estimates. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36(8), I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's response to 23 petitions.
Dépôt de projet de loi.
Introduction of government bills.
Déclaration.
Statements by ministers.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. The honourable member for Don Valley North.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 34.1, I have the honor to present to the House in both official languages a report of the Canadian parliamentary delegation from the Canada-China Legislative Association, respecting its participation at the 19th bilateral meeting in Beijing and the Chongqing People's Republic of China, March 28th to April 1st, 2016. Thank you.
Member for Sault Ste. Marie.
Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 34.1, I have the honour to present to the House in both official languages reports of the Canada Parliamentary Delegation from the Canada-China Legislation Association and the Canada-Japan Interparliamentary Group, respecting its participation at the 24th meeting of the Asia-Pacific Parliamentary Forum in Vancouver, British Columbia, Canada, January 17th to 21st, 2016, and at the transfer of hosting authority from Canada to Fiji for the 25th annual meeting of the Asia Parliamentary Forum in Fiji, the 3rd to 5th, 2016. Furthermore, I have the honour to present to the House in both official languages a report of the Canadian Parliamentary Delegation from the Canada-Japan Interparliamentary Group respecting its participation to the co-chair's annual visit to Japan in Tokyo and Nagoya, Japan, September 12th to 18, 2016. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting reports from committees. Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there have been discussions among the parties, and if you seek it, you'll find unanimous consent for the following motion. That notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House on Wednesday, April 12, 2017, the House shall meet at 3 p.m. when members may make statements pursuant to Standing Order 31. Not later than 3:15 p.m., oral questions shall be taken up, and at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions, the House shall stand adjourned to the next sitting day. That any recorded division which would have ordinarily been deferred to Wednesday, April 12, 2017, immediately before the time provided for private members' business, be instead deferred to Wednesday, May 3, 2017, immediately before the time provided for private members' business. That the address of Malala Yousafzai be to be delivered in the chamber of the House of Commons at 12 p.m. on Wednesday, April 12, 2017, before members of the Senate and the House of Commons, together with all introductory and related remarks, be printed as an appendix to the House of Commons debate for that day and form part of the records of this House. That the media recording and transmission of such address, introductory and related remarks be authorized pursuant to established guidelines for such occasion, and that the hours of sitting and the orders of business of the House on Thursday, April 13, 2017, shall be those of a Friday. That any recorded divisions deferred to Wednesday, April 12, 2017, or requested on Thursday, April 13, 2017, in respect to a debatable motion other than an item of private member's business be deferred until Monday, May 1st, 2017, at the ordinary hour of daily adjournment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does the Honourable Minister have the unanimous consent of the House to propose the motion? Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Carried. The Honourable Member for Halliburton, Kawartha Lakes Brock. Oh.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to stand and comment on...
Order, excuse me. I have to read the motion. Excuse me. Mr. Schmale, seconded by Mr. Workington, moves that the 11th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs, presented on Wednesday, June 15, 2016, be concurred in. Debate. Now the Honourable Member for Halliburton, Kawartha Lakes Brock. My apologies.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate that. I'm pleased to comment on the 11th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. And as a new member of Parliament and a member of the Procedure and House Affairs Committee, one of the first things we worked on in that committee was how to make this place more family-friendly and how we can change the way we do business here. But one of the things that was most important is that we remember that we're in this place representing Canadians. So it's very important that we make Parliament work better for Canadians and not necessarily ourselves. And before I get going, I'd like to mention that I'm sharing my time with the member from Lanark, Frontenac, and Kingston, Mr. Speaker. I thought so too. Well, I'll get into what is in that report, Mr. Speaker, and then I will comment on what is not in that report. We had a number of witnesses, we held a number of meetings, and for the most part, we agreed on a number of the proposed changes, but there were areas that we did not agree with, Mr. Speaker, and again, I will comment on that in a moment. So, predictability was one that we agreed on, Mr. Speaker. Predictability on when votes can happen. That was one of the main issues we did look into. And how to make this more family-friendly? Well, I think we came to an agreement that a ways for the House leaders to work together and maybe schedule votes after question period or immediately after certain events that brought us all to the House in a way that if members have family, have children, they are able to better work in their schedule, and if we're here anyway, we might as well have votes after question period, which actually sounds like a good idea and something we all supported in the Procedure and House Affairs Committee. And I think House leaders on all sides have done a great job in trying to make that happen and work better for those with families here. So that was one thing we did agree on, and I supported that as a member of that committee. Efficiency. Talking about how we work the calendar, how many weeks we sit, how many weeks we're back in the riding, and making sure that we don't go longer than 3 weeks in a row, with sitting weeks in a row. We allow for that break week or constituency week when we get back in our ridings, maybe see our families or work on behalf of our constituents and do local meetings there. And I think that was a very important one that we all supported, again, because it made sense and it made sure that we all were more efficient in our duties. But I think that also helps Canadians as well. So again, that is where we agreed on, Mr. Speaker. Modernization, ensuring that childcare facilities were available for those with children. There was better access, hours that were modified to allow those members with children to access those services. And what we found out in the committee when we did our study is that a lot of the daycare hours were basically office hours that did not allow for those with children to attend a vote in the evening or attend meetings or a reception. And I was happy to know that the Parliament of Canada within the House operations did create a position where there is a service now that childcare can be provided in those off hours. And I think that was a good thing, because I think our job as parliamentarians, we want to encourage as many people, as many Canadians as possible to run for these positions, run for the nomination and run for election. I think that's very important to have a very diverse group in this place as we represent Canadians. We also talked about the Board of Internal Economy examining the House bus service. We did know that those that weren't able to may have injuries or disabilities, weren't always able to make it up to center block, without the help of the bus service. So I think we did agree that, number one, we look at the bus service and how that service is being provided, but also we ensured on the timeliness of that service during certain events that have limited its accessibility to center block. And I'll give an example, one being President Obama. When he was in town and came before Parliament, the bus service was limited, and sometimes members were not able to access this place. And especially those that aren't able to get up by their own means to Parliament Hill, I think that's a very important piece to remember, is that we always have to be thinking a couple steps ahead and ensuring that there is that accessibility for all members of this place. So that was something that was unanimously agreed on. We also talked about work-life balance, and here's where I'll get into my most important part. Not only just reuniting the family and allowing members to be with their family and looking at the system on how we do what is called travel points. For those watching on TV, probably won't have too much knowledge into that field, but for us here, it is a system we use to get back and forth to our ridings, and also to bring our families either to the riding or to Ottawa, and in order us to better do our jobs. Of course, when you see your family more often, I think that's the most basic principle is family. And as a father of a young child, I try to ensure that I see my child as much as possible in amongst my duties, either here in Ottawa or back home. But one of the things that was not included in that report, Mr. Speaker, before I get to the end of it, is the elimination of Friday sittings. Now, when we examined the Procedure and House Affairs report, we questioned witnesses, we brought in experts, and what it was agreed to, and we also brought in other members of Parliament, and what it was agreed to, Mr. Speaker, in this report is that cancelling Friday sittings and extending the workday, Monday to Thursday, had negative effects as well. And because of that problem, it was determined, Mr. Speaker, by the committee that we continue the calendar as is, 5 days a week in Ottawa during sitting weeks. Because what we noticed when we did the family-friendly initiative is starting earlier and extending the hours later actually caused a number of problems. And that's, as I mentioned before, some negative unintended consequences, Mr. Speaker. And it was agreed by members, even those that had to travel to British Columbia and had pretty rigorous travel schedules, that the Friday sittings remain in place. And what I will also mention, I'll also take a quick snippet from my friend from Chilliwack Hope, when he did his speech when the standing orders was being reviewed in this place, and I see him sitting right there, also talking about military families. They aren't the ones asking for work-life balance. They are working hard, defending our rights and freedoms all across the world. They're not the ones asking for Fridays off. We all have truck drivers. We have business people that travel and are away from their families. They are not asking for Fridays off. They are not asking for a shortened work week. They are not asking for less accountability. And Mr. Speaker, that is where it is so frustrating. There is a historic precedence that when changes to the standing orders are made, that it is done by unanimous consent. And this is where this government is going in the total opposite direction, and the way they're doing this, the way they're ramming it through, using their majority to make life better for them while taking away from the opposition, is totally ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous, Mr. Speaker. Nobody here, we all got elected knowing what we're getting into. We all know what we got into. We all knew what the job entailed. And there are ways to make this place family-friendly, and that's where I think this report, Mr. Speaker, clearly identifies a number of initiatives Parliament can take to help those with young families. But again, as it said, in that report, we all agreed, based on the evidence we listened to, the witnesses, the experts, that getting rid of Fridays is not the right way to go about it. And now, as I mentioned, the Liberals have decided, well, that doesn't really matter. We know we agreed in committee. You know what? We're just going to go through with this anyway because we have a majority and ram it down everyone's throats, and we're going to have to live with this. This is not how Canadians expect democracy to work. There is historical precedence that unanimous consent is agreed to. And I know the committee is adjourned until Wednesday at 4 p.m. and we'll see what comes of that, but I really hope the Liberals do take a step back, realize what they're doing, and come into debate with the opposition. There are a number of initiatives that they did propose that we are willing to discuss. And we're willing to discuss them all. We might not agree with them all, but we're willing to discuss them. Let's have this conversation. The conversation the House Leader says needs to happen, and we're happy to have it. and we're ready to do that. But you cannot take away the opposition's role in this Parliament. I see my time is running out, Mr. Speaker. I thank you for the time.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the comments from the member. And I think what's important is that we recognize that there is a need for us to have this discussion, and that's the reason why the Government House Leader brought forward a discussion paper. And let's just pick up on the one point that the member made reference to. He argues and articulates about Fridays. I can assure the member that 7 days a week I work. I even technically work on Sundays. Whether I work in Ottawa or I work in Winnipeg, both are of great value to me and to my constituents in which I represent, Mr. Speaker. If I could take the 3 hours, that half day that we work on the Friday, so that it's during that Tuesday, Thursdays, Mr. Speaker, that would then allow me to attend many different events and functions in my riding of Winnipeg North. Now, it doesn't mean there's any fewer hours, but it does allow for members of Parliament to work more in their constituency. And that's something in which I would think that all of us would welcome. Unless you're in fear of going to your constituency, Mr. Speaker, I would welcome the opportunity. And my question to the member is, would he not at the very least acknowledge? It's important that we have this discussion, because for some members of Parliament, the idea of that working 7 days a week is very real. And if the opportunity is there to allow us the opportunity to work a little longer during the Tuesdays and Thursdays, I'm in favor of that because it gives me more time with my constituents.
Member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I do appreciate the comments from the members opposite. And of course, we all go back to our ridings for the most part every weekend to attend events and engage with constituents. But the point here is, Mr. Speaker, and we, like I said in my speech, we do want to have the conversation. Ramming it through without engagement from the opposition is not the way to do it. It is not in historical precedence that the government uses its majority to ram something through, changing the way this place works so it better suits the Liberals. And this is something the opposition is united upon. We are not going to give up on this fight. We have said we will have this conversation. We're happy to have this conversation. The Procedure and House Affairs Committee did have an investigation and a report and a discussion on how to make this place more family-friendly. And as I mentioned in my speech, it was agreed upon, whether we talked about staff, current members of Parliament, people that work in the House and make this House operate behind the scenes, that eliminating Friday sittings is actually would have a number of unintended consequences that the Liberal members want to do just because it benefits them.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Member for Chilliwack Hope.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I think part of this debate that's been shocking to me is that the Liberals have elected a bunch of new members who suddenly have come up with the idea that we need to radically change Parliament. So I know the member was elected for the first time in 2015, so I have a few questions for him. Was he shocked to learn that the House of Commons, that the Parliament of Canada was in Ottawa? Was he shocked to learn that we sit 25 or 26 weeks a year and that he would be required to travel to Ottawa to do that work? Was he shocked to learn that Parliament sits 5 days a week when it is in session? And was he also forced to run? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank my friend from Chilliwack Hope for those comments because, Mr. Speaker, I would like to think we all knew what we were getting into when we did that job. And I would like to think that we all did some research, found out how many days we have to be in Ottawa, how many weeks, what the job entails before we made that decision on whether or not we'd like to seek the nomination. And, you know, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to actually comment and quote my friend from Chilliwack Hope in his speech before Parliament. Let's see, here it is. Members are asking about taking Friday off, getting back to their ridings and being here only Monday to Thursday. What would happen in most situations is that we all go back to work on Friday. We would be working in a different location and there would be less accountability here for the government with one fewer day for question period and one fewer day for legislation to be examined. It would do nothing for work-life balance. I think that's an important point to note. And we should also point out that the Prime Minister is also trying to attend only one day a week. So attending question period for 45 minutes, that's the Prime Minister's idea of a job well done. I'll show up to work in Parliament, be accountable to my peers for 45 minutes a week, and let's call it a day. And Mr. Speaker, that's not acceptable.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Hamilton West, Ancaster Dundas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I have a couple of questions I'd like to put to the member. I'm actually a member on the PROC committee, and essentially the discussion before PROC now, the motion before PROC, is to start the discussion. This is to have a discussion about how we can make this place more effective and more efficient, how to bring it into the 21st century so that we can use our time better. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, as a new member, there are definitely ways that we can make our time better here. And that's the discussion that's ahead of us now. How we are spinning this into certain conclusions, running to conclusions about this is about Fridays off. It's not about Fridays off. But let's have the discussion to determine whether we're going to be here all day Friday. We are in a position now, Mr. Speaker, where we can't even enter into the dialogue. We're being stopped. So I want to ask the member, what does he have against opening this up, having the discussion, bringing evidence in so that we can make this place more efficient and more effective? Because, Mr. Speaker, we can do better than we're currently doing right now.
The honourable member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I thank you the words from the member opposite. I do appreciate her comments and her work on the committee. Mr. Speaker, I think what the member opposite is thinking about, she's on step B. We're on step A. We're happy to have this conversation, but the first thing is we as the opposition need some assurances that you're not just going to ram it down our throats, the changes that the Liberals say they want to have to make the Prime Minister here only 45 minutes a week and only here 4 days a week when parliaments are sitting. And that is something we want to have discussion on, but we may not agree on that. And one thing I should point out to the member opposite, Mr. Speaker, none of that was in the Liberal campaign platform. I don't think if the Liberals ran on a campaign of 4 days a week during parliamentary sittings, they'd be sitting in that side of the House.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm rising today to talk to the 11th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs, a committee on which I've served for over a decade. I am currently the longest serving member of that committee. And I'm rising to speak to this not because of anything intrinsically important in this particular report. It was the 11th committee. We've had a number of other committees both before and since. And this one is of just average importance. But I'm doing it because this is our way on the opposition benches of drawing attention to the fact that that committee, and indeed this entire place, operates with a sort of Damocles hanging over its collective head. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals have proposed a motion in committee, the motion to which my colleague from Hamilton West mentioned just a moment ago. A motion which, far from opening up debate, actually ensures that debate will be shut down by a definable, very brief deadline on the standing orders, on all the standing orders, that the committee will report back to the House on all matters dealing with the standing orders by June the 2nd. Now, as a practical matter, Mr. Speaker, no committee ever comes to an agreement without having procedural meetings that take some time on the day that it makes its report. So we're actually looking at meetings that would have to wrap up in practice in terms of new substance sometime much earlier than that, probably a week to 2 weeks at best. The report would almost certainly, well, it would be imposed using closure within the committee, something that committees do not normally do, something that is not normally tolerated in committee. And that closure or guillotine or termination debate is the reporting deadline of June 2nd. Very, very brief. That is the fundamental issue here. So we hear talk from Liberal members here of a discussion paper that was produced. We have a discussion paper. Let's just discuss what's in that discussion paper. So we have a discussion paper that is, I believe, 12 pages long, put out by the government House Leader on March the 10th, right before our most recent break week but one. And the very same day, the member for Bonavista introduced, and I actually checked by going back finding out when the paper was submitted by the House Leader and when the motion was submitted to the committee clerk by them from Bonavista. 1 hour, 11 minutes later, after the motion, it might be 2 hours and 11 minutes, but you'll see my point, Mr. Speaker. The member for Bonavista produced a motion to impose this closure. It's a motion that is almost a page long. It contains 5 subsidiary points, one of which has a subordinate list. So we are to believe that the member for Bonavista produced this motion all on his own after hearing about the government's paper, got it translated. The member is not bilingual. And to the clerk, all in the space of a couple hours. Now, what was really going on was there was a great rush to ensure that this could be submitted 2 sleeps, as we like to say, 2 government business days prior to the rise of, or the return of the committee to business, so that it could be introduced at an in-camera hearing. And the government could then push through this profoundly undemocratic motion at that committee hearing. I raised the issue in the House, said the Liberals are about to push this through at an in-camera meeting, and to their credit, to his credit, the parliamentary secretary, or rather the deputy government House Leader, said, I'd like this meeting to go in public, and in public we were able to raise our concerns, thereby forestalling this way of doing things. But the motion, if that motion were withdrawn, the dialogue could begin. The dialogue could begin. The dialogue can begin, in fact, if the government will instruct its members on the committee to vote in favor of an amendment that I put forward. And that amendment says, simply, nothing will come out of this committee as a recommendation to the government without the unanimous consent of all the members of the committee, which in practice means without the consent of the New Democrats and the Conservatives, as well as the Liberal Party members. So the government, if it really wants a discussion, if their words are sincere, the government has a number of options. Option number 1, it could agree to the motion, the amendment that I proposed in committee, the amendment saying that we will not move forward in anything without unanimous consent. That would allow us to get something done by June 2nd. I think we, as a practical matter, would need a great deal more time to go through all the standing orders. But we could start that work now if that's the government's choice. That's the first thing they could do. Number 2, they could withdraw the motion put forward by the member from Bonavista. And after, my goodness, I don't know how many hours of debate in committee, it should be apparent to them that there is not all-party support for that motion, to put it mildly. So that can be withdrawn. Option number 3 they have is they could move forward with some other motion. I actually submitted another motion to be ready to go in case the government did decide to withdraw its motion. It's a motion that calls for the discussion on a piecemeal basis, or if you like, on a subject-by-subject basis of the government, of the various items on the government's agenda. You know, there's nothing wrong with discussing Friday sittings, and to the government's credit, it not only says that we think we should consider getting rid of Friday sittings, it also says we want to consider the possibility of having the House sit all day long on Fridays, making it a full day. So there there might be willingness to move that direction. But to make the obvious point, you can't do both of those things at the same time. Presumably, there needs to be a discussion of both of those. And also, with regard to the Prime Minister's question time, and with regard to changing the times of votes, and with regard to all of the other issues that are discussed in the House Leader's proposals. If you go through her proposals, you see that it includes topics as disparate as sittings of the House, electronic voting, the House calendar, should we sit further into the end of June, starting in earlier in September, meet in January, routine proceedings, how they're conducted, changes to private members' business, an item which on its own in 2003 occupied a similar committee of the House for long enough for it to produce several reports over the course of a year. Prorogation, something which would be a vexed question to deal with because it deals with Crown prerogatives, and so that would take a fair bit of time and some nuancing and some expert testimony to deal with. Time allocation is one of the things they want to discuss. How question period is done. Omnibus bills, management of committees. So these are all topics. Oh my goodness, there is no way you could discuss these things by June the 2nd. And that would be true even if it were not also true that our committee has been charged with the Minister for Democratic Institutions to, by the middle of May, complete its hearings into the Canada Elections Act. And the Minister for Democratic Institutions spoke very eloquently to us on March the 9th, one day before this paper was released, explaining why it was important for us to get this done. She said, Elections Canada cannot respond to the recommendations that you are going to make, that I, the Minister, am going to incorporate into government legislation on a short-term basis. They need to have enough time before the 2019 election to set these things in place. I need to introduce legislation in September. That means you need to report back to me by end of May, beginning of June at the latest. Exactly the same deadline that has been foisted upon this committee by the motion from the member for Bonavista. So, Mr. Speaker, the most sensible thing of all would simply be to withdraw the motion. Now, having said that, I do want to make an amendment to this motion, Mr. Speaker, and I'm going to move now, seconded by the member for Chilliwack Hope, that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following. The 11th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs, presented on June 15, 2016, be not now concurred in, but that it be, and by the way, I think it's December 16th, I apologize that, December 16, 2016, be not now concurred in, but that it be recommitted to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs with instructions that it amend the same to clarify that in all of its reviews of the procedures and practices of the House, the committee will only make recommendations to the House that enjoy the support of all members of the committee. Thank you, Mr. Oh, yeah.
Order. Mr. Reid, seconded by Mr. Strahl, moves that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following. The 11th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs, presented December 16, 2016, be not now concurred in, but that it be recommitted to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs with instruction that it amend the same to clarify that in all of its reviews of the procedures and practices of the House, the committee will only make recommendations to the House that enjoy the support of all the members of the committee. It's admissible. And we'll now go to questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Costa Bay Central Notre Dame.
Very quick question, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member, I congratulated him several years ago. What he did was he did something that doesn't happen very often, but he managed to change the standing orders in this House with a private member's motion at the time. And what it was the election of the Speaker. And I voted for it at the time, but over 40% of the people in this House did not. Now, he just put in an amendment and alluded to the fact that any changes to the standing orders require unanimous consent. When he changed the rules in this House, did he seek unanimous consent? Yes or no?
The honourable member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Thank you. First of all, Mr. Speaker, I stand corrected. It was, in fact, June the 15th, 2016. My apologies for that. So I hope you will accept that correction to myself. The other thing I did wrong was I got the members' riding incorrectly. I said Bonavista. Of course, I would have said Costa Bays had I been keeping up more closely on riding names. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, as I know from bitter personal experience, even someone as elevated as the Speaker of the House of Commons can occasionally get the names of ridings muddled up, and the people of the County of Lennox and Addington, who I formerly represented, were frequently the ones who suffered because of that. Now, turning to the question that the member raised, he has an interesting point. He's saying that the motion I proposed, under which was adopted by the House, under which the standing orders were changed to cause the Speaker to be elected by preferential ballot. He's saying that was not done by unanimous consent. He's quite right. There were members opposed in the then governing party, the Conservatives, my party. There were members opposed and in favour in the NDP, and likewise in the Liberal Party. And what we see there is it was, in fact, the only vote that I'm aware of in the last Parliament that was done without any party discipline at all. That is actually, I think, a very healthy way of dealing with something that comes via the novel approach of private members' business. But I will say this, that approach is not remotely like the approach that his government is attempting of ramming through changes with the absolute opposition of the other parties. That's the big difference here.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston. I share the concern that we do need consent that is consensus, preferably unanimity in this place for changing the standing orders. The standing orders do sound, I think, I wouldn't blame some Canadians if their eyes glaze over at the notion that it matters how we vote or how much time we have for debate. But I do think it's fundamental to this place that when we're changing the rules in basically a very wide range of changes, I've opened them up with further changes this day, and I hope all members who are interested in this issue have received it. I tried to send it to your personal emails, a paper suggesting that we consider the climate impacts of our schedule in this place, something that I think the current government would want to think about, that we consider the role of individual MPs and not just political party power, because this place, our Parliament, is fundamentally about members of Parliament who, at least in theory, are equals. So I asked my honourable colleague if he thinks the growing role of political parties undermines the role of individual members to represent their constituencies.
The honourable member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Mr. Speaker, how much time do I have left in the Q&A part? Oh, a minute and a half. Okay. In that case, I will avoid an elaborate analogy I was working on between this process and electoral reform. I was going to provide a colorful illustration of just how people can be engaged in an apparently technical issue by pointing to that issue and citing the honourable member's extensive experience in this. I will say this, and I'm not sure I'm answering her question exactly, but I think it gets at the nub of what she's getting at here. There is a process we have had in place. It was there during the Harper government. It was there during the Chrétien government. If you look back, you can find elements of it going back as far as November 1867, when the very first standing orders of the House of Commons were adopted. What happened at that time was that a committee, an all-party committee, was struck. It brought its report back to the House. The report was not adopted by consensus, but rather the Leader of the Opposition raised concerns about the report. Those were then put into the report, amendments were made, and that was adopted by unanimous consent. So this practice has allowed us to have increased openness, flexibility for members, opposition parties, but also for people who are treated as independents in this place. Moving away from that is always a bad idea, and I would strongly say that in this case it's a very, very bad idea indeed.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Costa Bays, Central Notre Dame.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's an honour for me to stand here to do this. Just to my colleague earlier mentioned about member from Bonavista. No, unfortunately, I no longer represent Bonavista, the beautiful area that it is. But nevertheless, I appreciate what he was saying when it comes to our riding names and how they've changed and evolved over time. And speaking of evolution, let's talk about how we've evolved in many ways, but we have much further to go. Much further to go in order to modernize our current parliament as it is right now. It has been a discussion for quite some time, and in certain cases, in a minuscule way, we've crept along inch by inch on certain individual initiatives. I know the member just spoke, talked about how we changed the election of the Speaker. We had a member from the NDP who instilled e-petitions, which I think was one of the best things that I voted for regarding motions changing the standing orders over the past little while. Just by way of illustration, I was hosting several members of the European Parliament here as President of Canada Europe, and they were sitting here watching. They were here from about 2 o'clock Eastern to about 3:30, and they managed to take in several things. The Standing Order 31, or statements from members. They took in oral questions, and then they also took in voting, because we had a vote after the question period took place. And there was, her name escapes me, and I apologize, but she was from the Netherlands, and she's been a member of the European Parliament for quite some time. And she said, I said, what did you think of the whole 90 minutes? And she said, you know, it was a contrasting tale of two stories. And I said, what's that? And she said, you debate like it's the 21st century, but why do you vote like it's still the 19th century? Basically, in every other legislature around the world, most of them have some form of electronic voting or modernized voting by which they go in. It is recorded by each individual member, but some places they have an ID card which goes in, they press their button yes or no when you ask. The English, the British Westminster system line up in different aisles as to which way they're voting. And in America, of course, Congress, they walk up and they electronically vote that way. So not very many have a way of voting such as we do. Now, if you're in a legislature of about 20 people, okay, that's fine. But when you're in a legislature of 338, it is time-consuming. I know Canadians want to see how their members of Parliament voted, but some may say that there are better ways to do it. That being said, during this current process now that have introduced this motion, we've heard from several people, even members of their own party, conflicted as to how they feel about it, and there's nothing wrong with that, because that's how it should be. That's how it should be. So, I use electronic voting only because I've enjoyed the discussion so far, and I want this discussion to continue. So let me just illustrate my current frustrations with this, and I hope that we get beyond this impasse, this filibuster, and get into the study itself. Now, let me clarify by saying this first and foremost. If I was to stand here in this House, and I look at my colleague from the NDP and say that, how dare they do this filibuster, I would be insincere, very insincere. 10 years in opposition dealing with the Fair or Unfair Elections Act, I know firsthand doing a filibuster is a right of every member in this House. To the point where I'd even say a lot of it I've been enjoying, quite frankly. I just wish that we could take some of this debate that's been playing out in this filibuster, move it into the study, because I want to hear from witnesses from the outside. Now, several bones of contention here. The first big one, let me just address the unanimity aspect of this. The opposition cites the McGraw report. I'm going to pick on the McGraw report because I think it's a shining example, as they've said, of how it should be. And I agree with them. It should be that way in this report. We should be able to come out with a unanimous report citing several ways to make major changes. However, my motion is to start the study by which we can get into a unanimous report, which I hope we can. But the McGraw report, which reads from 2004, the way the motion is written, it's very complex. It never asked for unanimous consent. It just asked for a report to modernize the House of the day. Now, with the result of that motion was a unanimous report. Thank goodness there was. I'm not sure if we had to pin this down to unanimity that we would have a full debate. Now, I can debate the idea about time. June 2nd deadline that I put in my motion. I'm willing to go and talk about that. I never really got to that point yet, but I certainly would like to. One of the other points that the member brought up earlier, he talked about, and this has been, I just want to put this to rest right away, which is said that my motion was developed within 2 hours of reading or tabling of the discussion paper or sending it out. That's not true. Okay. 3 days prior to the release, the minister showed me the discussion paper, to which I read it, took it in, took my notes from the Take Note debate in October with my own views. In that period, I was able to draft a motion. It wasn't a 2-hour episode. Yes, I saw it before other members. That is true, but I'm being honest about it. I want this committee to study this, and I want to do it quickly so that we can provide this House with what we've discovered through our own testimony, which is far more robust than I had figured because of some of the input from the Conservative Party, from the NDP, and some from our own. I've rather enjoyed it. And some of the things, for goodness sakes, for 2 hours we talked about the Magna Carta. To say that I was absolutely enthralled and gripped with it is not entirely true, but it was pretty close. So I forget the name of the writing of the individual who brought it up. I only know him by name, but it was very good. I enjoyed it. And there were several discussions about how other parliaments, particularly the Westminster model in Australia, New Zealand, our own, of course, and in other jurisdictions, how that they get through the day and modernizing their parliaments. I talked about electronic voting. I'd like to talk about another aspect that was not brought up during the campaign, but it was in this discussion paper for a very good reason, and this was brought to my attention some time ago. It's all about programming, and some people look at this and go, well, you're just defining what the debate is going to be. What happened was back in the late 90s, there was a great deal of frustration about debate, so debate would go along for so long, and then, boom, it would end on time allocation. The British, the UK MPs call it the guillotine, which is probably a more apt description. It was also described by my honourable colleague. What it does is debate goes along, the guillotine drops, and there it is, it's done. But the thing is in opposition, it's frustrating because you don't know when that's coming. So what they did was in the UK, they said, well, after second reading, we will program the debate such that we know how long we have for the report stage, the third stage, into the vote. So that way, each party is able to present its arguments in the way that they want to. Because the frustrating part was, when you go along in a debate, let's say you have 3 elements of the debate. Number 3 is the important one. So you want to build your narrative into the debate by, this is bad, but this is really bad. By the time you get to the second point, all of a sudden, debate would be guillotine and over. So they brought in programming in the UK, and surprisingly, even the opposition side, the vast majority of them, agreed that it was a sensible way to handle legislation. But again, it was not automatic, so it required a discussion amongst the House leaders, and then post that, if they agreed, then they would have a programming of a debate after second reading. One of the other issues was about the omnibus legislation discussion paper. Can the Speaker, such as you, have a more active role in dividing up the omnibus legislation and to make it more palatable, and certainly make it more discernible in several ways or certain areas? This particular topic cleaved off into this type of legislation. This topic goes the other way. But my honourable colleague from the Conservatives brought up a good point, which I think is a precursor to this study, which would say, is that possible? Does the Speaker have the authority? Does the Speaker have, now maybe he or she does, I don't know. But it's worth a discussion. Because as we know, omnibus legislation was a factor that weighed heavy amongst parliamentarians in the last Parliament, and we discussed it quite a bit. So those are a few elements of the discussion paper that we got into. Now, there are several aspects that we campaigned on as a party, and we'd like to go forward with that, obviously. It's something we campaigned on and we would like to do. Some of the issues brought up was the Friday issue. Now, it seems pretty rich when you say to the House, we don't want to work on Fridays, but if you look at the situation, we never said we wouldn't. Here's my problem with Fridays, and I hope the opposition can hear this. It's a half day. It's not a very effective day. Let's take effective hours in this Parliament and apportion them either to other days or you make Friday a full day. Those are the options that we wanted to put in front of this committee. They said Canadians show up to work on Friday. True. Canadians show up to work on 8:30 in the morning. We show up at 10. Canadians go to work in September. We don't, according to that logic. Canadians show up to work in January. We don't. Why not? Why can't we apportion some of these hours to those months? Many years ago, my father wanted in his workplace, he was an electrician in a mill for 43 years. And the company came to him and they said, instead of working 8-hour shifts, why don't you work 12? And that way you can spend more time with your family in the other 4 days. Instead of 2 days off, you get 4. What an idea. The difference here is that my father had some time off in those 4 days, but let's be quite honest, there's another part we're missing. I don't know about the other members, and I'm not presupposing they do, because I know we all do. That time away from Ottawa is spent working. Meetings, constituency events by which we get our feedback. You know, it's not like, I mean, in many cases, trying to get from here to Newfoundland, I might as well just be going to Iceland, for goodness sake. It's about the same amount of time I can get there. There's the travel that's involved. Yes, we work instead of calling them break weeks, they truly are constituency weeks. You know, I saw last week the Twitter feed from my honourable colleague from Avalon. My goodness, I don't think he slept in 4 days. It was just a constant ream of work. The man's 7 feet high. He should be 5'2". He ran around so much in his riding. It's unbelievable. Hardworking. He's a hardworking member. So I just wanted to bring these points to the front because I'll conclude on this point. This is a motion to do a study. All the things that they've been saying about unanimity, we want. We desire. But what if we put out this report and it only has to be in unanimous and only one thing is agreed upon? A report of just one thing to do. There is so much discussion that can be done. So much to talk about that would not be included in this report. That's the unfortunate part about this. They may not agree with the logic. But in the past, as I've said before, from the very beginning, if you're going to use a report that has received unanimous consent, the motion did not call for unanimous consent, and I wonder why. The member who changed the standing orders, who just talked about unanimous consent, not once asked for unanimous consent when he changed the rules. There is a member from the NDP also changed the rules on e-petition, and he did a good job, and I supported it. But he didn't ask for unanimous consent. Now, to achieve unanimous consent is the aspirational goal by which we strive for. And I understand the politics of this. I understand the Facebook stuff. I understand the filibuster. That's one of the privileges of serving both sides of the House. Not because you think you can argue on both sides of your mouth because you have a different perspective on both sides. You know what it's like to govern, and you know what it's like to be in opposition. And I stand on both principles. I participated fully in a filibuster. And I will sit here and I will sit in front of a filibuster against me. I even spoke at the filibuster. It's my motion. They're filibustering my motion, and I spoke at it. I don't know if you call that a counterbuster or what the heck you call it. But the reason why I spoke to it is this. We had several hours of fantastic information that was put forward, even in a filibuster. Now, go figure that. But here's why I want to get to the study. There are so many people out there that are not sitting in this House that can give us a great information as to how we can modernize this House. This discussion paper is not a motion in front of the House saying, majority rules, you vote for it or that's it. That's what happened before. The perpetrators of the Unfair Elections Act crawl on this high horse and said that you can't do that. We're not putting something in the House to vote on now. We are putting a motion to study the possibility of changing the standing orders. Now, I ask you, at what point does that involve ramming things through? It's not. This is discussion. If they don't like programming that I just talked about, I like it. If they don't like it, don't support it. Argue against it. I've already acquiesced on many occasions about some of the arguments that were put forward, like omnibus legislation, all of that. But again, we take into account what we've done in the past. Here's what I like. The McGraw report, because it did come out unanimous. It was not required. It came out unanimous. We had a take-note debate started by us. We didn't ram through anything. We just said, let's have a debate and discuss these ideas. Now we have this motion, together with a discussion paper, that some of that we may not even support, but it certainly is worth talking about. This is nowhere near what it used to be. If you want to go precedents, they've said always we've acted this way. Not so. Early 90s, Brian Mulrooney slapped a motion in this House saying we need to change the standing orders. Did he do a motion? No. Did he do a take-note debate? No. Did he do a discussion paper? No. No. Here are the changes. Vote for it. And we have the majority. Good luck. That's not what we're doing now. That is not what we're doing now. That is absolute insincere argument. That is totally insincere to the point where all they have to do is start this study and get it moving. That's all I ask. Each and every time that we have done this, they talk about the precedents, and there are a lot of precedents for it. And I don't want to get this off the rails in the sense that I don't want people to think that we're against a unanimous report. Nobody here wants, we all love to have one. All of us. It's an aspirational goal that we believe in. That's right. That's right. But in the discussion before it took place, like I said, I'm willing to talk about all these things. But before that discussion took place, it was a race to a filibuster and it was a race to Facebook, and that's their right. They can do that. That's fine. But I hope, as I get back onto the kind words, the honourable member, I've got to get there quick. I've got to get there. I just want to say that I hope that we can get through this, because I think modernizing Parliament in this particular Parliament is sadly overdue. And we do this in all aspects of programming and voting and all the matters by which that we can modernize here to make this better for all members of Parliament now that we have 338. That being said, I want to thank all the members for listening to me on this, because unanimity would be a wonderful thing. And despite the fact that sometimes I get pretty angry about it, I certainly do want that, because I think this place deserves it. More than that, Canadians deserve it. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and I want to thank my friend from Coast Bay, Central Notre Dame, for his remarks. He was doing pretty good there for a while, and then we got into a couple of rough bumps. Just a couple of things. I know time is tight on these questions and answers, but a couple of things just absolutely scream out to be responded to. I mean, the first is that the member talked about the McGraw report and keep holding it up as something they want to do, but in that report they talk about how proud they are of the fact that they didn't have to have any votes. Now the member says, well, we're not saying that there has to be. We're not saying that I'm not really sure. It depends what part of his speech. He kind of bounces around. Here's the reality. There is no open give and take free discussion, as we would all like to have, if the government insists on retaining the right to ram it through if they don't agree with the proposed unanimity. And this is the issue. The government keeps saying, and I'm coming to my question, Speaker, the government keeps saying, we don't know why the opposition's doing this. Why are they causing such turmoil? By the way, they're the ones that forced it 24/7, not us. And they wonder why can't we just have a nice discussion? Why can't we talk about these things? Well, let me ask the honourable member, if he were prepared to guarantee that there would be no ramming through, in no condition would the government believe they have the right to ram something through, I want to ask him, if he's prepared to do that, would he then accept that then we could have a fair, informed discussion? But he must recognize that as long as the government retains the right, or believes that they retain the right, to unilaterally ram it through, the idea of having nice, equal, fair-minded discussions is just not going to happen for obvious reasons.
The honourable member for Coast Bay, Central Notre Dame.
Oh, no. Back up a minute. What did I say in the very first thing? Was that he too uses the McGraw report, and I agree. All the things that he has said, all the wonderful things that are in this, they're real gems about it. No votes, that sort of thing. That's great. But if you look at the setup for this report, it didn't restrict these people into doing that. It started out on a good foot, where it basically said, look, this is what we want to do. All the things that we want to talk about to modernize the House of Commons, where unanimity was not required. That's a setup from the very beginning. That's what that is. Yes, they did put a timeline on it. The very last sentence of that motion talks about June. You know it, I know it. I should be talking to you, I appreciate that. But that last sentence in that motion requires a timeline. Now, you either argue it, if you're going to argue it, you got to read it first. Thank you.
Always so animated up at the south end of the chamber. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Hamilton West Ancaster Dundas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable colleague for offering some clarification. I think it's very important, and passions do rise here, Mr. Speaker, because this is an important issue for Canadians. And as a member on this committee, we want to ensure that Canadians understand exactly what is happening here. So I'm very happy to hear my honourable friend make very clear that this is about having the discussion. This is about inviting witnesses to come so that the committee can make best practices, suggestions that are evidence-based on how we move forward. So I have two questions for my friend. The first is, with respect to this comment about this being expedited and trying to, make it happen overnight. First, I know I, as a committee member, am willing to work extra hours to make this happen. And if we need the further time, would my friend be willing to say, yes, if it needs further time, that we need that for making a good decision, we would do that? And secondly, with respect to efficiency and effectiveness, how important is this for Canadians? And can my friend give examples of how we are not being effective and efficient as we can be? Because I know as a new member, Mr. Speaker, that we can do much better. And this is exactly what this committee wants to undertake so that we can fulfill our promise to Canadians, so that every minute that we spend here, we're making the absolute best use of our times so we can serve Canadians to the best of our ability.
The honourable member for Coast Bay, Central Notre Dame.
Yeah, this is one of those times when I hear an intervention, I just want to sit down and say, yeah, that's a good point, and sit down. But I won't. I'll elaborate by saying this. there are several times in this House, and I point to the opposition because I mentioned two earlier, and I kind of picked on them, but I'm reticent to do that because I supported both of those initiatives. And the reason why I supported it is because I thought it was the right thing to do. Now we're looking at more holistic changes in a much broader fashion for the discussion. See, if you look at it through private members' motions, you start talking about changing. You don't have a lot of time by which you can examine fully some of these concepts that we're talking about. Here we can. And I think that when you look at changes in whole, we can get witnesses to come in, we can get witnesses to talk about some of the concepts that we're doing. And these are people that have not just read about it, they actually went through it. Parliamentarians, former parliamentarians from around the world can discuss. You know, we tried programming, we did electronic voting, we did many of these things. And in doing so, here are some of the snags and here is not. The bad thing is when you come last, is that you're last and you're plodding along and you'll be the last ones to do it. But one of the good things is you can take from the good and the bad from everybody else that has done it in cases such as New Zealand, Australia, and certainly for Westminster, and maybe even into Scotland as well, because their Scottish Parliament, being fairly new, they adopted some of the best practices as they started. So that's one of the things that we can do to modernize, and I hope that's the type of discussion we'll get into when we do this study. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to my colleague from Coast of Bays. I'm still feeling terrible about getting his riding name wrong. I wanted to ask him this. He indicated in his lengthy remarks that he's not willing to negotiate on everything in his motion, but he is willing to negotiate on the deadline. Now, I have a feeling that wouldn't be enough for my colleagues and myself, but it does raise the question. We started the debate. He introduced his motion on the 22nd of March. About 2 weeks have gone by. We'll be returning to this on April the 5th. So that's 2 weeks gone. If you push back 2 weeks from June the 2nd, you're at June the 16th. But as well, we have the important business, and now some time lost on this important business, of changes to the Canada Elections Act, a matter which the very day before he introduced his motion, the Minister for Democratic Institutions said must be rushed through committee by the end of May, a schedule which conflicts entirely with our timeline. So my question is this: would he be willing to consider moving back his deadline to the autumn in order to allow us to properly fulfill that mandate regarding democratic institutions while still dealing with the standing orders in more detail? I'll just point out that would leave us the entire summer to have meetings and discuss this.
Honourable member for Coast of Bays Central, Notre Dame.
Yeah, I'd be willing to discuss it, but I don't think that was in their amendment. I think their amendment was solely concerned with the idea of unanimity, if I recall. That's what we're on right now, which is the amendment. But one of the things when I mentioned earlier about discussion of the time spent, I talk about the time during the day that we can set a time throughout the week, 5 days a week. As a matter of fact, the Finance Committee does this during pre-budget consultations, where they go 5 days a week and extend the hours. I see nothing wrong with that, unless maybe Friday is out of the question for them. I don't know. I'd be willing to sit on a Friday. I'm not sure about my colleagues, but there you go.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
Speaker, and the member had a lengthy speech, and he's well versed in parliamentary process and knows the material very well. His experience, he mentioned understanding fully the importance of parliamentary privilege for members, having sat on both sides of the House, and the importance of each member who did indeed win an election to represent their constituents. He commented on the high quality of the debate that is taking place at PROC and wished that some of that would actually be part of the discussion itself. But does he not see that it is entirely within the power of himself and his colleagues to make that happen by simply either adopting the amendment that is before the committee or withdrawing the motion and then beginning the debate where we can discuss modernizing this place?
Honourable member for Coast of Bays Central, Notre Dame.
I appreciate where my colleague is coming from by talking about the beginning of a debate, so on and so forth. But we already began this debate. It started in October. So all through that period, we talked about it. Then we, on Procedure and House Affairs, now what we're doing is we want to do a motion to begin this discussion, right? So if you look at the logic of it, the take no bait took place here, and I really enjoyed that. Now we're into a discussion over how to have this study looked at, which we can use the time wisely to do all that without withdrawing anything. He talks about the amendment, but we haven't gotten to the vote on the amendment yet because the floor hasn't been seated. So I appreciate what he's been saying. However, I think that we're to a point now where we're ready to move on this to say in committee, we want to study and provide recommendations to the House in order for the minister and other parties to consider.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Pleasure to rise and speak to concurrence in the committee's report, as well as the amendment to send it back to committee, and importantly to affirm and to clarify that in all its reviews of the procedures and practices of the House, the committee will only make recommendations to the House that enjoy the support of all members of the committee. As I'm sure you know, and as all members of this House know, that's been the subject of some debate pertaining to some other issues before the committee. And it may be that at various times some members in the past in Parliament have made arguments for why it might not make sense to always proceed on the basis of all party support. I'm not sure I would agree with those arguments, Mr. Speaker, but I can say, and I want to speak to, because I think it's important both to this motion and to other matters at PROC, that in the particular circumstances of this Parliament and where we've come from October 2015 until now, it is important that if parties are going to engage in discussions, whether it's about family-friendly or other rules about the House and changing them, that opposition members have some assurances from the government before setting out on that discussion that they're going to have a proper decision-making process for the end of that discussion. Because what we don't want to do is create a pretext for the government to ram through whatever changes it would like, whether it's with respect to family-friendly or other changes to the rules of the House, Mr. Speaker. So that's why, notwithstanding any general arguments about why we may not in every case want all party support for this or that or the other thing, in this particular Parliament, it's important that we have those reassurances, because whatever good faith or trust the government might have asked for at the beginning of its mandate has been burned up by that government. It took a serious hit about a year ago when the government decided to introduce Motion 6, which I think was a pretty ugly motion, frankly, Mr. Speaker, that sought to handcuff Parliament and make it a creature, essentially, of the government. And whenever something was going on that the government didn't like, it would simply be able to shut down debate or adjourn the House, and to do it at will, which is why when we see, arguments from the government about, on some issues about, programming bills, for instance, because they want more predictability in the House, Mr. Speaker. Well, Motion 6 had nothing to do with a predictable schedule. It had nothing to do with making the hours that we stay or leave predictable for the sake of members with young families or for the staff of members with young families. So I think there's good cause to suspect that when the government talks about making the House more predictable for the sake of families, really what they're doing is using the arguments of predictability and using young families as a screen for doing whatever is convenient to them at the time. I'm sure because I'm going to be splitting my time with the member for Hamilton Centre, he'll have more to say on that. So I'll leave that alone for now. That predictability, I don't think, is a real value that the government is promoting. I think they're cherry picking when they talk about predictability, and they're cherry picking when it's convenient for them to have concern for members with young families, and when they won't, frankly, Mr. Speaker. So that was part of Motion 6. I raised that argument just as one example of where we started to hear what if you're just listening through the news and you're not here in this place every day and you don't see the way the government operates on a daily basis, sounds like a reasonable argument. Yeah, I mean, if you have a family, isn't it nice to know whether you're going to leave at 6 or whether you're going to leave at 8? Well, Motion 6, when they had that in their mind, had nothing to do with that. And then another issue that that pertains to this, because it has to do with democracy and it has to do with how we set the rules for democracy, was on electoral reform, Mr. Speaker, where again we had the government say, hey, we need opposition members to engage us in good faith. In fact, we're even going to go so far as to tell them, which the government ought never to do, to tell members what they should or shouldn't do, to go out into their constituencies and to hold town halls and then to report those findings back to government, which many MPs on this side of the House did in good faith. And the results that came through that process and through the extended traveling of the committee that heard from a number of experts and ordinary Canadians themselves was that they wanted a change in the voting system, Mr. Speaker. And then the government went further, and they even, in supplementary estimates, they asked for over $3 million extra to be able to conduct a survey. As we found out later, that was just the cost of them breaking a promise they never intended to keep, Mr. Speaker, but not before they caused Canadians to have to pay a considerable amount of money in order for them to get to where they felt comfortable breaking that promise. Not because of what they heard from Canadians, but simply because they realized they weren't going to be able to blame it on someone else, Mr. Speaker. And I can tell you that those kinds of moves, whether it's Motion 6 or whether it's on electoral reform, really undermine the sense of trust that's necessary to be able to move forward with democratic reforms in a country, whether it's changing the way we vote or whether it's changing the rules of this place. Members want to know that they're dealing with a government that's actually negotiating in good faith. And I put to you that those two examples go a long way in explaining why it is that all the opposition parties are not prepared to extend the benefit of the doubt to this government, as we did on the electoral reform file. But you only get so many chances, Mr. Speaker, to engage in those processes in good faith. Now what the opposition parties are asking for when it comes to reforming the rules of this place is quite reasonable, particularly in light of that lack of trust and good faith, which is just for the government simply to commit to what has been done many times in the past before, which is to say that when you're going to change the rules of the House, you sit down with the other parties and you say, first of all, whatever we're going to go forward with is going to be something that all the parties of this place agree to. And that's it. That's not a lot to ask for. There's a number of examples where that's been done before. That includes the McGraw Committee, Mr. Speaker. And if anyone wondered if all-party consent would lead to gridlock and not being able to get anything done, I would remind the House that it was on the McGraw Committee that you had a speaker elected by secret ballot for the first time, which is interesting. It was a major reform of the House. That wasn't the case before the McGraw Committee. It was out of the McGraw Committee that you got votable private members' business. Granted, not in the form that we do it now, where every PMB becomes votable if it makes it to the floor of the House, but it was out of the McGraw Committee, which required all-party consent, that you actually got some of those first reforms, Mr. Speaker. So the idea that you can't make substantive, meaningful reform to the rules of the House because you're requiring all party consent, or the other side of that coin, which is that somehow the only way to make meaningful and substantive changes to the rules of the House and to improve the functioning of this place is to have a government come in that got, and I'll remind the House, Mr. Speaker, less than 40% of the vote, come in and steamroll the opposition parties and make whatever rules they want, whether it's respect to what we're talking about today, which is some of the proposals around family-friendly things, or other rules of this House, Mr. Speaker. So that's just not true. If anyone's getting up and saying the only way to make the House more modern and more efficient and to substantially change the way we do business here is that it has to be a strong-handed government that comes in and whips this place into shape, members of all parties traditionally have been willing and able to get together and to hammer out new ways of going forward that represent the changing trends of society and work-life balance and everything else. It's been done. It's been done, Mr. Speaker. So the idea here that somehow it's going to take a strongman government to come in and make things right in a place that sure has its challenges, but I think overall operates pretty well, Mr. Speaker, is just not on the table. Particularly funny coming from a government that has one of the most cautious legislative agendas that we've seen in a long time. I mean, they've been in government for a year and a half, Mr. Speaker, and they've only seen fit to introduce about 40-some bills. Most of those are just kind of regular procedural bills that have to do with the estimates process. Some of those bills are bills that were required because of decisions of the Supreme Court that required the government to make a decision. And then a third major category of those bills are simple repeals of Harper-era legislation, which it's not like that took a lot of time to prepare. And with the exception of some of my colleagues on the opposition benches here from the Conservative Party itself, tend to have pretty widespread support here in the House of Commons. So, I mean, when you take those three categories of bills together, what's left in terms of an authentic legislative proposal of the government is not very much, Mr. Speaker. So the idea that sometimes that we somehow have to overhaul the rules of the House to make it easier for government to ram things through, which I submit to you, Mr. Speaker, is a good part of what's really going on here, for a government that can't bring itself to actually write any legislation of its own is just laughable. Of all the governments, at least if we're going to change things to make it, you know, quote unquote, more efficient around here, it should be for a government that's actually presenting a lot of legislation, Mr. Speaker.
Before moving to questions and comments, it is my duty to inform the House, pursuant to Standing Order 38, that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith on the environment, the Honourable Member for London Fanshawe on national defence, and the Honourable Member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman on national defence.
Comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, I have had the good fortune of being able to work on PROC committee before, and in different capacities in my days as an MLA, dealing with rule changes and the importance of rules for this House. And the question that I have for the member is that when I recall the proceedings of what had taken place in the last time we actually attempted to do rule changes, it was very difficult in order to get any real changes that were tangible accomplished, because at the time there was a feeling, well, maybe we should be looking at getting all parties on side. The government at the day didn't really feel motivated to change rules. It seemed to have a laissez-faire approach at rules in the need to reform. We believe that's one of the reasons why is Canadians want to see a modernized Parliament. And my question to the member is, would he not agree that looking at how we can modernize Parliament is in fact something that is very admirable, and we should at the very least get on with the discussion paper or have that talk at the committee level, allow those expert witnesses to come forward and share their thoughts on it. I, for one, have a number of thoughts that I would like to share with the House, and I hope to do so relatively shortly.
The Honourable Member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd start just by mentioning that the previous government didn't have a desire to change the rules and then didn't get them changed is hardly a criticism. I don't even know that it's really the beginnings of a criticism. What I do know is that this is a government that has committed to changing the rules of the House, and then the question becomes, are they proceeding in a way that will actually achieve so-called real change? And if you look at the record, attempt number 1 was motion number 6. It was a colossal failure, and rightly so, for the government. That motion never should have come to the floor of the House of Commons in the first place, and it certainly wasn't any attempt on collaboration. And then instead of learning from that mistake as a government that in good faith wants to change the rules of the House to make it better, as many members on all sides of the House want to do, they took the same tack, which was to publish their paper. Fine, you got some ideas, share them around. That's fine. The issue became when they then came to PROC and said, you guys better come out with recommendations from this majority-led, government majority-led committee, and on this timeline that we decide, and we're going to have our members ram that through at the committee. That was the problem. It's a problem of process. I submit to the government, if they're serious about changing the rules of the House and not just throwing the House into disorder, then they should get on having an appropriate process and proceed in an appropriate way. And with the lack of good faith that's there now because of the government's way of proceeding, they need to agree to have all parties agree with any changes that they'll make.
Question commentaire. L'honorable député de Beauport.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. An excellent speech in the House, but I would like to ask a question. On page 2 of the document tabled by the Minister with respect to the modernization of procedures at the House of Commons is the word autonomiser regarding the legislative process, so automation. Now, what is necessary would be to simply close the Prime Minister's office. That would be wonderful. And we put an end to party discipline. Those are things that prevent members from adequately representing their fellow citizens and doing their work. Secondly, and here's my question for my colleague, there's talk about an electronic vote. Now, I came here, Mr. Speaker, to save the honor of this institution, to represent my fellow citizens. So the idea of having a possibility where someone can simply sit and push a button to vote seems to lack honor, especially if it's from a riding office. Well, we could imagine a situation where an employee pushes the button and votes instead of a member of parliament. Is it showing a lack of honor by allowing a member to vote without actually voting and representing his or her constituents? I thank the member for the question. I came here too to stand up for the issues that I feel are important, and I'm happy every day to take a stand and to stand up here for those issues. So I too have a problem with the idea of allowing electronic voting. If we were to do something of that nature, it seems to me that it would have to be done here. The vote would have to take place here. We would need to know which members are present and which are not, so that other members couldn't push a button and vote for someone for who isn't in attendance in the House of Commons. So there are many problems with that type of electronic model. I don't support the initiative myself. And thank you very much for the question.
Debate. The Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you very much, Speaker, for the opportunity to join in the debate. I'd like to start by coming back to the focus of what is actually on the floor, which is a PROC report, a committee report. And it just happens that this report was on the family-friendly parliament changes. Now, my friend from Elmwood Transcona made a great deal about the fact that the problem we're in right now is really not whether we agree with electronic voting or Wednesdays with the Prime Minister and Fridays off. Our problem right now is process. We pride ourselves in being a sports nation. Most Canadians have had some kind of attachment to some kind of sports. And we all know the first thing you do is decide on what the rules are going to be. Now, when we did this report, the one that is actually in front of us right now, I can't tell you, I didn't look like this motion came up, it wasn't on the agenda. I didn't have time to look at the Hansards to see whether or not an express statement was made that there will only be things included in this report. I was there. I was part of this. But only if we all agree. But I can certainly tell you, if you take a look at the Hansard, you will see that that was the working assumption. And I think the proof positive in that would be that the government was very much pushing their idea of Fridays off at that time. And it was the Conservatives and ourselves in the NDP that made it crystal clear at the beginning, the middle, and at the end of our discussion on that subject that there was no way in heck that there was going to be unanimity. So make all the speeches you want. You can have the floor. We wouldn't dream of denying you that. But understand that as it is right now, neither opposition party is willing to accept that. So when you turn to this report, you start looking through to see what happened to the Friday. Well, I know every member has read every page and every word of this report because we're voting on it. But I would just remind people, in case they've forgotten from when they read it, there is no reference to Fridays in here because everything in here was agreed upon by the entire committee. My friend, the parliamentary secretary for the government House Leader, I believe that's his title, I stand to be corrected if it's not, but I believe that's his title, said that what if there was only one agreement? Well, how are we going to guarantee that there'll be tangible results? Well, this very report shows that we can do it. And this speaks to how we run Parliament, which is why we all worked under the implied understanding that if we didn't all agree, it doesn't go in the report. That's exactly what happened. And this report is here now because we approved it by all-party agreement. There were things we didn't agree with. They're not in here. Duh. What you agree with goes in the report. What you don't agree with doesn't go in the report. Now, what's interesting as we talk process, as I share some side comments with the former government House Leader here, what's really interesting, I think, is again hearkening back to my friend from Elmwood Transcona talking about process, and here I am showing you not some arcane document, it's the document that's actually the focus of what we're doing, and it's only here because we all agreed. Not only that, Speaker, but the process of how this was approached. Again, I was here for this. You know how this started, Speaker? It started with that would be the previous government House Leader, current government, previous House Leader, wanted us to undertake this study. Sounds familiar, right? It's exactly what the current House Leader asked us to do, except the previous House Leader didn't just drop a document out there in the public domain in the middle of a constituency week with really no comment, no consultation, just there you go. There. The previous House Leader, when they wanted us to undertake a study, he showed the respect, which the government said they were going to show more of to committees. He showed the respect of coming to the committee, presented his thoughts, made reference to his mandate, which I would like to underscore, and it's on the front page of the report. The mandate that previous Liberal government House Leader had was this. It's the mandate letter. Work with opposition House leaders to examine ways to make the House of Commons more family-friendly for members of Parliament. So the first thing that veteran House Leader did was come to the committee, have the respect to present what they'd like us to do, and asked us to undertake it, which we then did under the assumption that we would only put things in the report that we all agree on, which we did. And we have quite a number of significant changes that are going to make things better for the work-life balance of members of Parliament. Like, what's the problem? Why aren't we doing the same thing? Because the first time In this case, it was the official opposition formally asking the government to recognize, since they dropped papers and we weren't really sure what was going on, because we didn't get the courtesy visit that we did from the previous House Leader where we could ask questions. We just had this thing kind of dumped out there. First thing that happened is, guess what? There's an amendment on the floor calling on the government to acknowledge that they won't make any changes unless there's all-party agreement. Normally, what should have happened if we followed the process that we did with this, the government would have said, of course, what's the big deal? We'd have had a fast vote. And now, as we're wasting all this time, right now, we would have been discussing the very issues that the government has asked us to undertake. Instead, look at the mess they've got us in. They took the committee, I wish I had more time, they took the committee 2 minutes. Yeah, that's what happens when you're having fun. The government is the one, I'll do this as quick as I can, the government is the one that didn't and wouldn't adjourn that committee meeting, which pushed us into 24/7. Technically, in parliamentary law land, down the hall, in one of the committee rooms, it's still only a week ago last Tuesday. That's kind of the bizarre situation we were in. The government amped that up, not the opposition. The government decided that they were going to take it from a filibuster in committee to a filibuster that overtook the committee. All we're asking is recognize you cannot have honest and free give and take, negotiations, discussions that are actually equal and fair are going to get somewhere as long as the government still maintains that they have the right to ram them through afterwards. You can't have that kind of discussion. I've been at the negotiating table. It's like saying to the company when you're at the table, no matter what you offer, we're going to strike. So the government's basically saying, we're going to negotiate with you, we're going to listen to you, we're going to be fair-minded until you want to do something we don't agree with. And then we're going to utilize our majority and ram it through anyway. That's why we're in this jam. And it's the government's doing, because the same government a year ago did it the right way. And we didn't have any problems. There's no filibusters. There was no accusations of power grab. The very report that we're looking at here now is the result of the same process that we should be undertaking, and yet the government still, to this moment, is refusing to accept the fact that they do not have the moral right to change the rules of the House unilaterally without the agreement of the other participants. That's not on.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't necessarily agree with all the words that the member across the way has put on the record. I do think it's important that we do recognize that we have a desire. There's many members that have a desire to modernize Parliament. And what was asked of the PROC committee was to take a look and study a discussion paper that would help facilitate the changing of the standing orders, and in particular looking for experts from not possibly in Canada, even outside of Canada. And my question to the member is related to that. PROC, as a standing committee, is afforded the opportunity to have individuals provide some opinions, some experiences. The member across the way has many years of experience. I do too. There's others that would like to participate in that discussion. And why wouldn't the NDP and the Conservatives, through the member, recognize that really what this is about is an initiative by the Government House Leader to get people talking about a discussion paper, which will help assist us in changing the standing orders.
Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
Thanks, Speaker. Well, again, the government has insisted on this. If the opposition would just be reasonable and start talking. And what they're failing to accept is that the process that they have followed has made that impossible. And the proof of that is where we are right now. Now, the member asked in good faith, Would I like to have that kind of a discussion? Yes. Quite frankly, I enjoy working together and trying to find language when we come from different places, a lot more stimulating and fun than, just attacking the government and going for a headline. Been doing that for decades. It gets old. What I really enjoy, though, is when all three sides come from different places and we're struggling to find language and an approach that we can agree on because it's for the betterment of all of us. That excites me. I enjoy that, and I feel it's putting my experience to good use. And I am quite prepared to say to him that and commit our entire caucus to that process. So make it like we just did for the report in front of us. We are more than willing to sit down. Maintain that the government has the right to unilaterally ram through what they want if they don't like the way those negotiations happen. Not on.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my friend for his speech. He's just as good in 10 minutes as he is in 10 hours at getting a point across. We are having a discussion about the process here, and I think what the House Leader, the Parliamentary Secretary of the House Leader is missing is that the process is important. Defining the process up front is important. The government says that we should trust their goodwill, but we've seen on so many different files, whether it was with Motion 6, whether it was with the electoral reform issue, that this government wants to move unilaterally to do things that are to their advantage. And we see it in the text of the discussion paper. All the changes that are up for discussion are things that would be to the government's advantage. They want to move unilaterally if they can get away with it. So what the opposition has said at PROC and elsewhere is we cannot let them get away with moving unilaterally. And this is precisely why we cannot assume good faith when the government has shown bad faith in this process and in so many other cases. So we need to have that assurance up front. If the government wants to work with the opposition to have this discussion, then pass the amendment, give us the assurance that we're actually going to work collaboratively. Once that's clearly defined in the motion, then we can move forward. Would the member agree with that?
Member for Hamilton Centre.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my friend for the question, and I also want to compliment him. He's done an outstanding job at PROC. He's not a member, but he has subbed in and did, I believe, 5, pushing 6 hours of continuous filibuster. And as someone who's done that sort of thing, that's not easy, and did an excellent job. And I think, again, if I can draw from the tone, if you listen to the honourable member, who's new to this place, but understands that when we do work together, we can produce good work. But he's pointing out that that becomes impossible for us to get to while the government remains in this stubborn power grab mode. So I concur with him totally on everything he said, and I thank him for the work he's done. And I only ask the government to stop reflecting only their talking points and start listening, because the process that we're in now is not the one this very same government used a year ago that got us something positive. And all we're asking for is the assurance that the process will be the same and that the only things that are included in the next PROC report, like this one, are by all-party agreement. That's all that's being asked. And yet somehow the government believes that they're going to convince the media and the Canadian public that retaining the right to ram something through and expecting the opposition to just merrily start having discussions is somehow going to be a responsible, respected approach, when it's in complete violation with the approach they used before that we have complimented. Like, how much more do we have to spell this out?
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And some issues interest me more than others. I know today I had the chance to talk about the budget, which is a great importance for all Canadians. But for me personally, I love the debate about standing orders and the way in which the House functions and its standing committees function. And I don't say that lightly. I was first elected in 1988, and I had the privilege of serving the residents of Inkster back then. Sharon Carstairs was the leader of the Liberal Party, and she had appointed me as party whip. And that's back in 1988. Ever since then, I've always been a part of one would classify as that House leadership team, involved in discussions and negotiations on a wide spectrum of issues. In particular, Mr. Speaker, the standing orders issues. So I've had the opportunity to sit down with Progressive Conservative Premier Gary Filmon and his designated individuals responsible to change standing orders. I've had the opportunity to sit down with Gary Dewar, NDP Premier, and his designated individuals. I've even had the opportunity to speak to individuals inside this place with respect to the last government with Stephen Harper and the government House Leader and the designated individuals. I like to think that I come to the table with a great deal of opposition experience especially. Most of my years in government or in office has been on the opposition benches, over 20 years on the opposition benches. I am very comfortable with this document. And I truly believe that there are many members across the way that would in fact be very comfortable with the document if we had this discussion. I would like to say, Mr. Speaker, that I'll be splitting my time with the member from Waterloo. And also, Mr. Speaker, to emphasize, at the end of the day, I believe, as this Prime Minister has clearly indicated, that there is a need for us to modernize the Canadian Parliament. There is a need for us to do so. I've been thinking that for years, and I'm ever so grateful that we finally have a Prime Minister that wants to see that. We have a government House Leader that has taken the initiative very seriously, and through her efforts has developed a discussion paper which is meant for the PROC committee to sit down and have some dialogue on, ensure that we can call some witnesses so that we can hear from other parliamentary associations, different levels of government. Provinces, I think, do a lot of wonderful things. I, for one, think that we did make some positive changes in the Manitoba legislature. There are rules that when we were looking at rule changes, we were looking at Ottawa and the types of things that Ottawa did that maybe we could incorporate, Mr. Speaker. There's a great deal of interest, especially from certain people or stakeholders, as to how Parliament actually functions, and the roles in which both opposition and government members have in making it work, Mr. Speaker. I am very much familiar with filibusters. I've participated in them in the past, and there's always a chance that I might be participating with them in the future, Mr. Speaker. I understand the need for legislation and the government being able to get its legislation through, not only on government benches. In fact, if members across the way will read Hansard, when the Conservative government House Leader stood up and he would move in time allocation at that record pace, I would ultimately argue, Mr. Speaker, at times when I stood up, I argued during that question and answer session defending the government's ability to use time allocation. Because the point is, I did, Mr. Speaker, because I recognize that there is an obligation of the government to look at ways in which it can get its legislative agenda through. We already have different forms of legislation, whether it's private members' bills, whether it's opposition days, whether it's the government budget, the throne speech, where there's limits that are put into place, Mr. Speaker. I would like to see that discussion take place at the PROC committee. I'd like to hear what others have to say. There are other jurisdictions, parliamentary jurisdictions, that have demonstrated that it can, in fact, be more efficient. We had members talk about votes, electronic votings, and the benefits of electronic votings. I think there's an alternative to standing up on every vote. I've had literally hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of votes over the last number of years here. And one stand-up vote takes roughly 8 to 10 minutes, depends on who's calling it, quite frankly, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, is that the best use of time? The hundreds of hours that we spend on standing in our place to vote, when, in fact, you could potentially push a button inside the chamber. I understand that there's even wiring that would allow that, Mr. Speaker. If you want to see more debate on legislation, I think under these rules, what's being proposed through discussion paper, there's the potential to even have more debate on legislation, Mr. Speaker. As opposed to focusing strictly on the negatives, I would suggest to you that members would be well served to get a better appreciation of what it is that's in the discussion paper. I never, as I indicated at the beginning of my speech, I sat down with different levels of government negotiating changes to the standing orders. Not once did I ever say in those negotiations, Mr. Speaker, where I said, well, I'm not going to participate unless I get a guarantee that it has to pass by unanimous consent. There's no way they would have agreed to that, Mr. Speaker. At least I don't believe they would have agreed to it. I never used that as a strategy. I was open to what it is that the government and whoever was driving the need for change. I argue that because the former government didn't make it a high priority, and this government has made it a higher priority, there are members on all sides of the House that love to debate and talk about the rules, that want to look at ways in which we can improve the system. They talk about the Prime Minister's hour. Not one Liberal member of Parliament has suggested that the Prime Minister only be here once a day. That's not the intent. I like the idea of having a private member's hour, Mr. Speaker. Not all members of this place can be a leader of a political party on the other side of the bench or get the privilege of having the first series of questions in let's say, the first 9 questions. Typically, historically, the Prime Minister answers the first, 9, 10, 15 questions. After that, that's it. What about those members that are asking the 25th question? I like the idea of members knowing that on such and such day that if they stand up, even if they're question number 20 or 25, that they're going to get the opportunity to get the Prime Minister to answer their question. I see that as a positive thing. That's not a negative. As I say, no one on this side is advocating that the Prime Minister work only one day a week inside the House of Commons. That's just not what's happening here. You say I have 2 minutes to go, Mr. Speaker. I want to be able to refer to the Fridays, because I want to emphasize, and I've said it before, as a member of Parliament for Winnipeg North, I genuinely believe that I work 7 days a week. Some days more hours than other days, but I go to events on Sundays, all sorts of things every day of the week. I would challenge members to think about how it is that we can better serve our constituency by looking at the way in which we do our work here in Ottawa. There are opportunities that will enable us to provide a better service to our constituents, and the Friday is an excellent example. Today, it's a half day. If you shift those hours to a Tuesday and a Thursday, then we can actually be in our ridings on the Friday. I have missed many events in my ridings and on the Fridays because I'm having to be here, Mr. Speaker, and it is such a privilege to be here. But if it means that we can have a more productive day on a Tuesday and a Thursday, and we don't have to work the half day here in Ottawa, rather I can be in my constituency office meeting with people or going to an event, Mr. Speaker, I would think my constituents would rather me be being there and servicing them. It does not mean that there's going to be fewer hours of sitting inside the House of Commons. And anyone that tries to give that impression is just wrong, Mr. Speaker. Most importantly, when we talk about these changes, what we should be talking about, look at exactly what it is that the Government House Leader has afforded the Procedures and House Affairs Committee to do. Here's a discussion paper. I think she did a phenomenal job in putting it together, Mr. Speaker. She's put it before Proc. She's asking Proc to call in some witnesses. Let's hear what some of those witnesses have to say, Mr. Speaker. There is a good quality debate that could be had. If the opposition sees the merit, I truly hope that they will. Take advantage of the opportunity and let's get engaged on making this a more modern Parliament. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. But nobody is going to believe that my friend from Winnipeg North is selflessly trying to improve the standing orders for the good of all when the discussion paper put forward clearly contains exclusively provisions that work to the interests of the government, and when they refuse to accept an amendment that would require unanimous agreement. Now, we can have these discussions in a framework in which we agree, but I think the members should understand, with respect to Fridays, for example, that by reducing the number of days of sitting, the government would reduce those opportunities to hold them accountable. Even if you added those extra minutes or hours to days Monday through Thursday, the fact of the matter is you would be reducing important opportunities on specific days for members of Parliament to challenge the government about the issues of the day. This is just one example of many examples in the discussion paper which they know, which we know, and we know they know, work to the advantage of the government. So the selflessly, we're going to do it all ourselves, but for the interests of others argument just clearly doesn't hold water for anyone who's watching this debate. Why doesn't the government agree to work with all parties to have that discussion in a way that actually includes all voices, and then we can talk about things that would actually improve the standing orders but still remain fair and facilitate honest and genuine discourse back and forth?
Well, Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I would welcome a back-and-forth question and answer where we provide specific examples. I truly believe that there is no government wins and opposition loses under the discussion paper, Mr. Speaker. And let me use the example that the member just made reference. Well, if we take away the Friday, and I'll use the example of question period. So now we have one less day of question period, which that time could be allocated on the rest of the question period, which means, Mr. Speaker, that there would be more opportunity for the backbenchers to be able to ask questions. And on one special day of that week, we know that the Prime Minister would answer all of those questions. Also be here in other days, Mr. Speaker, but it provides the actual backbencher, the one that doesn't necessarily get up as often as maybe they could, Mr. Speaker, because of the demands of the day, the opportunity to ask a question. That's more accountability.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, you know, I think for anybody watching, we have to really separate the sincerity from the disingenuousness here. You know, listening to the member for Winnipeg North, he says that by having 1 day a week for the Prime Minister, this would subject the Prime Minister to questioning for the entire hour or 45 minutes, and wouldn't that be great? But there's nothing that stops the Prime Minister from answering every question in question period now. The Prime Minister could stand up every day in this House and answer all the questions on 5 days a week if they were really interested in accountability. The honourable member from Winnipeg North says, oh, we want to make this place run more efficiently and we have to get legislation passed. Well, the government has the tool of time allocation. They have that tool now. But what they want to do is they want to build in to the rules an automatic way to limit opposition input into legislation without them wearing it, without the government having to publicly and transparently show Canadians that they're bringing in time allocation. Mr. Speaker, make no mistake, this is not about transparency and goodwill and making this place work better. It's about the government trying to use the rules to seize the advantage. My question to the honourable member is this. If he's got such powerful arguments for why these are such common sense, modernizing innovations, why doesn't he trust that all members of this House could agree on that before moving forward?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I disagree with the member's assessment. I would really encourage the member to go through the discussion paper. The Prime Minister, he makes reference, well, the Prime Minister can answer all the questions he wants today, and so forth. If you based that, you would have all sorts of rule changes that wouldn't, in fact, that are currently in place. The rules allow for members of Parliament to be able to get a better sense of what's going to be happening. So, for example, if the Prime Minister's day is, let's say, on a Wednesday or on a Tuesday, members will know that if they come in and they get into that first 40 questions or 35 questions or whatever that number is, that they're going to be able to ask their question directly to the Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker. I think that is a significant gain. I would ultimately argue that let's have that discussion, And at the end of the day, what we will see is a more modern Parliament, and that is the reason why the government House Leader has brought forward this, is for us to get into that discussion, Mr. Speaker.
We're going to resuming debate. I'll just let the House know earlier in the day there wasn't as many people rising during the time for questions and comments. That's changed a bit now. And so with the greater interest in doing so, we'll try to limit interventions a little more than we did earlier in the day to no more than 1 minute, both for the person posing the question or comment and for the member responding. Resuming debate, the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to speak about the motion before the House to concur in the 11th report of the Procedure and House Affairs Committee and our government's desire to modernize the House of Commons. We have put forward some ideas on how to improve this place, to make it more accountable, more effective, and more transparent. I would like to make one thing clear, Mr. Speaker. We want to hear from all parties and all MPs. We welcome a discussion on this matter. We believe it would be good for this place, and it builds on the work done on the 11th report. Mr. Speaker, in direct response to the Harper government's approach to this place, in the last campaign, we spoke to Canadians about giving them more of a voice in Ottawa. Our goal is to make it a better place for members of Parliament to do their jobs and represent their constituents. The discussion paper touches on 3 broad themes. What is the best way to manage the time in the House of Commons? What is the best way to manage debate of legislation and motions? What is the best way to manage the work of committees? Let me discuss some of the ideas in the discussion paper. First, question period. We promised in the last election to reform question period so that all members, including the Prime Minister, are held to greater account. We said we would introduce a Prime Minister's question period to improve that level of direct accountability. Mr. Speaker, the discussion paper suggests that the British model of Prime Minister's question period is one possible way of implementing this change to complement our current practices. We would like to look at a made-in-Canada approach. People have been saying for years they would like to improve question period. But again, let me make it clear. Liberal members will not be recommending that the Prime Minister only appear in question period once per week. The Prime Minister's question period would be in addition to the current practice of appearing on other days of the week. We are committed to more accountability in question period, not less. Another idea that has drawn attention is Friday sittings. The House of Commons sits for fewer hours than normal on that day, 4.5 hours. There are no votes in the House of Commons that day on the content of a bill. Committees do not sit that day. One idea worth exploring is reallocating the hours and questions on Fridays to the other sitting days. The change would give MPs a chance to spend time in their communities on that weekday, meeting with their constituents and addressing their needs directly. Or perhaps make Fridays a full day so we can have committee time and so forth. Regardless, for MPs, Friday would continue to be a work day. The difference is that their focus on that day could be working in their ridings, being accountable to their constituents. It could become a constituency day. Reallocating Friday sittings would not mean any less time in Parliament for MPs. The 4.5 hours from that day could be redistributed to other 4 days of the week. There would be more time for debate on those other days, and time could be added to the daily question period from Monday through Thursday as well. This could be easily accomplished, for instance, by having the House open at 9 a.m. instead of 10 a.m. on Tuesdays and Thursdays. Most Canadians start their workday at 9 a.m. or earlier. Why shouldn't the House start at 9 a.m. as well? Another idea is whether we should consider electronic voting for members of Parliament. MPs spend a lot of time voting in the Commons, standing when their name is called. The discussion paper suggests members consider a more efficient method, electronic voting. With this method of voting, MPs could have more time to get work done outside the chamber. The result of the vote would presumably be instant, and Canadians would have an immediate record on how their MP voted. This suggestion is not new. A parliamentary committee recommended electronic voting in a 1985 report on House of Commons reform. That was 32 years ago, before the internet changed our lives. We live in an information age. Let's adapt and bring this institution into the 21st century. let's think about truly modernizing how we spend our time here and take a good look at electronic voting as an option. With the moving of the chamber to the West Block, why not explore a pilot project and give it a try? The discussion paper says that MPs could consider changing the calendar of their sittings so that the House sits earlier in January and or later in June and or earlier in September. The paper suggests that more flexibility is needed in how often the House sits so that if an urgent matter is before the Commons, MPs could spend more time debating it, potentially by sitting longer on a given day or beyond the planned adjournment. This intent is to provide the House with more opportunity to scrutinize and debate legislation and issues before the Commons. The goal is more debate, not less. So let's look for ways to make that happen. It's important that MPs from all sides of the House have a meaningful role in the legislative process. There are different ways to accomplish this goal. One suggestion in the discussion paper is to add more time for private members' business each week. That means more opportunity for the Commons to debate private members' bills and motions that MPs put forward. These are both ideas we think MPs on both sides of the aisle would want to explore further, and I encourage us to do so. Mr. Speaker, our government has pledged not to improperly prorogue Parliament to avoid difficult political circumstances, something that was done in the past. The previous government prorogued Parliament to avoid a confidence vote. To guard against the improper use of prorogation, one idea would be to require the government to table a document early in the following session that explains why Parliament was prorogued. The report would automatically be studied by a House of Commons committee. That's a suggestion that makes sense, and I believe we should look at it. I believe we have an opportunity to have a meaningful debate, recognizing that every member, every party has a role to play. These are just some of the ideas in the discussion paper, Mr. Speaker. We are genuinely hoping for a review of these ideas by our parliamentary colleagues, and I'm encouraging all members to start that discussion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, earlier today, the government House Leader said that she had had meaningful discussion with her counterparts. As one of her counterparts in the House of Commons, I believe that a meaningful discussion is when one party says something and then follows through and actually does that. And so to this point, we have not had those meaningful discussions. We want to approach any further discussions with the government House Leader in good faith, with the expectation that the government will fix the mess that they've created, and they can fix it by publicly committing that any standing order changes will only occur if there is full agreement in this House. Until that commitment is made, any future discussions will be in vain, and we as opposition will continue to use every tool that we have in order to ensure that the government doesn't remove our rights to hold them to account. And so I want to give the House Leader another opportunity. We've asked it time and time again. It's a very simple solution, and if she can answer this, we could then go on and start to discuss all of the various ideas, how we could possibly look at them, which ones we could agree on, which could be pilot projects. There's a host of ideas to talk about. Will she agree, like precedent has set, that we will not move ahead, that they will not move ahead unless they have agreement from the opposition parties?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I have been clear from the beginning that I want to work with all members of Parliament and I want to work with all MPs. Today's conversation has shown many a times that this government's approach to working better, more collaboratively with other MPs, other parties, has resulted in some members stating that we have not advanced enough legislation. That is a price you pay when you actually work collaboratively. We will continue to do so. In the campaign, we committed to making changes to this place in direct response to the previous government's approach of using time allocation more than was needed, with not wanting to work with other parties. That is an approach that we are not going to take. We will continue to work with all members and all parties in this House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Some comments. The Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask the Government House Leader why she moved away from the approach of her predecessor, who, as I mentioned in just a few earlier remarks a little bit ago, that on January the 28th last year, her predecessor came into the committee, mentioned that his mandate was to work with House leaders to make the House of Commons more family-friendly, asked us to entertain that debate and discussion, which we did, with the understanding that the only things that would be in the report are items that we agree on. That led to this multiple-page report being here that we're all in support of. I'd like to ask the Government House Leader, Speaker, why she abandoned what was a proven positive way to bring us all together and instead has headed down this road that has led us to this ridiculous place.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we were all elected to this place to have meaningful discussions, to have tough conversations. The discussion paper that I release actually builds off the report that the member refers to. I believe that there is more conversations to have. In the campaign, we made commitments to Canadians that we would modernize this place. In the discussion paper, I have suggested other ideas. That is not the end-all, be-all by any means. I have made suggestions from multiple areas to allow us to have that conversation, to encourage us to have that conversation. I know the member has been in this place for a long time. His experience, his knowledge is more than welcome, and I look forward to having meaningful conversation. I believe that we can actually have meaningful, productive conversation, and that is not what's taking place right now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Honourable Government House Leader for her presentation. As she will know, I have put forward my ideas in response to her ideas and look forward to the chance to work on them. The difficulty here, and it's an obvious obstacle, and I don't think all the fault lies on one side of the House or the other, but the reality is we need a process that ensures that all parties are comfortable and support any changes to our House rules. Otherwise, the changes that are made now could be sweeping and always benefit a government party. What goes around comes around, and I urge the Government House Leader to reconsider and ensure that changes are arrived at through a process that includes all parties in this place.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I would also like to thank the Honourable Member for actually sharing her response to the discussion paper. It allowed myself to see her perspectives on different ideas, to actually see someone in this place debating and discussing those ideas, to share a different perspective. Those are exactly the kind of perspectives I believe are needed for this debate to take place. It is important that we modernize this place to bring it into the 21st century. It is important that we do that to ensure that more people consider elected office. So I appreciate the work that she has provided me. I have just received that report today, and I can assure this House that I will be reading it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Banff Airdrie.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I would like to say it's a pleasure to rise to be part of this debate today, but obviously given the heavy-handed attempts of this government to try to ram through changes that will make them less accountable, I can't say it's a pleasure. It's something that I have to do. And it's something that we all have to do to try and stand up for the rights of Canadians to make sure that the government is held accountable. And I'm proud to do that, but I certainly wish I didn't have to be doing that, because this government should not be trying to move in this heavy-handed approach and trying to ram through the types of changes that they're trying to ram through, which would obviously, eliminate some of the accountability that's built into this House, into the measures that are put in place here, by ensuring the Prime Minister only has to be really essentially held accountable by Canadians 25 hours in the entire year, by making sure that there's less days that they have to be here in the House of Commons to be held accountable, by taking away some of the ability that the opposition parties have to be able to draw Canadians' attention to important issues so that the government can be held accountable by Canadians. And that is really why I am standing up today, and why I'm doing everything I can, and I know my colleagues across the opposition benches. This is one of those rare moments where I think you see all the opposition parties standing united. And that means something. That means something because we're standing up for democracy. We're standing up for Canadians and their right to be able to hold a government accountable through their members of parliament that they've elected. And that is something that is too fundamental for us not to stand up and fight all the way. And I listened to the Government House Leader give a speech. She tried to sort of deflect away from a lot of these things. And
I'll just mention before I get to that, though, Mr. Speaker, I will be sharing my time with the member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan. Can't forget to let you know that. But the government house leader, talked and sort of used a lot of time to sort of try and deflect away from the real issues here, and trying to claim that somehow this was going to make things more accountable, that somehow they were really wanting to have this discussion that no one seems to actually have heard of it actually be happening. They've had all kinds of time to have a discussion, but there doesn't seem to be one. They only want to have a discussion when they can be sure that they're going to get their way. And if they can't have their way, then they don't want to even start the discussion. And that's where we're at. We're, as an opposition, as the opposition parties, we're saying, look, this has always been done. These kinds of changes, they've always been done with the unanimous consent of the parties. And that's to ensure that you're not making changes to benefit simply the party in power, which is what this government is trying to do. Very clearly what this government is trying to do. And I think they're hoping and expecting that maybe Canadians won't pay attention to this. Maybe they think that Canadians are not going to be smart enough to realize what they're trying to do. But I can tell you right now, Canadians are not stupid, and they will not stand for this kind of garbage that we're seeing from the government. They will not stand for this kind of heavy-handed approach. They will not stand for a government that is trying everything it can to be held less accountable. They won't stand for a Prime Minister who refuses to answer questions in the House of Commons of Canadians. And so, as proof of that, I'd like to just spend a little bit of time, Mr. Speaker, and I know I don't have a lot of time, so I've received hundreds and hundreds of emails, into the thousands of emails over the last week or so, last 10 days or so, being a member of the committee that is looking at these changes. And I know that Liberal members of this committee have been sent these as well, because I can see that they're copied on a lot of these, or in fact, usually it's me being copied on some of the ones that are being sent to them. And I guess I'll just spend a little bit of time. I hope that this is something the government is listening to. I see they're having a conversation over there. Maybe they can have a conversation amongst themselves. It'd be time they had conversation with the opposition parties about actually getting down to work on trying to ensure that the changes that are being made are not being made by them and them alone to benefit them and them alone. And it's time that they actually benefit Canadians, and they need to learn that and need to listen, because this is Canadians speaking, and I'm going to share their words with those Liberals right now and hope that they'll actually do some listening. So I'll start out with some of the comments that I've received here. So the first one here is from someone named Marilyn Rabel. Marilyn Rabel says, as a Canadian citizen and a taxpayer, it is with total disgust to hear that the Liberal Party once again is trying to sneak something past the people of Canada, that once again would only benefit the Liberals. All of those elected and now sitting Parliament must be accountable to the Canadian people and the democratic principles. You were put in these positions to work for and represent the Canadian people and Canada as a whole. As a democracy, we have the right to have elected officials sit in Parliament from Monday to Friday and debate and scrutinize bills for the good of the people. The Liberal Party has no right in shutting down Parliament on Fridays and permanently limiting debate or scrutiny on their bills. Men went to war to fight for these freedoms that we experience in this great country of Canada. This is what democracy is all about, the freedom to speak up and debate and to work for the good of the Canadian people. No to shutting down Parliament on Fridays, and no to limiting debate on bills. Then I have one from Hugh Freeman, and he says, this is in respect to the committee that you are currently participating in concerning the debating of rules of the House of Commons. Be advised that I disagree with the formation of, the terms of reference of, and the timing of as to put in conflict with the coincidental budget hearing with the apparent purpose of trying to hide your committee from the Canadian public. I also disagree with the PM trying to shirk his own responsibility by trying to no longer attending Friday House sittings, and have advised him separately of that. So the Prime Minister is hearing about this too, Mr. Speaker. Although it seems clear that the intent was to hide this committee hearing behind budget matters, be assured the public has indeed noticed your nefarious behavior and will endeavour to ensure you pay a price for this at the polls. So, I've read a couple of emails now. You can kind of get a sense of the pattern here. I will read some others as well, Mr. Speaker, but I think what you're hearing here is Canadians are saying, no, we won't be fooled. We're not stupid. We see what this government is trying to do. We see that they're trying to benefit themselves and themselves alone. We see that they're trying to make sure they're not held accountable. We see they're trying to avoid the question period so that the opposition members on behalf of Canadians can ensure they're held accountable. And they're calling it things like nefarious. I've heard, I could read a number of comments in here that refer to the Prime Minister as a dictator. That's the kinds of comments that Canadians are making, because they're so upset about what is being done here, and they see it as akin to those kinds of things. And so when people are seeing it and speaking in such strong terms, that means something. That means Canadians are seeing what's going on here. They understand what this government is trying to do, and they're upset, and they won't tolerate it. And they're making threats even to the point of that they will pay the price for this at the polls. And I hope that some of those Liberal backbenchers who will see no benefit from this, because the Prime Minister is the one who's going to benefit, he won't have to be held accountable. I hope some of them are listening, and I hope they're saying, you know what, Mr. Prime Minister, my constituents won't stand for this, and I can tell you I'm going to pay a price for this at the polls, and I don't think that's acceptable, and it's also not right. And I hope they're going to speak up, maybe when they go to their caucus meeting on Wednesday, and let this Prime Minister know that this is completely and utterly unacceptable, and it won't be tolerated by the Canadian people. And maybe some of them will stand up and have the guts to tell the Prime Minister that.
Hear, hear.
And I'll just continue on here with a couple of other emails. There's so many of them, it's hard to choose.
I received
Hard to choose which one to read from here. I'll read this one here, though, from Corey Smith. And it's addressed to the members of the Liberal members of the committee. Please stop the proposed changes to Parliament. I encourage you to keep the ability for debate and accountability available to both members of your own party and the opposition. I encourage you to encourage the Prime Minister to show up to work and be accountable more than one day a week. I understand the need to get home to your ridings, but working a half day on Fridays is not too much to expect. I personally work 5 to 6 days per week. I understand that you work long hours. I worked road construction. Often we worked dark until dark Monday to Thursday, and we would finish early on Fridays to allow for travel, but not before noon. Is this a case where the Prime Minister is not capable of answering questions due to lack of experience, and this is a good way for him to avoid this? Would you have allowed this from Mr. Harper? If things are getting to be too much for Prime Minister Trudeau, Parliament can be prorogued. This has happened. However, debate and accountability should never permanently be removed through limitations of this nature. Show how much you love Canada and stop this. You may be on the opposition in the future, wishing you had the ability to debate and hold people accountable. It would be a shame if it is lost.
Very wise words.
So, Mr. Speaker, I sense that you're telling me my time is run out here. I could read, there's hundreds and hundreds more of emails like this where I say people are telling this Liberal government that they won't stand for this, they won't tolerate this, and it's time that the Prime Minister understands that he can't just do whatever he wants. He has to be accountable to this House of Commons and accountable to the Canadian people, and I can tell you as opposition, we will ensure that he has to do exactly that.
Before we go to questions and comments, and then for the general information of all members, even when another member of Parliament or a minister is included in a site, when you're citing a text from some other source, we still urge honourable members to switch up that name either to the name of their riding or their title in this case, even if it's in something that the member is citing for the record in the House. Questions and comments. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I know that we want many Canadians to pay attention to the work, the important work that is done in this place, but it's not always the case. But in the last campaign, I recall knocking on doors, and 2 words came up time and time again. Those 2 words were time allocation. And that is something the previous government used time and time again to limit debate, to restrict debate. It was a tool that was used many a time. I recognize it is an available tool. And if the member is so inclined to want meaningful debate, to want more meaningful debate, could the member please explain why the previous government used time allocation in historic amounts to limit and restrict debate in this government when they were on the government side of the House? Thank you.
Order. The Honourable Member for Banff Airdrie.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker, and I do apologize. I didn't even realize I had done what you had referred to there. I was trying to, in all the other cases, I was trying to insert titles, but my apologies. Now, I listened to the so-called question from the government House Leader, and I was saddened to listen to the deflection tactics being used here. Because this is a government, actually one of the changes that they're trying to make is to basically be able to proactively time allocate on things and just be able to say, you know what, we're just going to dispense with the whole idea of pretending that we're going to try and allow debate. We're just going to tell you right off the bat, we're not going to allow any debate. That's one of the changes they're proposing. They're also proposing eliminating basically any ability for the opposition to debate things in committees. Essentially, that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to ensure the Prime Minister has to be here one day a week to be held accountable by Canadians. They're trying to have one less day a week when there's a question period where they have to be held accountable to Canadians. And so I hear these deflection tactics, but at the end of the day, this is really all about ensuring that they don't have to be held accountable to Canadians. That's what they want to do here. And Canadians are not stupid. They understand what you're trying to do, and they will not accept it. They will not tolerate it. So you might as well give up the ghost right now and start being held accountable like you should be.
Remind honourable members to direct their comments and speech to the chair. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The more I listen to this debate, the more I realize that the government's proposals are a solution in search of a problem. I don't know what's not working well here. We have committees that are well functioning. We have a House of Commons that is working well. The tools are all there. We all know that the government has a majority, and when they really want to, they can use the muscle of their majority to win the vote at the end of the day. The only real currency that the opposition has, on the other hand, is time. And it's up to both sides to use those powers in a responsible manner. If the opposition is wasting time, the government has the tool of time allocation. If the government, on the other hand, is using its time allocation too much, we can, as opposition, can use certain techniques to slow them down but not stop them entirely. So I'd like to ask my honourable colleague, what problem does he think is being addressed by the government's action here? What does he think that their motivation really is?
Honourable member for Banff Airdrie.
It's a really great question, and I'll tell you what I think the problem they're trying to solve is. The problem they're trying to solve is they've got a Prime Minister who doesn't want to have to be held accountable, who probably can't really answer the questions. I mean, if I was to read through these emails, it's very clear through the theme of these things that everyone in Canada sees that we have a Prime Minister who's not capable of answering questions. And so he doesn't want to have to do that. He doesn't want to have to be held accountable. And the member is correct. That the way things function here now, it works really well. When you have a majority of government, yes, they're at the end of the day almost certainly always going to be able to put through whatever legislation it is that they are seeking to put through. But the tools that the opposition has at its disposal to be able to make sure Canadians are aware of what's occurring, because often what a government can try to do is, much like what they're trying to do in this case right now, they can try to push something through, ram it through so quickly that Canadians don't have a chance to become aware of it. So opposition has these tools at their disposal to be able to create debate about something, to be able to make sure that Canadians are aware of it. And then they can make a judgment about whether they think this is something that's appropriate for the government to do or not. And the government is trying to remove and eliminate those tools so that Canadians are never put into the light of day about what they're trying to do so that they can avoid being held accountable. And that is not acceptable.
Bingo.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to join the debate in this chamber. I started to make some points on this issue at committee, but I just didn't have enough time there to get to a lot of the things that I wanted to say. So I appreciate the opportunity to continue that dialogue here in the chamber. It's interesting how much this issue has galvanized the interest of Canadians. Madam Speaker, even before I had started participating in the work of this committee, I was receiving correspondence on all kinds of different channels from Canadians who are interested in this issue. And who would have thought that Canadians are so seized with the activities of the Procedure and House Affairs Committee here in Ottawa? But, Madam Speaker, I think Canadians take the strength of our institutions very seriously. They take the integrity of those institutions seriously, and they take the process by which we see developments and changes to those institutions very seriously. Because there's something very insidious being talked about, being intended by this government. And they use these nice-sounding weasel words like modernization, like having a conversation. when it's actually very clear what they mean in every case. On this side of the House, we're very willing to have a conversation in a collaborative way about how standing orders might be changed collaboratively going forward. No set group of standing orders are perfect, and I'm sure we can always learn from the experience and look for opportunities to improve them. But there's a difference between that collective process of evolution that we can undertake together where we work on possible improvements and what's being proposed by the government, which is nothing short of standing orders revolution, where they come in independently as the government and decide this is what we'd like the standing orders to say, this is our concept of what constitutes modernization, so we're going to impose that on the House. Now, government members plead, no, this isn't our intent. We're not going to necessarily do it unilaterally. We just want to leave open the possibility to do it unilaterally. Well, as long as they leave that possibility open, surely members of the opposition cannot trust their good faith. Why don't they just take that option off the table, the option of unilateral action, of revolutionary changes to the standing order, and instead say, no, we're going to do this in an evolutionary way where members put forward different ideas, but ultimately have to agree on what the next steps we take forward. I think that would be a productive way of gradually improving our institutions. Now, we hear members of the government say, oh, but let's just get on to the discussion of the substance. We want to have a discussion about these issues. And it's interesting that this actually parallels the conversation we had during the electoral reform debate, doesn't it? Members of the government then said, don't worry about this issue of referendum. Let's just get on to talking about electoral systems. Because, in fact, what they wanted was to push through their preferred system. But what I think they realized as that process went through is that Canadians were paying attention to what they were trying to do. Canadians cared about the process by which these decisions were made. They wanted to know that there was going to be a fair process established up front before they then proceeded to have the discussion. It's great to have the discussion, but you have to define a fair process up front. And of course, what we saw with the electoral reform discussion is in response to that public pressure, eventually the government realized that they weren't going to be able to get away with it unilaterally, so they dropped it and decided they weren't going to do anything. And I think actually that's probably where we're going to end up eventually with respect to the standing orders. But it's unfortunate that the government has yet to learn this lesson, that they still want to make unilateral change that reflects their concept of what the standing order should be, rather than working with the House in a constructive way to evolve those going forward. Now, frankly, Madam Speaker, I'm very interested in having a conversation about possible changes to the standing orders. We had a take-note debate here in the House of Commons about those issues. I put forward some specific ideas about changes that could be made to the standing orders. Those might be changes that are shared by some members of the government. They might be changes that some members within my own party don't agree on. And that was an opportunity to put forward ideas, to have that conversation, and to move that forward in a constructive way. The framework that we thought we could work under was one in which the Procedure and House Affairs Committee would study these prospective changes, work on them, and look for ways of moving them forward. A more genuine, gradual process of moving forward, not a kind of unilateral process of the government House Leader or the Prime Minister or some staffer in PMO deciding, no, this is what we want to do. They plead with us to accept their good faith. But in fact, when you look at what's in the discussion paper, these are all things that work to the advantage of the government. It's interesting for me going through the discussion paper, and I read it and spoke about it in detail in committee, what the government House Leader was putting forward. Because the government always kind of uses as human shields the young family, the family friendliness of it. That's always their go-to for trying to make changes to the House of Commons that actually work to their political advantage. And I take exception to this as a member of Parliament with a young family, always very seized with these questions of how we balance the needs of our families with the needs of the work we do. And let's remember, as other members have pointed out, this isn't something that is unique to members of Parliament. This is something that all Canadians deal with in different forms, and there are many people in my constituency who do have to travel for work as well, whether they're working in the energy sector, perhaps they're working in the military. So this isn't something that's just unique to members of Parliament, the need to travel for work. And I've put forward some ideas of things that we could actually do that wouldn't be about the political interests of the government, that would actually help young families. They talk about having fewer days but more extended hours. But extended hours is a real problem for people with young families. If you're sitting for very long days, 4 days a week, that makes it much more difficult for people to have time to talk on the phone or to meet in person with members of their family. And so that creates some new additional challenges for families. What the elimination of Friday sittings, I believe, is really about, it's about taking away a day on which the government would have to be accountable. Even if you add those extra minutes to question period other times of the day, they know that if you take away Friday sittings, that's one less day on which the government has to stand up and answer questions, which could then appear on that day's news. There are only 4 days instead of 5 days on which you get to ask the government questions, which then can appear as part of the broader discourse. They're doing that. They're using young families as their kind of human shield for this change they want to make that's really in their interest, when we could actually have a real constructive discussion about ways to move forward. One of the suggestions I put forward is reducing the number of days on which votes can take place, continuing to have the same number of days for discussion and debate and questions, but maybe having one additional day on which votes don't take place. That would provide an additional level of flexibility, but would in no way slow down the existing legislative process. Those are the kinds of changes, again, if we work together in a constructive, collaborative way in which we establish ground rules from the start, we could actually have some of these ideas given a full airing. And indeed, they're things that I mentioned when we debated the standing orders earlier. Let's talk about some of the reforms to question period, Madam Speaker, that they want to make, so-called reforms. Now, I think Canadians are interested in seeing discussion about potential changes to question period. But one of the suggestions that has been put forward is we make better use of late shows in particular as a vehicle for more substantive exchanges. Perhaps we could require that ministers make themselves available to be scheduled for a late show exchange rather than just parliamentary secretaries. So that's actually an opportunity where the minister responsible for a given file has to answer in long form specific questions that members of parliament have. Madam Speaker, that's an idea that would enhance accountability. What the government's proposed, though, in their reforms are not some of the changes that were put forward by my friend from from Wellington Halton Hills. I may not have his writing exactly right, but he had a previous private member's bill on question period reform, which would have involved an expectation that ministers actually answer the questions. That's not in the discussion paper. So we see the government only putting forward changes that work to their interest. It's obvious what they're doing. Another example is what they're doing on time allocation. What their proposal entails is time allocation effectively being automatic, that every single bill, they would be allocating the time. And this is different. Not only allocating the time in the House, but also allocating the amount of time in committee. So committees would no longer be the masters of their own domain. Committees wouldn't have the flexibility. And this is really concerning. What if in the context of a study of a bill, a committee doing its job suddenly realizes, oh my goodness, there's a significant issue that we weren't aware of before, and we need to dig deeper into that to make sure we understand what's going on, so we need more time. But this government wants to completely take away that flexibility. It would be really good for the government, but it would not be good for this institution. It would not be good for the important role that opposition has, and it wouldn't be good for Canadians. We need to have the proper amount of time to debate legislation. So let's just agree to support a unanimous decision-making process where we can make changes collaboratively that are in the interests of Canadians and the institutions. Let's do it that way, not in the unilateral way that the government wants. Let's agree to do it in that way, and then we can start moving forward. Thank you.
And comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Brampton North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hear the NDP and the Conservatives talk about the need to change the standing orders only done with unanimity. Now, however, this hasn't always happened in the past. It hasn't happened in the case of the member from Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston, and he's a member of the Committee on PROC. In previous Parliament, he used a private member's motion to force a vote in the House of Commons to amend the standing orders as to how we elect our Speaker. Was there consensus? No, there was no consensus. Actually, over 42% of the members voted against that motion. So is this the threshold for consensus? Let's also look to the NDP. The member from Burnaby South. use this time allocation private member's business motion to change the standing orders to implement an e-petition scheme. Was there consensus to that change? No. Actually, over 49% of the members in this House voted against that proposal. Now, how can this member, knowing that members of this House have passed changes to our current standing orders and our past standing orders without unanimity, actually square this away with the demand for unanimity this time around? Thank you.
For Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my friend for her question, but she's very clearly comparing apples to oranges here. A proposal to change the process by which a speaker elected, a relatively minor change in the scheme of things, which was discussed and debated, on which there was a great diversity of opinions within individual parties. At the time, there were differences of opinion in every party. Would be very different from a majority government unilaterally trying to impose substantial changes to the legislative process without any kind of opposition buy-in. I think that there's a clear difference, especially in terms of the scale of the kind of changes we're talking about, where from now on, automatically, every piece of legislation would have the government dictating the amount of time that was spent discussing that, not only in the House, but also in committee. That would be a revolutionary change, and that would completely undermine the role of the opposition. And for that member to suggest that that is in some way analogous to a discussion about whether you have, I think the change with respect to the speaker election was whether you have successive rounds of balloting or whether you have an instant runoff vote. That's a pretty small change, Madam Speaker, with all due respect. Whether you have an instant runoff or multiple rounds of balloting is a minor change compared to whether or not the government dictates how much time a committee can spend discussing legislation.
Questions and comments. The
Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for his speech. I find it completely pathetic to hear the government speaking in this tone as though they really believe that they are the natural governing party. They're trying to make us believe that they can impose something on us, but making it seem like it's our choice. They're treating us like children. So my question for my colleague. Now, the two people who just spoke are both new MPs, and this member has young children. Does he not think that we shouldn't be treated like children, where the Liberal government is saying, do you want to go to Tim Hortons or Saint-Hubert? But the decision's already been made. They're basically saying, oh, you have a choice. We want to hear what you think. But they really know that they have the power, that they've already made the decision, and they're going to be imposing something on us. But they don't want that to show because they're so elegant.
Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will say, as the parent of young children, my daughter insists on unanimity in the decisions we make in our house as well. But certainly, the member's point is, I think, quite an important one, that every member of Parliament here is elected by their constituents and has obviously a slightly different role, whether they're in government or opposition, but is an equal member of this House and needs to be involved actively in the decision-making on an equal footing when we talk about things that are fundamental to our institutions. Within this place, there are tiers of members, and all members need to be engaged in this discussion. It would be very concerning if the government was able to go ahead with their plan to unilaterally impose on the opposition. And yes, they can talk about discussion all they want, but when the decisions are clearly made in advance and they point in the direction of working to the government's advantage, and I think when that's obvious to Canadians, we're seeing in terms of the outcry from Canadians that they just don't believe that this government is not personally interested in the outcome. Clearly they are. We need to move in a way that's collaborative.
Reprise de débat, resuming debate. The honourable member for Hamilton West, Ancaster Dundas. Un point d'ordre.
A point of order, the Honourable Minister.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to table the government's responses to questions Q 534, 841 through 880. Thank you.
Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Hamilton West, Ancaster Dundas.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And just to begin, I would like to advise you, Madam Speaker, I'll be sharing my time with the member from Brampton North. Madam Speaker, I came to this place to serve. And I've had 2 previous occupations. First, I've served as a lawyer for 6 years. And then following that, I had the privilege of serving as a chaplain to a community for 20 years. And I love the idea of serving. And I felt that there were greater challenges ahead of me, and I wanted to use my gifts to the best of my ability. So that's really what brought me to this place. And I know it sounds idealistic, but that's exactly why I stand in the place that I do today. It's really to serve. And I don't say that to brag. I know there's many members in this House who have come to this place for the same reason. And those members and I share this, and that is we don't need any credit because we get our fulfillment and we get our credit in seeing the difference that we can make for Canadians. And so I have to admit that there are parts of this job that take me out of my comfort zone. When I first came to this House and stood up in the House to speak, it was not something that I would say I was immediately comfortable with. But the greater interest for me is serving the people that put me here. And so, Madam Speaker, you come to get accustomed to it. And you stand up when you know that you're standing up for the right thing. And I need to stand up today as a member of the PROC committee. And I am happy that I have this opportunity. I'm honored to have this opportunity because I want Canadians to know about what this government is putting forward. Now, I know that everyone in this House works hard. There's no question. And although I've been in politics all my life working in the background, I've never really truly known and appreciated how hard members work. But this isn't today. The topic today is not about working harder, Madam Speaker. It's not about that at all. We're all working hard. It's about how to work better. The analogy I think of is this. When I see a mouse on a treadmill, working hard, running on that treadmill, going all day long, not really going anywhere, but working hard. That's not what we want, Madam Speaker. We want our efforts to be used so that we can serve Canadians to the best of our ability. And that is what we are trying to do with this motion. What we are trying to do is we are trying to get a discussion going about how we can better serve Canadians. Let's be more efficient. Let's do it better. And I think that we all share that. But we have to get to the discussion before we can embark on the ideas of how to get there. Now, let me give you the example of committee work. So this was new to me, so committee work. So what happens currently now in the House? What happens is we're called to committees. And we go to those committees, and very, very important work is done at those committees. Probably the most important work. And witnesses come to those committees to testify. Those witnesses are flying in from all over the country to testify. And with all due respect, it's the taxpayers that are paying to the witnesses to get there, but that's money well spent. To get those witnesses in front of committees is money that is very well spent. But I'll tell you what's not well done, Madam Speaker. The bells go off. All of a sudden, we jump up from committee. We jump into shuttle buses. We come over here, there's a 30-minute bell. 30 minutes pass. Then we get up and vote. Then the votes have to be taken. Madam Speaker, we're lucky if we get back to committee. Usually we don't get back to committee. What happens? All those people that came to present at that committee, they go home. Right. They fly home. You can't make up that time. We have to do better. Those members, those witnesses want to give testimony. We want to hear their testimony. How are we going to do that? We're going to do that by having this discussion, which everyone in this House can contribute to. Now, I want to read from the discussion paper because it's very important that we set straight a lot of the things that are being misconstrued. Okay, Fridays. Now, someone mentioned, one of the members mentioned that there's nothing in the paper about Fridays. Let me read what's about Fridays. This is what it says. This is the House Leader's discussion paper. Should Friday sittings be reapportioned, it would be important to reallocate any lost time to the remaining 4 days, including the time lost for question period and private members' business. This could be accomplished by having the House meet earlier on certain days. Alternatively, right in here, if Friday settings are retained, they should look like any other sitting day. What does that mean? A full day, Madam Speaker. That means a full day. So this spin of it's a day off, this, I'm going to tell you something about my own experience. If I need a rest, and I'm speaking completely honestly, I want Canadians at home to know, if I need a rest because I'm exhausted, I'm better here on a Friday. You know why? Because I put in a half day, and the rest of the half day I get to travel home. That travel home is a rest for me. Whereas if I'm not sitting on a Friday, I'm leaving here Thursday night late. I'm getting home late on Friday, and Thursday night, and first thing Friday morning, 7 o'clock, I'm at the Constant office. This Fridays, the way they currently sit, I've got one or the other. We either make them a full day, or we do what's in the paper. We reapportion this. But this discussion paper is the start of the discussion. It's not the end. This business of ramming through, this isn't the way it is, Madam Speaker. This is a discussion. This is where we start. Okay, electronic voting, that's in here too. Been talking about it for 32 years. Just so happens that the West, not saying that it's going to happen. We're saying, let's have the discussion. Why is the discussion timely? Because the West Block's being reconstructed. And so now, if we are going to have electronic voting, it might be a good idea to have the discussion in order that we can accommodate it so that we can follow through with electronic voting. So this is not a done deal. It's not something that's decided. It's to be talked about. Okay, the House calendar. Let's move to the House calendar. Everybody's talking about, the Liberals, they want to make life easier. They want to work less. Okay, if we want to work less, why do we say here in this discussion paper, having the House sit earlier in January? Good thing. Not later, earlier, more days. That's more days. Later in June, Madam Speaker, that's more days. That's not less days. And earlier in September. We're talking about what do we need to do to get the work done, to follow through on our commitments that we're making, to get legislation passed. How do we use the time in this House more effectively? How do we do that? Okay, time allocation. Let me talk about that one now. Time allocation. I just want to refer, and it's been mentioned a couple times, 41st Parliament, 100 times. You know the time that took for time allocation votes now? 100 times. That you have then it wasn't 338. Now it will be 338 if we did that. 338 times 100 times, times an hour for each time, whatever it takes. Is that the best use of our time? Now, the British House of Commons has used programming motions to allocate time. Now, this is being talked about, this is a terrible thing. Well, guess what? They've made it permanent now. And the opposition who first were against it are now in favor of it. Okay, that's another thing. Questions. Okay, this question. This one really, I tell you, I have a hard time listening to this one. The suggestion is that we want to limit the Prime Minister's questions. Okay, look at it. We have a Prime Minister that goes across the country in an open mic answering questions of Canadians. This isn't about more accountability, less accountability. This is about more. This is about giving more time in addition to the questions that the Prime Minister is answering. So look at, this is what I want to say. Madam Speaker, to be honest, I have to say, I'm tired of it. I am tired of it. And this is about using our time to the best of our ability. This is about using taxpayers' money who are paying our salaries to better serve them. Madam Speaker, I'm going to suggest to the honourable member that had 3 options, I got a 4th option. Approve the motion that we put through at Brock.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for, we changed it to Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Well, you know what, Mr. or Madam Speaker, I'm convinced. I think the problem here is that we're We are making too many demands on the Prime Minister, who has important questions to answer across the country. I actually feel it would be selfish of us to ask him to come here once a week. I'm going to propose, if they're willing to consider having him here once a year, I think that would be more than enough for us. Clearly, there is no relevance to the questions that get asked here. Clearly, there is no relevance to having an official opposition, a government in waiting, a loyal opposition, loyal to the Constitution and providing an alternative way of looking at things. Clearly, hundreds of years of practice have no bearing on the way Canada should run. Let me ask the member, just to be clear, I'm being facetious. Let me ask the member this question. The proposal, and we don't object to the discussion paper, which has mutually contradictory proposals in it, some of which might be good, some of which might be bad. We object to the fact that there is a June the 2nd deadline on getting all those changes made. So we're hearing this needs to be dragged into the 21st century. Why? Number one, were we not trying to drag it into the 21st century for the first year and a half of this government's mandate? Why? Number two, did we decide to have, and is she so adamant about having, a deadline that means we have to get this whole thing done before the summer?
The honourable member for Hamilton West, Ancaster Dundas.
Madam Speaker, just on the first point about the Prime Minister, what I would say is I'm so proud of our Prime Minister. In terms of him going across the country to open mics, and those open mics, Madam Speaker, are not to supplement. They are in addition to what the Prime Minister does in this House. They are in addition to the questions he is being asked and responded to in this House. And with our proposal, what we are looking at is how can everyone ask questions in this House to the Prime Minister? How can backbenchers present questions to him? He wants to answer those questions. I think he does a brilliant job of answering questions. And so this is about more accountability, not only of the Prime Minister, but also of Cabinet Ministers. And so that's what we want to embark upon. That's the discussion that we want to have.
You're not used to that. You're not used to
With respect to the second matter now, the second issue, we want to start this discussion. We will not come up with recommendations until we've had the robust discussion. If this filibusters until June, the end of June, then of course then the dates has to be extended. We are committing to ensuring that we make evidence-based decisions on the great information that we are going to receive at this committee. Thank you.
I just want to remind members that I do have a clock up here, and I do know when the time's up. So questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Madam Speaker, I was listening carefully to my honourable colleague speak, and she used the phrases, "We're here to get the work done. We're here to become more efficient," many times. You know, you'd think, Madam Speaker, that we're talking about a meat packing plant or working in an auto assembly manufacturing place. Instead of the cradle of democracy of Canada, Madam Speaker, you know, we're talking about democracy here. And democracy's highest principles are unfortunately not efficiency or getting the job done. Democracy's highest principles are we're talking about debate. We're talking about probing. We're talking about holding the government to account. We're talking about expressing our constituents' views. That's why we're sent to this place. And I'm sorry if my honourable colleague finds that inefficient or inconvenient, but that's what we're sent here to do, Madam Speaker. My question is this. If it's so important to have the Prime Minister answer questions of backbenchers, why doesn't the Prime Minister do that every Wednesday from here on in? There's nothing to stop him from standing up this Wednesday and answering every question from any member of this House. In fact, he can do it 4 days a week. Why doesn't he do that?
The honourable member for Hamilton West, Ancaster Dundas. You have 1 minute, please.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for the question. There's a number of things that he's raised there. So let me first say that, unfortunately, debate can't take place when the bells are ringing, and that occupies a lot of time. We're talking 30 minutes for the bells. That's right. Secondly, with respect to the Prime Minister answering questions, listen, this is what the whole part of this motion is, to have discussion in order to determine how we can efficiently use our time. And the third thing I want to say is this, and I say this to my constituents whose doors I knocked on. Some of those constituents, as a politician, when they found out I was a politician, they wanted to throw me off the porch. Why? Because they wanted us to do better in this place. That's why. And the commitment that I made to them was that I would work hard so that the time that we have in this place is totally, completely used to best serve them and their needs. That's what brought me here. That's why I stand in this House today. Thank you.
The honourable member for Hamilton, the honourable member for Brampton North, and I just want to remind the member that the time will expire as she delivers her speech, so I will give her the 1 minute mark.
Okay. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, for allowing me the opportunity to get up today. We've been having some wonderful discussions here, and I like the ideas that are coming from the opposition, from our members, government benches, and this is exactly the discussion that we want to have at the Procedure and House Affairs Committee. This is why this discussion paper was put forward by the government House Leader, just as was mentioned by one of the NDP members on the committee, that the previous government House Leader also once came to this committee and asked us to discuss how we can be a more effective, more modernized parliament. And the motion that we started this debate on today was from the interim report that PROC had put out at that time. And let me tell you, at that time, there's some disingenuous remarks that are being made in this chamber about how we as a committee had decided to proceed at that time. At that time, we had decided that we would talk about the low-hanging fruit. We would talk about some of the difficult issues, some of the easier issues, and what we thought needed to be changed. And at the end of it, we decided, well, for the sake of efficiency, let's put out an interim report on the things that we can agree on at this moment, and then let's come back at a later date and revisit some of those hard to debate about issues. So in that report, in that interim report, we had put out 4 recommendations, I believe it was. And those recommendations were things that we were already doing in this House, Madam Speaker. Most of the things were, I respect the work that I and my fellow colleagues do in committee, but when you look at that report, when you read that interim report, a lot of the things that were recommended was, if possible, let's move the votes up to after question period, which was an idea that the government had already been implementing with the help of the opposition. And everyone realized, wow, what a difference that makes. We don't have to run back to our offices, come back to the chamber, and waste a whole bunch of hours in the day when we could be doing, having effective debate in this chamber. We could be holding stakeholder meetings in our office. We could be in our committee meetings. And we thought, wow, what a great idea. So those are the things that we want to carry on and we want to continue discussing. What happened at that time, though, is there were a lot of these difficult things that we wanted to discuss, but we couldn't agree on and we couldn't get to. Those are the things. Some of those things are mentioned in this discussion paper. And I thank the Honourable House Leader for bringing this discussion paper back to our committee and, raising this debate again. And I really urge the opposition members for us to engage in this debate within the committee process and actually examine these things with witnesses present so that we can get the scientific evidence that we need to make the decisions to move forward. I agree with my colleague when she was talking about when we were campaigning door to door, a lot of things people don't like about Parliament is that it takes a very long time. And now I understand the need to debate things, and I understand the balance that we need to strike and that we need to probe and make sure that the laws that we pass in this chamber are ones that will be good for all Canadians. So I understand what we need to strike that balance. But let's have a conversation. There are so many ways we can be more efficient with our time. And once again, I need to reiterate that the debate that's happening around, the misinformation that the opposition is trying to put out there about accountability of our Prime Minister, well, that's just wrong. The discussion paper does not say that the Prime Minister would only come once a week. It is in addition to all the other days the Prime Minister does come. And quite frankly, the opposition is correct. There's nothing that stops the Prime Minister from not coming every day right now. There's nothing that stops the Prime Minister from not coming at all. This is actually putting into effect something concrete that requires the Prime Minister to show up and requires him, in addition to the regular days, it requires him to come for another 45 minutes. What's wrong with the backbench MPs being able to ask questions as well? I think this would be an effective way of modernizing our parliament, making some changes, and no one's talking about taking Fridays off. Let's make it a full day, or let's make it, let's apportion those hours to other days. A lot of companies have been doing this. Canadians understand that we can increase productivity by making some of these simple changes in the House. I have to say that not allowing this discussion to even occur is blocking the very thing that we're sent here to do. We're sent here to work in committees. We're sent here to produce reports, to study issues that are not just easy, that are also hard. We are sent here to have the hard and difficult conversations, and that's what we want to have. Those are the conversations we want to have at the Procedure and House Affairs Committee. So let us get on with it. Let us have those discussions. Let's bring in witnesses, and nothing stops any member from asking the questions that they desire of those witnesses. I know we had many witnesses before us before we put this interim report out, and quite frankly, Madam Speaker, some of those witnesses were disappointed that the changes that were recommended in this interim report were not as they would have liked to see. So, you know, I urge the members of this House to allow us to now get back to that study and not just make it an interim report, but finalize it. Let's bring in some of those witnesses again. Let's bring in others. Let's finally change some things. You know, just last week, we saw something, a very inefficient use of time. We had a vote called to see if we should adjourn the House for the day. And what happened? The opposition had called that vote. And we came in, and then the opposition voted against their very own motion. These are the types of tactics that are used day in and day out in this House to slow things down, to make sure that we don't pass the legislation we're sent here to pass. And
Comité à 18h16.
As it is at 6:16, the time for debate has expired. The question is as follows. Mr. Schmel, seconded by Mr. Wilkerton, moves that the 11th report of the Standing Committee of Procedure and House Affairs, presented June 15th, 2016, now be adopted. An amendment was moved by Mr. Reid, supported by Mr. Straw, proposes that it be modified by adding
all the words after the word that and substituting the following. The 11th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs, presented on June 15, 2016, be not now concurred in, but that it be recommitted to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs with instruction that it be amended the same day to clarify that in all of its reviews of the procedures and practices of the House, the committee will only make recommendations to the House that enjoy the support of all the members of the committee. La mise aux voix porte sur l'amendement.
The vote will be on the amendment. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion?
All those in favor of the amendment will please say yay. Yay! All those opposed will please say nay.
In my opinion, the yeas have it.
Convoquez les députés.
Call in the members.
Madam Speaker, I ask that the vote be deferred to tomorrow at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions.
Consequently, the recorded vote will be deferred until tomorrow, at the end of the time for oral questions.
The House will now resume with the remaining business under routine proceedings. We are under the rubric of motions. Motions. Presenting petitions. Présentation des pétitions. The honourable member for Battleford's Lloydminster.
Speaker, I have a great petition here from about 100 or so members of my constituency from Battleford's and North Battleford, calling for the government to take palliative care seriously, to actually follow through on some of the promises they've made, and to make sure that this is covered under the Canada Health Act so that provincial and territorial governments will be entitled to the funding that's required for it.
Petition, presenting petitions. The honourable member for Banff, Audrey.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Rise today with a petition signed by residents of my constituency, mainly from Airdrie and Crossfield, calling upon Parliament to support my colleague's Bill C-316 by the member for Calgary Confederation, so that Canadians are able to indicate their desire to donate their organs and tissues through their annual tax return, and that this information be shared with their provincial or territorial government for the purposes of being added to existing donor registries. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions, the honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Highlands.
Speaker, I rise to present two petitions today. The first is from constituents who have, and people across Canada, who have signed an e-petition to the Minister of Health calling for further research and testing of various treatments that are more controversial, but certainly these members of the public want to see the testing for jugular, vertebral, and acegus veins for people with multiple sclerosis, and to collect the data from patients who have obtained this treatment to establish baselines and follow-up and collection of data. And the data collected will be going to Health Canada for dissemination. Vascular treatments for multiple sclerosis need research, and this petition asks for that. As well, Madam Speaker, received hundreds and hundreds of signatures on a petition from people in the Toronto area calling for the Government of Canada to press the People's Republic of China to stop the discrimination against the practitioners of Falun Dafa and Falun Gong.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétition, the honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to present a petition signed by campers who stayed at Blue Heron Resort in Spanish, Ontario, where there's great fishing and family fun in the riding of Algona, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing. The petitioners call on the government to ensure that campgrounds with fewer than 5 full-time, year-round employees continue to be recognized and taxed as small businesses.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétition, the honourable member for Flamborough, Glanbrook.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have in my hands a petition from Canadians across Ontario, and it states that we, the undersigned, call upon the Government of Canada to instruct Canada Post to add postal banking with a mandate for financial inclusion, and to release the secret study it conducted on postal banking.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions. Questions on the order paper. Questions écrites au feuilleton. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The following questions will be answered today. Question 841, question 846, question 861, question 869, and question 870. And furthermore, Madam Speaker, I would ask that if a supplementary response to question 580, originally tabled on December 9, 2016, and if a revised response to question 763, originally tabled on January 30, 2017, and if the government's responses to question 580, question 763, question 842, to question 845, question 847 to question 860, question 862 to question 868, and question 871 to question 876 could be made orders for returns. These returns would be tabled immediately.
Is it the pleasure of the House that the aforementioned questions be made orders for return and that they be tabled immediately? Il en est ainsi convenu.
So ordered.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would ask at this point that all remaining questions be allowed to stand, please.
Agreed? Agreed. Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Ordre aménagé gouvernement, voies et moyens.
Government orders, ways and means.
Means motion number 10, budgetary policy, and on the sub-amendment of M. Brullis.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Madam Speaker, I will be splitting my time with the member for Pickering-Uxbridge.
Oh, that's... my goodness.
Madam Speaker, when we took office in 2015, we knew that Canadian families had been discouraged by an economy that just wasn't working for them. We heard from Canadians from all walks of life that they were worried about their future and the current state of the economy, and were looking for a government that would believe in them and invest in them. In my riding of Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge, I have spoken to families who are facing the challenges of an economy and a world that is rapidly changing. And while we see these many challenges, Madam Speaker, we must also see the opportunities. I am proud of Budget 2017 for seeing the optimism in a changing world and tapping into these opportunities for Canadians. Madam Speaker, optimism and ambition have always been the telling story of Canadians. We are innovative, creative, compassionate people who put our families first and believe that better is always possible. To me, Madam Speaker, Budget 2017 is about the empowerment of Canadians, empowering families, young people, women, Indigenous communities. It's also about supporting businesses and industries to succeed not just here in Canada, but around the world. Madam Speaker, Budget 2017 is an investment in the future of Canadians. Budget 2017 is a budget that I truly believe will empower communities and support constituents addressing the vulnerable in our community, but also creating opportunities for families and generations to come. As chair of the Standing Committee on Innovation, Science and Technology, and a member of the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities, I have sat at the tables to listen to Canadians share their thoughts about our innovation sector as well as our social sector. I've had the opportunity to speak with experts, academics, and everyday Canadians on issues ranging from poverty reduction and labour shortages to supporting our industries and encouraging more women on corporate boards. Madam Speaker, this budget shows an understanding that these challenges, while distinct, are also interconnected. Quite simply, it is a reflection of the reality Canadians are facing. Budget 2017 is a strategy to put Canadians ahead in global markets on the forefront of innovation and skills, while at the same time supporting the urgent needs of vulnerable Canadians who have slipped through the cracks of a system that hasn't previously worked for them. Madam Speaker, our government is a government that looks to the future and knows that investing in modern skills training today will ensure a collective success tomorrow. I know my community is filled with families who work hard each and every day so their children can have a better future than their own. Yet too many young people in our communities are struggling to find good-paying jobs after completing their education. Our rapidly changing labour market and global workforce is presenting unprecedented challenges for our youth. Budget 2017 proposes a variety of measures that will support young Canadians in their transition to the workforce, as well as adult Canadians who are trying to adapt to a changing workforce. This budget will expand upon our youth employment strategy, investing $395.5 million over 3 years to help more than 33,000 vulnerable youth develop the skills they need to get back to school, create 15,000 new green jobs, and provide over 1,600 new employment opportunities in the heritage sector. Additionally, Budget 2017 will support the creation of a co-op and work-integrated programs for young people, particularly in STEM and business programs, while also renewing the government's support for Pathways to Education Canada, a program which assists low-income youth to complete high school and transition to the workforce or post-secondary education. I'm also proud that Budget 2017 will equip our young people with the skills to succeed in our rapidly changing labour market by investing $50 million over 2 years for digital skills training such as coding. Preparing our young people with the appropriate skills and abilities will help them and empower them to succeed in the modern job market. As the chair of the Industry Committee, I've heard firsthand how important it is for our youth to have digital skills to be able to compete in the global workforce. This measure will not only help Canadians find good-paying jobs when they enter the labour market, but also help Canada to be on the cutting edge of digital innovation and technology. A win-win I hope everyone in this House can get on board with. We're also helping adult Canadians retrain and develop new skills for today's modern labour market through changes to employment insurance, Canada Student Grants, and Canada Student Loans. Changes to employment insurance will help unemployed Canadians receive skills training and get back on their feet without necessarily putting them at risk of losing their benefits, a barrier we heard at the Human Resources Committee quite often, which prevented successful re-entry into the labour market for so many. Likewise, Budget 2017 commits over $300 million over 3 years to assist adult Canadians with children who wish to go back to school to upgrade their skills. Madam Speaker, making investments is not about handouts. Over and over again on the Human Resources Committee, we heard that it is about smart, calculated investments and partnerships that will most successfully empower Canadians to address the challenges we collectively face. On our committee, we also heard about the distinct correlation between mental health and poverty. As per commitments in Budget 2016 and negotiation in the past year, my province of British Columbia will receive an additional $654.7 million over the next 10 years for mental health initiatives. This is in addition to the Canada Health transfer of $6.7 billion in the 2017-18 year, which is an increase of $194.9 million from the previous year. Improving access to mental health initiatives will not only support millions of the Canadians who struggle with mental health, but also work proactively to address a key contributor to poverty in Canada. In regards to supporting vulnerable Canadians, job training is also one of the most effective ways. I'm seeing the hand go. How long do I...
So unfortunately, it is now 6:30. And the time for debate has expired. The member will actually have 3 minutes left the next time that this matter is before the House.
Order at this moment. Accordingly, we are now deemed to have adopted a motion to adjourn the House. Consequently, we now move that the House do now adjourn.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've just pulled myself away from the Senate, a house that I don't usually get to be in, to hear Dr. Buffy St. Marie talk about her vision for the country that we want together. She said, we truly want to move our country forward. It was a beautiful presentation and a great honor to be Member of Parliament and be able to hear words like that in these houses. So I'm going to talk and pick up some of the conversation we were having about 4 months ago about marine protection and how to move our country forward towards a sustainable way to protect our coastline, our sensitive environments from oil spills. And a recent success that I heard about in my own riding of Nanaimo Ladysmith was a fantastic presentation by local innovators. In South Nanaimo, ACE Innovation Solutions are designing oil spill response equipment that might really address some of the immediate needs we have when a small spill happens or a large spill. They have a barge. They have a large extractor that floats, a small extractor that can fit inside a bilge tank, a very common source of oil spills on our coast, and also a portable unit that has a 3-meter collapsible boom that can sit on a dock or on a boat and can pick up 500 liters of diesel per hour. After the very concerning spill that happened up in Echo Bay around one of the fish farms. This is just in the news about 3 weeks ago, North Island, Vancouver Island. The proponents of ACE Innovations said that their machine would have been able to act quickly and in a very responsive way without waiting for outside equipment if the fish farm had had this equipment on hand. Their machinery skims the surface of the ocean and picks up diesel, motor oil, gasoline, crude oil, any other type of oil immediately. It was very encouraging to be able to see this small business finding innovative solutions, and we are very much hoping that this federal government wants to partner with them, work with them, and especially tighten the response times so that anybody who does spill oil is then required to have the equipment available to take fast action. It's been 5 months now since the Oceans Protection Plan was announced by the government, and what we have learned, I wish that there was more. I wish there was more we could point to already that would show that our country is truly actively moving forward. We don't yet have a legislated tanker ban on the North Coast. That was one of the announcements. We don't yet have more certainty around bitumen response. This is a sticky oil that when it hits the water, the transport minister just said in January that they don't know what it does. In fact, there have been a number of studies that have said it may well sink, but that the minister was willing to approve the Kinder Morgan pipeline and its associated bitumen oil tankers in the absence of him having confidence that there was a way to clean this up is extremely worrying. And we haven't seen anything in the budget about response on abandoned vessels. So I'd like to hear from the minister's representative, what good news do we have to celebrate on actual changes on the ground that will help coastal communities prevent an oil spill?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank the honourable member from Nanaimo, Ladysmith, BC, for her question. Improving marine safety and formalizing an oil tanker moratorium on BC's North Coast are indeed priorities of this government. On November the 7th, 2016, Prime Minister Trudeau announced the Ocean Protections Plan. This comprehensive national plan is an investment of $1.5 billion over 5 years in long-needed coastal protections.
That she's not to mention the Prime Minister's name here or any other member of Parliament.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. This plan will create a world-leading marine safety system, including new preventative and response measures to better protect our waters and coasts, restore and protect the marine ecosystem and habitats, and strengthen partnerships with Indigenous communities. For example, we're going to ensure the Canadian Coast Guard has the equipment and the tools it needs to better protect our waterways. That means more rescue stations, more towing capacity to respond more quickly and effectively to save lives and to protect the environment. We will also be supporting new and better methods for cleaning up oil spills, building local emergency response capacity, and strengthening our ability to move goods and resources safely. On November 29th, 2016, we also announced that the government is delivering on its commitment to Canadians to formalize a moratorium on crude oil tanker traffic in British Columbia's North Coast. The Minister of Transport will be introducing legislation this year in order to provide a higher level of environmental protection for the Canadian coastline around Dixon Entrance, Hecate Strait, and Queen Charlotte Sound. The moratorium area extends from the Canada-US border in the north down to the point on BC's mainland adjacent to the northern tip of Vancouver Island, and this also includes Haida Gwaii. The moratorium will apply to the shipment of crude oils as defined by the International Convention for the Prevention of Pollution from Ships, but it will also apply to persistent oil products that are heavier and, when spilled, break up and dissipate slowly. Madam Speaker, these new initiatives will help us be better prepared and equipped to protect these sensitive coastal waters. Thank you.
The honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was asking about a permanent ban, not a moratorium, so I would like to hear more from the member about that. This is, there's an abundance of science, an abundance of community request. This would be absolutely in keeping with the government's commitments. I'd also like to know from the member, we agree in the broad intention, but I really need to know the specifics. When is this government going to move beyond words and into action on these other items? Oil spill response time,
legislation to solve the abandoned vessel problem. When will the commitments of the Oceans Protection Plan be enacted in law? Thank you.
The Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Madam Speaker, as I said earlier, improving marine safety and formalizing an oil tanker moratorium are indeed priorities of this government. The minister and his officials travelled across the country from Haida Gwaii to Iqaluit to St. John's to hear Canadians' perspectives in their own communities and territories on an oil tanker moratorium and improving marine safety. He met with stakeholders, non-governmental organizations, other levels of government, and Indigenous groups to listen and gather input. All this to say we have worked very hard to make sure all the voices were heard. We are delivering on these priorities by investing in long-needed coastal protections under the Oceans Protection Plan, and we will be introducing moratorium legislation later this year. These initiatives will make our coastline safer, more vibrant, and better protected.
The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. The Minister, in his response to my question regarding sexual misconduct in the military, seemed to indicate that with the results of the Operation Honour Survey, the military now had a handle on the scope of the issue of military sexual trauma and could now root it out. The problem is, Madam Speaker, that the data gathered did not take into account those who left the military or were in the process of leaving. It also left out both recruits or those on course, which I might point out, according to American research, is the time sexual misconduct is most likely to occur. So the Minister is working with incomplete information and expects to fix the problem. That's very problematic and needs to be addressed. Even if we take the information from the report and start addressing sexual misconduct, I think the Minister will find that the problem is deeply rooted. And, Speaker, I remain concerned that the Minister's plan will not even come close to addressing the issues. The struggles of many suffering with military sexual trauma are on the public record. But I think it's important to share with you some information this evening. The Veterans Affairs Committee heard testimony from the founder of It's Just 700, an organization advocating and supporting those with military sexual trauma. I wonder if the Parliamentary Secretary knows the origins of the name. It comes from the reaction of the military community to the 2015 external review into sexual misconduct and sexual harassment in the Canadian Armed Forces. The hostility towards those facing military sexual trauma was made clear when MST survivors were dismissed as only 700 making complaints. You see, Madam Speaker, the problem is deeply rooted. The testimony heard at the Veterans Affairs Committee included statements from MST survivors, and I'm going to read some now so that you can truly understand how difficult this issue is. The first, my military doctor started pushing for a medical release at my first appointment with her, following the assault, before I had even seen a psychiatrist, started meds, started seeing a psychologist, or even wrapped my head around the fact that I had been raped. Another survivor. The medical personnel told me that rape victims were not sent to see psychologists and that the priority was given to soldiers with combat-related trauma. These men and women are struggling, and when they do speak up, it becomes more difficult for them. As we heard from It's Just 700, there are still many people being penalized for talking, and the retaliation part has not yet been set. We've pushed people to report, but we haven't actually provided support when they do. The witness also pointed out that spouses of those who report military sexual trauma also face retaliation within the military if their spouse comes forward with a claim of MST. This leaves the family vulnerable. Not only are they dealing with a sexual trauma and the potential loss of one military career, but their spouse may also be targeted. This impact on their careers, either in the short or long term, could really harm the family's ability to manage financially and emotionally. My question to the Minister is, what action is the government taking now to make changes at DND and VAC? And will those groups excluded from the initial report be included in a subsequent report so that we can have an accurate picture of the problem and properly address the issue of sexual misconduct in the military with those serving and with our veterans?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence. Madam Speaker, I thank the member for having asked this important question. I'd like to take this opportunity to mention the work and contribution of this member in favor of the respect for human rights. Every man and woman who serves their country deserves to be treated with dignity and respect, regardless of their gender or their background. The report from Statistics Canada reaffirmed the reason why the Chief of Defence Staff made this operation his priority. The data from this report about sexual misconduct was extremely troubling, but the information contained within it was also extremely useful in supporting Operation Honor, an intervention plan to help with this issue will be published by the Chief of Defence Staff later this month. Measures have already been taken to respond to some of the main information in the report. It's important to ensure that victims have more options when it comes to care and support. And I'm pleased to say that they do have more of that support today than they did a year ago, and this is a significant improvement. Several victim support initiatives are underway. They're being developed, and we want to ensure that victims have access to a full range of services to help them during their procedures with the military tribunals, and we also want to make sure that they have the support that they need. There will be a center set up soon that will work with the victims of operational stress, and the forces have also improved their collaboration with victims support services, which are located near bases where military victims currently need support. The Canadian Armed Forces is also working to implement new initiatives that will be based on education and training to make our soldiers more aware of this issue. Looking at the results of this report, it's clear that our armed forces need to do better. Sexual misconduct happens at a much higher rate than exists in Canadian society as a whole. This type of behavior is very harmful for all armed forces members. However, we need to say that the report also showed encouraging evidence that Operation Honor is beginning to bear fruit. More than 80% of soldiers say that they trust that their superior will react in an appropriate manner to their sexual assault claim. We do need to take concrete measures. As the Chief of Defence Staff said, those who choose not to respect his orders will be subject to administrative and disciplinary procedures. Harmful and inappropriate sexual misconduct is always unacceptable. Looking at the results of this survey, I understand that some people are still skeptical about what's happening in the armed forces, but our government and the Chief of Defence Staff are determined to show that Operation Honor is not like any other operation. This culture will not change overnight. It requires the full commitment of all members of the forces. I would like to thank all armed forces members who responded to the survey. The high response rate shows how important this issue is to them. The Canadian Armed Forces still have much to do, but I know that the current leaders care about meeting this objective. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Well, I thank my colleague for his remarks, but Madam Speaker, I would like to share at this point the propositions from It's Just 700, because I think that they have the critical insights into how to begin to address military sexual trauma. First, we need more women in the military. Like in politics, you need a critical mass of women in order to change the culture and ensure that women are heard. Secondly, and I quote, "A lot of people see things going on and say nothing." Madam Speaker, the best way to stop assaults and abuse is to be a witness when you see or experience something wrong. You have to report it. That provides a statement and it provides a witness. Sadly, many people choose to say nothing because they are afraid or worry about their own careers. So, Madam Speaker, I hope that the government is listening and that we can uproot the problem of military sexual trauma from our Canadian forces so that our veterans don't continue to suffer.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence. Again, all forms of inappropriate sexual misconduct are unacceptable. The Canadian Armed Forces admit that they need to do better, and they are currently finding ways to solve this problem. Madam Speaker, in December 2016, 30 individuals were prosecuted for sexual misconduct. 19 were brought to court and 12 were found guilty. Many people were also relieved of duty because of accusations of sexual misconduct. There is still work to be done, but we are committed to changing the culture in the Canadian Armed Forces. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's a pleasure to be able to get up again to speak on defence issues, and hope the Parliamentary Secretary will be able to address the issues I raised. Now, I'm coming back on a question I raised on March the 9th, in which we looked at, in that question I talked about whether or not the Liberals are going to cook the books in the budget with national defence, do a bit of a shell game, moving Coast Guard expenses as part of the defence budget so that we might get closer to that 2% aspirational target by NATO, which we know Coast Guard doesn't do any actual national defence work. They're strictly there in search and rescue mode and to some degree border security. And also came back to this issue of danger pay that was taken away from our troops who are on the ground in Kuwait in the fight against ISIS. Now, as you know, Madam Speaker, March 9th, we did have our opposition day in the House, and ultimately the government supported my motion to retroactively restore danger pay to all members of the Canadian Armed Forces who are involved in Operation Impact, whether they're in Kuwait, whether they're stationed in Iraq, or they're stationed in other locations throughout the Middle East, supporting the efforts on the ground and in the air to defeat ISIS. So the questions come back to the government. When will the troops that had their danger pay taken away at Camp Afrajan in Kuwait have their danger pay restored? When will they have all that back pay, which goes up to about $1,800 a month in increased salaries, in income tax treatment, and other benefits that are accrued to them? When is that going to be actually paid back to them, Madam Speaker? I want the government also to commit to make sure that those benefits are not taken away from other operations in Kuwait and Iraq. As we know, in the question to the order paper that we raised, that there's been an ongoing assessment of the danger and hardship risks that are associated with being deployed. But we also always have to remember that this is a bigger mission. Taking on ISIS. It takes a whole approach of all members of the Canadian Armed Forces to be on the ground and in that space dealing with ISIS terrorists. And as we know, Madam Speaker, those terrorists are very mobile. Right now they're fleeing Mosul, and as those rats scurry away, they're coming to places like Kuwait. They're getting out of Iraq. They're going to Syria and other surrounding regions, including back down to Baghdad, which really does put all of our troops at risk. And finally, we have to remember that it's not just about those members of the Canadian Armed Forces who are in harm's way. This is about supporting their families at home. And so I hope that the Parliamentary Secretary can assure those families that all of our troops, whether they're in part of the Air Task Force at Kuwait or whether they're a part of our Special Operation Forces or our medical mission in Iraq, that they're there actually going to have all the dollars and cents that they deserve, and that every penny will be paid back, and that those ones that are going to be deployed or currently deployed will not have those benefits clawed back. And finally, I ask the government and the Parliamentary Secretary, will the Minister of National Defence correct the record for his misleading comments that he has said in this House more than a few times now, which are completely contrary to the questions on the order paper that he answered in question number 600, where he said that all of our troops, since they were deployed in Iraq and Kuwait, had all their benefits until September 1st, 2016.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence. Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for Selkirk Interlake Eastman for having raised this point in the adjournment debate. I know how important this issue is, as do the other members in this House. Madam Speaker, I would remind my honourable colleague that our government, like everyone in this House, unanimously supported the opposition motion on this subject on March 9th. The motion that we supported intended to reduce the tax burden for Canadian Armed Forces in Kuwait. First of all, Madam Speaker, allow me to mention what the Minister and myself have said several times. Our government is greatly concerned about the well-being of our military members, and we have immense respect for the men and women of our armed forces. They're highly trained, highly capable, and they are the pride of all Canadians from coast to coast. When they are deployed abroad, they represent Canada with professionalism and courage. The members of this House unanimously support the men and women in uniform and agree that they are entitled to compensation that reflects the risks that they are exposed to. Madam Speaker, our commitment in this regard has not changed. The Minister of National Defence was himself deployed several times when he was in uniform. He knows how important this compensation is for our brave men and women in uniform, as well as for their families. Madam Speaker, the well-being of our soldiers is a priority for our government. I would also remind my colleague that the Minister personally committed to looking at risk levels and asked the Chief of Defence Staff to look at our internal procedures and to make recommendations about any changes that need to be made. He also asked the Department of National Defence to work with other departments and organizations to work on this review process. The process is underway, and our government will make decisions once it is completed. Madam Speaker, as we await the results of this review, I would like to draw the House's attention to the methodology currently used to establish risk levels. The risk level of every operation is continually reevaluated to better reflect the real risks that soldiers are exposed to as part of their operations in specific areas. These levels change over time, just as the risks change. It's important to note that the committee making these decisions is not made up only of civilians, but also of military leaders. These are individuals who have led military operations and people who, through their experience, really understand the sacrifices that our men and women in uniform make. These levels are set based on analysis and testimony from witnesses, from experts rather. The members of this committee do the best work they can possibly do to evaluate the risks and conditions of each deployment. As we await the word from General Vance, we should remember that the most important priority is ensuring that our men and women in uniform are always honored and duly compensated for the work that they do. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Well, Madam Speaker, I'd like to remind Parliament Secretary that this is more than just words. This is about leadership. And that's what we haven't seen from this minister and from this government. We have to remember that when this happened under a Conservative government, we pushed aside the civil servants and made these decisions and did the right thing and made sure that the danger pay and tax benefits were there for our troops when they were deployed in Afghanistan. We need that type of leadership now from the minister. But again, this is the minister who allowed the Prime Minister and the Finance Minister to cut $12 billion from the defence budget over the last 2 years alone. $12 billion, $8.5 billion this year, and that isn't leadership. And finally, you know, the Parliamentary Secretary wants to talk about methodology.
This isn't about methodology. This is about getting it right for our troops. And they want some clear answers and clear indications that the government's going to repay all of the danger pay that was taken away from those troops that are currently deployed in Kuwait, and that this won't happen again in the future.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Defence. Madam Speaker, allow me to reiterate that our government cares very much about the men and women of the Canadian Armed Forces. The government is correcting the mistakes made by the Conservatives, and we are continually working to improve working conditions for our soldiers. Contrary to what was said by the member, our defence budget was increased. The government, by increasing this budget, is ensuring that Canadian soldiers have the tools that they need to carry out their missions in a safe manner, and to help to work with our allies on a wide range of international missions. Today, Canada is the sixth most important contributor to NATO among members. The parameters for determining Canada's contributions will continue to respect NATO rules. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.